can do. But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Danish, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you're fornicated bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness.
chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like me.
you know.
They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and stay off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
The Radiant and the Dire. 11 countries striding proud and tall, all fighting for one goal. Introducing Dota, the survival of the fittest.
Comes the smoke, they're looking for their target. Can they find them? They've got the clockwork, and here comes the Meepo initiating for their team. But Magnus, he's come in. Oh, is this the RP that they're looking for? They found everybody. Chain Frost coming in from the side as well. They're trying to retaliate, but what can you do with the Magnus? And Clockwork, he wants out, but unfortunately, he's not gonna get out, is he? No, he won't. Straight across the tree lines. Can they find something with this smoke though? No, instead he'll be revealing himself, and here come the pings, and it looks like they're going to converge on the jungle. Big stuns going through. Sven on the high ground is going into God Strike mode. It's trying to find the opening. Can he find it? Huge wall in the middle of the fight as well to split the whole team up. This Sven is just perma-stunned. He can't hit anything, and his health is dropping super fast as well. It's going to be a wasted God Strength. Oh my goodness, massive pull-in. But the Radiant, they're retreating. The Dire, they've overwhelmed their opponents. Meteor Hammer coming in as well.
A battle between nations. One champion among all. Their journey begins here. Who shall rise victorious?
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I mentioned. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on your fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Trade-off an ES for an ES, he can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls up 1 and 2 in the back, 3 men back in the ball,
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. Grand final weekend is upon us. Keith, welcome to the stream. You're going to be casting with me. Dude, I need to know how you're feeling.
I'm feeling excited. I mean, we've had like a couple of weeks in between. Has it been a couple of weeks or just 1 week in between? I don't know.
About 2 weeks, I think.
About 2 weeks. So our voice has recovered to its fullest. We're here to bring you as best of the cast we can in this grand final weekend.
Yep, so I think for people that are tuning in for today, they're probably wondering what our matchups are going to be. We'll be showing you our 4 teams that are going to be playing today in just a moment. Keith, we've casted, how many weeks has it been? It's been 5 weeks of Dota altogether, once we got all the group stages covered. 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah. It was a lot of Dota.
It was a little about a month of Dota. So we kind of form some sort of a bond with the team we see on screen. Not that we've got favorites, but we've seen what each team are good at or what they can do and how they like to play their game. And it's just amazing to see when it's all round up to these last 4 teams in the grand final weekend, to see them play against each other. That one's going to be a treat.
Yep. So I think before we start with the brackets, we're going to take a look at the prize pool to see what's on the line for these teams and what's first place going to get. Keith, $8,000 for first place.
Yep. It is that. It's a $20,000 prize pool shared amongst people going in at first with $8,000, second taking home $5,000, third and fourth taking home $2,000, fifth and sixth $1,000, and the following $500. Now these are in US dollars, so we are in Southeast Asia. They might not look like the biggest of number, but when you do the math, the multiplication, that adds up. Heck, I would like a $500 right now if I could.
Of course, you would want some Geek. But we're down to our top 4 teams. So the lowest amount that any of these teams that are playing today could get is $2,000. Obviously, everyone's going to be aiming for the $8,000. That is the grand prize. But even if you don't quite make it to the finals, you're still going to get something. And I think that's the biggest thing for these teams now, especially during our current circumstances where not a lot of tournaments are running. You know, this kind of money, it's going to hold them down for quite a while.
Yep, you gotta get through that rainy days. So 40% share goes to the first place, 25, you get it. Now, let's take a look at the playoffs for this evening. We're looking at 2 main matchups. Motivate Trust from Thailand up against Geek Fam. Boom Esports and Adroit. It's an Indonesia versus Philippine matchup on the second matchup of the day. So, anything you want to tell me about Motivate Trust or Geek Fam? You seem to be a bit disappointed with their performance sometime last 2 weeks ago. Why is that?
Yeah, I was a little disappointed with Geek Fam. I was expecting them to maybe show up stronger, but you know, what's done is done. Those games are over. It's been a couple of weeks. I'm very sure these teams, all of them have been sharpening themselves up for the playoffs as well. So I think let's give everyone here a clean slate. We'll let the matches do the talking, but let's be realistic. They Motivate Trust, very formidable opponent. We have seen these guys play in their group match, and oh my goodness, I was very impressed with how Motivate Trust played. So I'm really interested to see how Geek Fam is going to fare up against them in our first match.
Yep, Motivate Trust, again, one of those teams, the underdogs who's got little to no information online, and they showed up. They actually 2-1 a team like Adroit, a team like Geek Fam, a team like Boom Esports. They 2-1 Adroit. Adroit, arguably the best team in Southeast Asia, so that speaks volume. And I guess maybe that shroud of mystery around them is going to help into their favor. But Geek Fam, they are a team that has been in the scene for a while now. They have players who's been in the scene for the longest of time, so they really know how to adapt. Because a little context on what Danelie said about Geek Fam last 2 weeks ago, they weren't so hot. They actually fell into the lower bracket and thankfully still made it here in the playoffs. But they adapted, right? They adapted to their opponent's playstyle, and I think with Motivate Trust being a mystery here, can Geek Fam adapt in a single matchup?
Yeah. So just a reminder as well for everyone, this is the playoff matches. There are no lower bracket matches. So that means if you drop out in this semi-final match, you are out, you're done. That's it. There are no second chances. And we are looking at best of 3s for today. Grand finals will be best of 5s for tomorrow, but we'll leave the matches for tomorrow for the next day. But best of 3, I would say that best of 3s are probably the most balanced matchups you could ask for, because everyone has a chance to adapt in a second match. And if you can't adapt in the second match, then yeah, I mean, that pretty much speaks for the team, I suppose.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the chat is all waiting for Boom Esports and Adroit as well. Those two, by
I'm
the
waiting
way,
for that match too. You have no idea.
Did you know they actually played this morning, but later about that one. Let's take a look at Motivate Trust and their players, in case you didn't know, because they are the underdogs in this tournament. Jackie, Fearless, Mazaros, Q, and Boomboy. They have not much history behind the name, but man, they showed up and they showed what they can do, and they do demand some trust coming in from the side of the Thailand fans as they pulled off a clean sweep throughout the whole group stages.
Yep. And their opponent, Geek Fam, very well-known team. A lot of the players as well, building up a very, very strong reputation for themselves too. So you could also say that they are going up against a strong team themselves. Both of them, we don't really know how they are in terms of power in a actual matchup. So this is going to be news for me and maybe news for you too, Keith. I honestly am expecting 3 games, considering what I've seen from what both these teams are capable of doing if they get the right heroes. Yep, so this is Geek Fam's lineup. We have Raven, Carl, Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon. We've had no changes for the past 2 weeks. They're playing with the exact same roster. And I think if anything, if they just played how they did in their final game from the last 2 weeks, which was mostly play around Raven, give him enough space so that he's able to get that farm and to start carrying, then you're going to be looking at Geek Fam running at 100% potential. And if you're Trust, I'm assuming Trust knows this, and I'm curious to know what their solution is to that style of play. How do they deal with Geek Fam when they have such a strong carry like Raven?
Raven, arguably, yes, is one of the best carry in Southeast Asia as of now, but unfortunately, the fans on Twitch, on Facebook, on YouTube, they're a bit half-hearted with the mid-player Carl, though. They're calling him a trigger-happy guy. Like, he makes 1 or 2 mistakes and he just doesn't perform right after that one. He gets a bit agitated. He makes these very weird judgments in team fights, and he makes these bad calls, which usually ends up with him dying and not having an impressive KDA. But does that one person really matter if your whole team is performing, though? I don't know. Maybe you get away with it once or twice, but if you're up against a powerhouse team who clean slated throughout the whole group stages, like Motivate Trust, I don't know if they can afford that. So I agree with you. This might look like a game 3 right here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we got to let the games do the talking. Before we jump into the game as well, I think we also need to remind people that there was a patch update today. It wasn't a very big update in terms of the actual patch itself, but the contents of it is actually quite significant. So I'll just pull it up here really quickly. So the patch itself, it doesn't address any hero changes and item adjustments yet. Apparently Valve, they're going to be doing another change later on in terms of heroes and items. But the changes today, the first one, if you haven't heard about this, I was quite shocked. Attributes no longer provide the specified effects. So if you don't remember what this is, it's magic resistance for strength, spell amplification for intelligence, and movement speed for agility. Is this going to be big of a change? I think for some heroes it will be. We're going to have to let someone do a patch analysis later on. We're not going to do it because that's not why we're here. But Keith, I want to know your thoughts on this. Like, do you feel like this could be a big change?
I think just going through it, removing the magic resistance from the spell amplification and movement speed from the strength, inte, and agility respectively is huge. Because I remember, like, there are some games where you're up against a magic heavy burst team, right? And the support just build into like triple bracer, and somehow they're unstoppable at that point. Like, you can't burst them down enough, and then you commit everything and they just walk away fine, and that just it makes the enemy a bit more hesitated into committing on you. But now that that's all removed, I'm not even sure if like how good is stats item when it doesn't give you what was said.
Well, it looks like IceFrog's looking to make some changes, but we'll leave that to him when we get our next up-and-coming update. The other changes was gold bounties were reduced by 10%. This affects buildings, lane creeps, neutrals, and heroes. And kill streak gold is reduced by 50%. So I actually get the feeling that IceFrog's trying to take gold out of the game. It seems that to him, everyone has too much money to spend, and that because of that, people might seem to be building too much, and that there's less strategy around heroes and maybe just too much money. I guess maybe he wants supports to be poor. I don't know.
I think it's another thing, right? Like, I think it's how fast the meta has become. It's very snowballish. We've seen in TI9 how like the fast tempo just snowball down the line, and you just give people who chooses like the late game heroes absolutely no potential by removing like 50% of a kill streak goal. You actually that just, you know, that just
hurt
reduces
everybody?
a whole lot. It does hurt everybody, but I guess you don't get punished
normally
too
the
much.
team. Sorry, you keep going first.
No, I'm just saying that maybe you don't get punished all too much for, you know, giving a kill streak away, because it doesn't worth as much now with 50%. That's a huge chunk gone. And not to mention the general nerf on the gold bounties, reduced 10% from buildings, lane creeps, neutrals, and heroes. It seems like when they came out with the previous patch, they wanted to make things super fast, and now they're slowing things down a little bit.
Well, that's interesting, because a lot of people argued from Dota before that games were taking too long and that there wasn't enough of an incentive for you to finish the game. I think one of the biggest arguments was that going high ground is the biggest pain, because you mess up the high ground attempt and all of a sudden it just goes in the way of the enemy. So maybe it's some kind of a nerf to say that, okay, you won't get so heavily punished when you're trying to push high ground. But does that mean that it's actually bad too? Because then suddenly snowballing is going to be a bigger problem? I feel like it's a two-way street. It hurts people that are trying to come back, but it also kind of hurts the meta because all of a sudden we might get more one-sided games.
Or we could get all very fast tempo games on both sides, because now that gold is way more scarce, late game carry just doesn't seem so viable now. I mean, there's still a way to get the gold around the map, but 10% off from every single thing, from neutrals, from creeps, from buildings, that's a lot of chunk gone. So we'll have to see to find out. You know, it's the new patch. You said it came out this morning. Heck, I just read it with you before the stream actually started. So we'll see it in application in this first matchup of the day.
Yeah, so I believe we're just waiting for the players to join the lobby, so please bear with us, guys. I'm very sorry about the delay, but the game should be starting very soon. Keith, I said there was going to be a 3-game series today. Before we look at the draft, before we look at anything, I actually want to hear your prediction. Who do you think is actually going to take the series?
Geek Fam definitely has a reputation, but Geek Fam struggled throughout the group phase. Meanwhile, Motivate Trust did not. So by taking away their reputation on the background, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt onto Trust, simply because nobody knows their style, nobody knows their meta. Maybe they have that going for them and they actually breeze through easily, but of course Geek Fam is a powerhouse in this scene. It's literally a David and Goliath battle right now, and if anyone wins, well, good luck on them. They're the better team.
Okay, so you would say that Motivate Trust is going to win.
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
Okay, so I think if I was going to have an opinion, I've always been a big fan of underdogs. Oh, I don't know, I hate this. I would probably say Motivate Trust too. I've always been a big fan of underdogs because it means we get new names in the scene. That means we have new talent rising in Southeast Asia, and that potentially means that we might get brand new Southeast Asian blood. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry, Geek Fan, if you're watching this. I've always been a big fan of underdogs. Anyways, guys, we just got some news from our producers. Unfortunately, we are still waiting on the teams. So until the match is ready, we're going to go for a quick break. And then once we're back, hopefully the game will be starting. So guys, please bear with us, but we'll be back after 5 minutes and hopefully the match will begin.
Someone said it was sad, 'cause I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, say, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. that you're best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
And the dire. 11 countries striding proud and tall, all fighting for one goal. Introducing Dota, the survival of the fittest.
Smoke, they're looking for their targets. Can they find them? They've got the clockwork, and here comes the Meepo initiating for their team. But Magnus, he's come in. Oh, is this the RP that they're looking for? They found everybody. Chain Frost coming in from the side as well. They're trying to retaliate, but what can you do with the Magnus? And Clockwork, he wants out, but unfortunately, he's not gonna get out, is he? No, he won't. Straight across the tree lines. Can they find something with this smoke though? No, instead he'll be revealing himself, and here come the pings, and it looks like they're going to converge on the jungle. Big stuns going through. Sven on the high ground. He's going into God Strength mode. He's trying to find the opening. Can he find it? Huge wall in the middle of the fight as well to split the whole team up. This Sven is just perma-stunned. He can't hit anything, and his health is dropping super fast as well. It's going to be a wasted God Strength. Oh my goodness, massive pull-in. But the Radiant, they're retreating. The Dire, they've overwhelmed their opponents. Meteor Hammer coming in as well.
A battle between nations. One champion among all. Their journey begins here. Who shall rise victorious?
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
came for the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I may have lost
team
my
ban.
co-caster. Oh, are you back?
Here. I'm here. What are you talking about? I've been speaking. Hello.
I didn't hear you. Welcome back.
Well, nevertheless, good to know. The chat told us that Motivate Trust Gaming is Thailand's #1 team. So they've got a huge prestige under their name, at least in the region of Thailand. Meanwhile, Geek Fam is also a team that's well known on the international scene.
remaining.
So we'll see what they pull off right
Radiant
here.
team
Taking out the
ban.
Ricky, taking it out the Timber, taking out the Centaur on their side. Meanwhile, on Motivate
Dire
Trust,
team pick.
taking out a lot of the good initiators, takes out the Tusk, Bat Rider, Disruptor, and the Ancient Apparition. It seems that Geek Fam doesn't like to play against tanky heroes. Look, Death Prophet is out.
Yeah, I believe Death Prophet also had a change during one of the patch updates recently as well. So it seems like Ice Frog's also catching on to Death Prophet, maybe being a little bit too good.
10 seconds
She is
remaining.
very annoying to lane against. I could see them maybe
Radiant
trying to
team
alleviate that mid lane for Carl as well, just so he can get his most favorable matchup. He's likely going to see his hero later on, so we'll let them decide. But Motivate Trust going to start up with the Chen. So I guess they eliminated the Ancient Apparition so that they have a lot of sustain during the laning stage and hopefully during the mid game.
Yep. Chen,
Radiant
very popular
team
pick
pick.
right now, especially with how
Dire
fast
team
meta goes on. Chen takes towers, but immediately countered with an Earthshaker. He loves playing against a Chen. All your dominated creeps only feeds into the Echo. Picks up the Void Spirit. Now, do you think this Void Spirit is an off-lane Void or a mid-Void?
It could go either or, so maybe Geek Fam just looking to keep their options open.
Dire
Void Spirit's
team
such a
back.
strong hero, it just seems silly not to pick it up. But Motivate Trust gonna pick up the Ember Spirit themselves.
Radiant
I think we've
team
seen a lot
back.
of Void Spirit versus Ember Spirit nowadays. It seems to be like the #1 matchup against that Void Spirit. Has lockdown, super mobile, not that easy to lock down. Although I think Void Spirit's a little bit happier in this matchup just because Chen doesn't really have the best lockdown, especially considering how mobile a Void Spirit can be. But after seeing the two heroes on Geek
10
Fam, I think
seconds
if you're
remaining.
Motivate Trust, you're going to have to look to grab more Disable because you're going to have to worry about a Shaker
5
now, and
seconds
especially if he
remaining.
gets a Blink Dagger, he's going to be another form of initiation for Geek Fam.
Also, we've got Winter in the chat who just clarified things that bracers still do give magic resistance. So the new
Radiant
patch out of the
team,
way.
Dire
Okay,
team pick.
it still has its purpose. Now Oracle getting picked up, a save. So do you think Geek Fang might be running the troll again since they're picking up the Oracle for themselves? Someone who could scale in the late, someone who, well, goes very well having a save like Oracle on their team.
Well, we've seen Geek Fam run Troll Warlord before, and it was so strong in that game, so I don't see why not.
10
Motivate
seconds
Trust,
remaining.
they've got to be picking up on this as well, considering that Oracle was such a good
5
partner with
seconds
the Troll
remaining.
Warlord as well. So, do you think is there is a chance that Motivate could go for a deny pick And it fits all right in the lineup. I mean, they have the sustain with the Chen. They need lockdown though, so if they go for this early, it might show too much for Trust's draft.
I feel the ES just totally counters motivate Trust. Like, lockdown is no issue because Chan can easily have like 6 centaurs right at the chain is stun. There we go. Troll getting picked up by Geek Fam. It's a Raven Troll, called it. And well, yeah, but the ES is gonna be there. So if you want to have that many centaurs to chain the stun, it wouldn't be so fun having an ES on the side of Geek Fam. So I think that that was a great pickup. Clockwork, their next choice in line to go in for a stun. Is it reliable though? It is a hook.
So when you run Clockwork, it's not necessarily just about the hook. I feel like Clockwork is such a good hero against the Shaker because Shaker tends to have very long cast animations. So if Clockwork let's say for example, Trust, they're prioritizing the Earth Shaker as their main target during these team fights because they don't want the Echo to go off. That's when the Clockwork comes in, locks the Shaker down, goes for the battery assault, and it can really cause a lot of problems for a Shaker because he just can't do anything.
Yep. I actually like you pointed that out. Cast animation, yeah, I've seen that matchup before. ES just cannot get his totem onto the floor. So that's a group with a battery assault, something so technically this Clockwork, the whole game is to immobilize Earthshaker.
It could also be to snipe the Oracle. It could go either or, depending on who they feel like is a bigger target. If it's either to snipe the Oracle before he can get his ultimate off, or it could be maybe to lock down the Shaker. I wouldn't rely on Clockwork to lock down a Troll or Void because Void would just, you get out, and then Troll would probably just kill the Clockwork. So that's a horrible idea. Don't let Clockwork go anywhere near the Troll. But Oracle and Earthshaker are definitely going to be primary targets for him. But I want to know what combos with the Clockwork, because they've got Ember Spirit. He can jump in with the Clockwork and dish out some damage onto his target, but what else is there to synergize with the Clockwork?
Yeah, I feel like Clockwork should hunt the ES though, because if he went for the Oracle, they still cannot commit knowing that the threat of the Earthshaker is there. So I think ES is priority here, but they picked up the Legion Commander for themselves into a Troll. Maybe the lockdown the Void. I like that. Duel to lockdown the Void. It's a long lockdown. Definitely, and Void being one of the more squishier mid lane carries, I guess. Now that, I don't know, it still could be the offlane Void if they so wish to, but he is a squishy one. He's a glass cannon, does a lot of magical damage. Legion could very well get the duel damage off of that one, so
I think in this game, it's going to be so important for Legion to get that Blink Dagger as well. There's no way Legion's going to catch a Void Spirit unless she has a Blink. So laning is going to be very important for Trust. They need to make sure that Legion can at least get enough farm to get the ball rolling, because I feel that if Legion doesn't have a good start in the lanes, she's not going to get her items, and I don't really see Legion being too helpful in this game because her initiation along with Clockwork is way too important. You need to make sure the Chen's protected, and if you look at Geek Fam's lineup, they've actually got some really good heroes to just jump past the backlines and kill the Chen before Chen does anything. And ideally, you want that Chen to survive the fight for as long as possible, because the longer that he's alive, the more sustain your team is going to have. And then you also get the Chen creeps that benefit you as well, whether it be from stomps from Centaurs or if it's going to be nets from the Trolls. You really want your Chen to stay alive. So I can see Motivate, they want to go the aggressive, but to a certain degree, they need to make sure that they can guarantee their lanes. And I need to know, how are you going to do this Legion lane? Because it's against a Troll at the end of the day. And Troll is a very hard melee matchup because he can swap between melee and range, and then he also has whirling axes, so it causes the miss chance. And if you're unlucky, Troll could just kill you, because if there's a Shaker there, Fisher, you're not getting room.
Gyro picked up. Okay, so it's a carry gyro, mid gyro, safe lane?
Safe lane gyro.
It's most likely safe lane. Yeah, you have the Amber, might as well run it onto the mid, but they're assuming the Void Spirit's going in the mid then at this case. Will Geek Fam pull a fast one and actually swap him into the offlane role? We don't know. They are on their last pick. They banned out the Terror Blade. Banned out the Mars, so they're
honestly, it could be offlane Shaker if Geek Fam really wanted to run this. I feel like Shaker, if he can get a lot of farm this game, whether it be offlane or as a position 4, this Shaker can cause a lot of problems for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, he needs that Blink Dagger to be in a safe line so that Clock cannot hunt him down. Can come in with the counter initiation with the Echo Slam. But Geek Fam is thinking very hard on this one. Sees the gyro. Right now, it feels that Motivate Trust has the answer though. I just feel that the duel was directly for the Void Spirit just to lock him down. He is a bit of a pesky bee. Clockwork is specifically for Earthshaker. The Troll is going to be a problem, but with Ember can kite him very well. And it just feels like they have it. The stronger one so far, but that's just what I think on how I see things would have run down.
Oh, the Necro first comes out. Okay, this is going to be pretty interesting. Necrophos. So essentially, Geek Fam's going to try and play the healing game themselves. The difference is that Necrophos is a lot... I would argue that Necrophos is probably a little bit better than Shen in the healing department because Necrophos tends to build up very tanky. He has an amazing ultimate that can literally just kill a teammate if they're not at a high enough health threshold. And so now you're split if you're Motivate Trust because you have so many targets you have to kill. You have to kill the Necrophos because the longer he survives, the more healing output he does. Also the chance of a Reaper Scythe, but then you also need to kill a Troll Warlord because Troll Warlord's going to shred your whole lineup, but then you have to also worry about Zephyr on a Shaker because we all know Shaker Echo Slams can potentially just tilt the game into Geek Fam's favor. I think there's more pressure on Motivate Trust this game. Have to win your laning stage, you have to get these items, and when you pull off these team fights, you need to go for those targets. I don't see Raven fighting for the first 15 to 20 minutes, so this is probably the best time for Motivate Trust to try and get their lineup together and to see what the plan is. If it's to either push quickly, because that's what Chen does very well. Chen's very, very good at pushing as well, besides his healing and his creeps. I'm worried. If the lanes don't go well, it's going to be a Geek Fam game.
Again, Geek Fam drafting the Raven carrying the entire team, especially with now they have a Necrophos with an Oracle. So that burst heal when he's under the cover of False Promise is going to be healed up real fast. Raven might have to do what he does. Play the passive, farm up, and go crazy. So this is the first game that I'm watching off the new patch. Pretty curious on how things is going to turn out. Also, by the way, that was I think Cuckoo was on the Void, so it's an offlane Void?
Was it?
Yep. I saw Cuckoo on the Void Spirit.
Okay then.
Motivate Trust might have thought that they were going in for the mid Void. Tried to match it with the Ember maybe. But
I was actually
a fast one.
I was kind of thinking Carl would take the Necrophos, because normally Necrophos prefers the mid lane.
Yeah, Carl did take the Necrophos. He did. It's a mid Necro, so it's an offlane Void.
Yep, just a reminder for people who are wondering why we're not in the game. We just have a couple of technical difficulties with the Observer. We're just going to try and get those fixed now, so don't worry. I believe the game is paused. We will unpause it so that when we jump in, we don't miss any of the action. That's why you see our not so wonderful faces.
Unfortunately, it's a face of a lockdown, guys. We just don't put effort into it anymore. Who's here to judge? Well, it's chat.
Actually, it's chat. I was gonna say, like, what do you mean there's no one to judge? It's definitely chat.
Yeah. Well, welcome to C Dota, right? Like, it won't be Southeast Asian Dota without a little bit of flaming going on in the chat. So come at us. Come at us. That's probably not the best passive-aggressive statement I should have made, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Keith's asking for it, my goodness. Okay. So we'll jump into the game very, very soon, guys. So please bear with us. We're just going to try and fix our minor technical difficulty, but then the game should be going. Speaking of the game, after looking at the drafts, Keith, who do you actually think is going to be able to take it?
Well, I feel that they have a lot of sustain for Raven. So Geek Fam's doing what they do best, and that is let Raven carry the entire game, which is amazing. The ES is a great counter to its Chen, so I don't know how likely Motivate Trust would look for an initiation, knowing that an Echo Slam can fly in anywhere. But if the clock can get a great initiation on the Earthshaker, then Motivate Trust can come in to commit. I feel when it comes down to execution, which one's easier when you're afraid of a sudden echo coming out from nowhere, or just running in? Geek Fam obviously have the easier execution here. So team fights is most likely theirs unless Motivate can actually play it right, play the cards right. Immediately top lane already, Boom Bell falling pretty low onto one more right click. Unfortunately, will go down.
Okay, we're getting a lot of mixed messages here, guys. Don't worry, we are just as confused as you are. I still think our observer's having some issues, but we will be getting that fixed. Fortunately.
So the people in chat are asking, is this a live or a rerun? Nah, it's live. I assure you it's live. Okay, it's happening right this moment. Okay, it's Geek Fam versus Motivate Trust, #1 team in Thailand against a high-profile team in the scene. Who will it go? This is match 1 of the day of the ESLC Championship. And already, it's the grand final weekend. Gets the route onto Mazaros, who is trying to play the creep wave behind the tower.
Yeah, he tried it. It's a bit tough. I do like what Q is doing on the clockwork. I do believe he is trying to coax the creeps to try and pull the creep equilibrium back towards their tower. Although it might sit in a neutral position anyway, just because of the backstabbing shenanigans. So still going to be a tough lane for that Legion. It's going to be such an easy lane for a troll. I really don't know how Trust is going to deal with Raven later on. If they're not careful, they could absolutely punish that Legion.
Was that the end for the Legion just yet? Legion has ways to farm in the jungle if he wants to. He has the overwhelming odds to snipe a creep from a safer distance, but as an off lane, you know you're kind of in the hardest lane of them all, since you're the least prioritized of the 3 lanes. But if he's playing it right, if he don't goes down, he still gets the level and can still get a decent amount of farm in this hard matchup. Should be fine on the side of Mazaros.
Yeah, there's lots of pressure on Mazaros to perform when he hits that level 6 as well. If he can get a dual kill when he hits that level 6, I think that's the best situation you could really ask for. Looks like a poor Gyrocopter though took quite a beating in that middle lane against the Necrophos. Necrophos is such an annoying matchup. There are very few matchups where Necrophos is going to be under threat, and poor Jackie. This is not a good day for Gyro.
Immediately a rotation is coming in. Trust just shows himself. Q. But, oh well, just end up warding. Yeah, I don't think they can kill the Necrophos, not in the early at least. Do you think the clock is building into a vessel? Because this feels like a perfect vessel game. There's so much sustain coming out on the side of Geek Fam.
I mean, you have to. What can you really do? If you don't, then Necrophos is just going to have a completely free team fight every time. Just gets his health back every single pulse. It looks like Zephyr's just come into the mid lane to make sure that Carl is okay. And unfortunately for Trust, with the Shaker here, they really can't do anything. Clock doesn't do damage. Jackie, unfortunately, because he's been harassed and he's not really able to get any CS, he isn't going to really get the levels that he's looking for. Like, he can soak, but ideally you want your Gyro to hit 6 as fast as possible so you can get that cooldown and go for that snipe. Looks like Zephyr, though, might make his day a little bit less.
Oh, mid lane already got the Rocket Barrage out, but unfortunately damage is not enough. And worth knowing, Necrophos is one of those heroes who need not to go back to Fountain because he's just got all the sustain in the world with the Death Pulse and the Ghost Shroud. Will just stay there, keep the pressure on. Mazaros, as you expected, is not gonna have the time of his life. Zephyr though might come in for the gank. It's a 3-on-1 here. Gets the enchant totem. Holds him there with the root. Surely he's going down. Tries to press the attack and purge it all off, but unfortunately he will go down.
Beautiful gank coming in from Geek Fam, literally covering every basis. And Shaker, you know, what do you do when you're up against a Fissure? Clockwork unfortunately won't catch Cuckoo, but can Jackie get there in time? Looks like Cuckoo's turning around. I don't think he suspects.
No, they're not gonna get him. He's regen them. Cool.
Yeah, he got that rune. He's got the bottle as well, so he's got the sustain. Lane's not looking so good for Trust. They are unfortunately falling behind. Necrophos leading, followed by Raven's Troll, who's now tied with the Ember Spirit. And then Void Spirit's actually in 4th place. And then you look at this poor Gyro, 20 CS compared to 35. What do you do if you're this Gyrocopter?
Well, they're trying whatever they can. They're rotating the clock within, but unfortunately, the kill potential onto Necro is just nearly impossible, at least in the early stage of the game. It's like ganking on a BB, right? Like, just the absolute worst thing you want to do. Oh,
Best thing the
Zephyr
Chen
now
can do.
dropped in the fissure. Now they're going on to Jackie. Jackie hasn't had a good game, and now they might look to commit. Will take down the missile.
It's a little bit too tanky. I do like what the Chen is doing. He is trying to get these stacks going. The only problem in this game is that you have two heroes that need those stacks. Both Gyro and Legion need all of this gold. So I'm curious to know who's their priority right now. Is it to get gold on the Gyrocopter, or if it's going to be onto Mazaros' Legion? Who's more important? And unfortunately, both of them are equally important, because who does the damage? The Gyrocopter. Who does the setup? Mazaros' Legion.
They probably need some farm onto Mazaros first, because if Mazaros doesn't come online, they're not gonna have the tempo they need to give space for this Gyrocopter. He is more of a traditional late game of. Zephyr gets cogged backwards, getting 2 hits from the tower, but he drops the Fissure. No follow-up though, he is low. Oh, he comes in, the Ember with the Searing Chains, holds him there, has the Flame Guard, will take him down.
So nice little backstab there, actually killing off the Shaker. At least it manages to secure that lane for Legion, but that was the rotation.
Top lane, immediately Fearless comes in. What great rotation. He pulls in Jackie as well, but unfortunately, that's just gonna waste time. Cuckoo is low on mana though, but unfortunately he has made the distance now.
Yeah, to get that kill you need hard lockdown, and Gyrocopter doesn't quite cut it there.
Welcome to Southeast Asian Dota. Once again, we've got another pause. Okay? It's a G. At least this wasn't a long one, so it's all good. All good.
So things not looking too good for Motivate Trust. So mid game's going to be quite tough for them, because Geek Fam, they are well on their way to basically securing themselves a comfortable mid game. They've got incredibly strong heroes, plenty of setup. They know that they're going to get their items on time. The blink is probably going to come at about.
Initiation though onto Jackie. Again, just him, but he doesn't finish the job. In fact, he's turning this one around with Fearless coming in with the Searing Chain and hold them and clean it all up. Remnant forward to burst another down. So 2 kills goes the way of Motivate Trust. Now, they might have a rough laning stage, but they are taking the pressure real well.
That was the best thing that they could have done. Get a cooldown kill with the Gyro once he hits level 6, and there they go. If they can go for kills every time cooldown comes off of cooldown, oh my goodness, English, then this might be the comeback that they're looking for. But that is just 2 kills. They're still looking at some very flat heroes, and that's the day clock.
Reaper Scythe at 8 minutes in. Oh, that's 30 seconds. That's a long time about you're out of.
Yep. So more stacks. Let's see who Boombell's going to give this gold to. Yeah, so far net worth's not looking too good.
I like that you pointed out that it feels counterintuitive having a Chen in a very late game carry like a Gyro, because then you're splitting the gold, right? Like, who gets the creep with, who gets the stacks? And at this point, even the Legion is gonna need one. They're playing the fast tempo Geek Fam right now. Raven has been free farming down below, so whenever Raven gets a free farm, you know how fast things snowball out of hand.
Yeah, we've seen it before, and we're already starting to see these towers crumble. Gyro is one of those interesting carries. He actually has 2 spikes. His first spike is once he hits level 6 and he tries to go for kills with the cooldown, because he just does so much damage with the cooldown as well as the rocket barrage. But then he will slowly go back down, just because as everyone gets more levels, they get more items, more HP, it becomes a lot harder to kill heroes with the Gyrocopter, and then he only peaks again during late game when you're looking at your big items like Butterfly or Divine Rapier, when he can really utilize his flat cannon. So for Trust, they're actually trying to do their best to use the Gyro now, but the game isn't going as fast as they would like it to. If they could, they would try and go for a kill right now. But look at how they're playing. They're trying to get more farm on Fearless. Oh, it gets stolen by Cuckoo.
Yeah, Cuckoo just comes in and clean up the entire creep wave. Assimilates, tries to juke it out. Astral steps there, but more great hold down coming up from White Mark. And now they're just turning this one. You have to stand on there, but the damage is not coming enough. Especially with the Oracle spell really huge magical damage. But on the burst, they stop it and take Carl. Carl's finally down. The big bad guy isn't so tanky after all. Fearless is going for more. He sees Whitemon there. Bazaros looking to maybe get an easy duel damage. He will. Again, motivate trust. These guys are holding the pressure real well, getting some kills their way.
If they can keep this up, that might have to be the only way for them to get their gold back, which is through these kills and the aggressive movements coming in from Geek Fam. But while all this is happening, Troll Warlord's farming in the jungle, and Raven is under no threat at all. And we've seen this story play out before.
Oh, they're going for Fearless. Astral steps forward, Resonant Pulse, but the lockdown is little to none on their end, actually. Yeah, they just have a lineup that wants to run at you if it's not for the Earthshaker.
No, if there's no cooldown, then there is no retaliation from Trust.
Top tower is under attack.
Stephens right there, gets caught out. He does not know there was a ward that was trying to de-ward up there. Rotation came in. Easy kill, easy pick up from Fearless.
Radiant are scanning.
This is so tough because there's just no pressure on the map by Trust. It's all from Geek Fam, and it's because they have such a good way of setting up all of these kills, whereas for Trust, they're waiting for these items. They need these things like Blink Dagger, and even BKB on your Gyro, because we saw how much damage Gyro took in that previous fight. But hopefully Towers is going to be where they get most of their gold. Does Geek Fam protect the towers? It seems like they're just going to let it go.
It looks like it, no rotations being made. They don't have vision in their own jungle, actually, so they'd rather than not in this sense. But the rotation is finally coming in. They're coming in as 3s and 4s, so Cuckoo, if you can get one out, does see the Centaur creep moving up onto the high ground. Resonant Pulse, that's the least you can give them for info.
Yeah, better to lose some creeps than your heroes, I suppose. But after that push, they just grab one tower, and everyone on Trust, they're going to go back to their side of the map. Gold is still in favor of Geek Fam, and it's by 4k. That's a lot of gold, because it's both on Necrophos and on the Troll Warlord, and we've seen these two heroes snowball time and time again. Unfortunately for Trust, they're just playing this waiting game. What's the progress on Legion? Are we looking at a Blink Dagger as her first item? It's not.
Oh, apparently not.
Okay. So it seems like Clockwork is their main initiator for now. It's not going to be the Legion. Legion's just trying to build sustain so that she can at least survive these fights. And the Shaker's going for Blink. Oh my goodness, it's so close too.
Yeah. Motivate Trust, they know they can go late with the Gyro. We've seen it time and time when Gyro gets super late, he actually can turn the tide. I think they're not too worried in terms of taking towers with the Chen. But they gotta really hold out the pressure and really give time for Jackie. Jackie's just trying to farm in ancient stacks. We'll go for the bottom tower, at least open up the map even further for Jackie to farm into. But mid lane though, already something showing him spaces.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, as they say, sometimes if your jungle ain't safe enough, just go to the enemy jungle.
Oh, Mazaros gets caught out. He has the press the attack, tries to purge things off. Unfortunately, he's tanky, but will go down as Raven pops the ult. The battle trance is gone, so they know they've got that info to play around with. But Boom Bell, well, he paused for a second there. Don't know if that's slow or not. But he was baiting them into a call down. Probably not the fight they want to take, nevertheless.
That was unfortunate. He got body blocked by his own little satyr. Poor Boom Bell. That's two casualties.
Yeah, I was wondering why he stood there. I'm like, oh, okay, he got body blocked. That was it.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. I suppose the good news though is that it did draw a lot of Geek Fam's attention towards their own jungle. So Ember Spirit's got a little bit of free time to farm, but I don't know if Ember by himself is going to be enough to bring the team back. Maybe they're looking to try and punish Geek Fam during a high ground defense, but to expose yourself and to give them all these towers, I'm not sure if this is the kind of game that you'd want to be playing. When you lose all your towers, you lose all this map control. Look at Jackie.
Gotta be careful. Yeah, he's trying to farm very risky right now. he does know. He has the info. He knows they're there, but do they have the... Oh my god, nearly pulls him in with the Void Spirit.
So close, he got very lucky there. But again, it did draw some attention away, but now we've got a smoke. I don't believe they caught wind of that either, because there is a ward down towards the enemy jungle. So Geek fam, they could grab Jackie here. They've got a lot of burst on their lineup.
Well, they do have backup to re-engage if they want to. Echo step committed. Is the control is there? The burst is. The god of time block came in a little too late. Now they just have to back off as K just zones out to the back line. Zephyr falling low. The false promise will keep him alive for now. K still going into the back line. He's trying to do some damage. Raven follows the battle trend. Just claws down. And with the burst from the Purifying Flames will take him down. Dominating streak ended for Fearless, unfortunately.
Yeah, Trust getting a little bit too overconfident there, thinking that the Purge from the Legion would be enough to save the Gyro, but he just got perma-stunned. And what can you do when you get hit by multiple stuns? You're not going anywhere. So this Legion pick, this might have been a double-edged sword because Trust, they thought that this Legion would be enough to at least remove the disables, but after seeing that team fight, you gotta think, guys, this is too much to put Mazaro's shoulders. We've actually got to figure out a way to go into these fights and not to die straight away. Clear option here, BKB on the Gyro. Ideally, you'd like to go for something like maybe an Ags first or a damage item at least, and it looks like he's not even going to go for BKB. It's a bit risky because if we see Jackie get hit by an Echo again by the Shaker, this extra HP doesn't mean anything.
Oh, immediately an initiation coming in mid, pulls him in with the Void, Remnant, and well, with all the team in the area, they will burst him down. Easy peasy. And Mazaros, this guy really has to snowball for his team, but at this point, he's only pulling in some negative numbers.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but it's the nature of the game. Geek fam, they have everything that they need. They've got how many towers now? 3 towers down. They're going for Roche, and Trust, even if they caught wind of this, there's just absolutely no way that they can contest the Roche.
Yeah, it's a troll lineup. Roche is there for the taking, especially when they're this far ahead. Being
the epitome of snowball.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's happening right now?
The Raven, a huge powerhouse, has Aegis. I don't see Trust being able to kill him twice, even if they win the team fight. This troll is just way too strong on his own. They need more lockdown than what they currently have, and they can't even rely on what they have because Clockwork has to expose himself, unfortunately, to the troll if he wants to lock them down. And the same thing with Legion.
Again, look, the Dissimilate just gets out of there. And like you said, I don't think we can kill Raven twice. I mean, Motivate can kill Raven twice. Well, I don't think they can kill him even once with all the sustain coming out. The Oracle with the False Promise. Ghost Shroud is there to heal him up. It's almost impossible, actually.
Well, some people say impossible. I think their chances are just very slim. They're gonna have to find that one team fight. Like
I feel Mazaros needs some dual damage to actually take that fight.
I don't even think it's dual damage. He needs... I really feel like he needs that Blink Dagger because his role is basically just to purge off stuns now. Because there's no way he gets into a team fight comfortably.
Yeah, again, he goes down as he says his name, the Devil Calls.
Become feast.
He's gone for 60 seconds. This guy hasn't got a great laning phase, and now he's 60 seconds out of the game.
He's trying to build pipe, so he is trying to help his teammates survive with a pipe buff, but I don't see a pipe by itself being enough to really turn enough of the game around. This really is going to be on the back of that Gyro, and even the Ember Spirit, if they can somehow pierce the back line and remove the backline crew for Geek Fam, which I feel is so key for Geek Fam's lineup to execute, especially the Shaker and the Oracle, those two support heroes. They have massive targets on them, but they know that they're well protected. The only way for Ember to get back there is to go back there by himself with the Remnant. But then if you do that, you're exposing yourself. Yeah, it's just a tough game. Fearless has got to breach the next level of Fearless, which is, I guess, Fearless of Death. But even then, I think Death might get to him first.
I just feel when you're running a Legion lineup, you kind of have to snowball from the laning stage onwards, because without them, it just feels like his impact is diminishing. He's got 10 dual damage in 20 minutes in, and he's only been dying, so he's got not much item to work with either. So unless they can turn that one around, get some crucial pick off, get him some dual damage going, maybe he can be more impactful in these team fights.
I might see a team fight soon. Legion's just one of those very situational offlaners where if she falls behind, she plays more as a supporting role rather than that traditional frontline tank that can soak all the damage, because she's not really that tanky compared to some other offlaners, but her farming capabilities, she's not like a Batrider, for example, where if Batrider goes into the offlane, has a horrible time, at least he can flash farm the jungle. Legion can't flash farm as quickly as something like a Batrider. She doesn't provide as much utility as a Centaur. She's very limited in what she can do when she really has a bad lane. And to lose Jackie here, that would be pretty bad. Oh yeah.
Things are not looking well for Motivate Trust. They do get the kill onto Carl, at least something there, but Carl's job this game is literally just to run in the backline and zone them out from trying to do anything funny.
I mean, what do you do? Because if they try to kill Carl has so much health.
He's the worst
that
target,
they would have, they would have to invest everything that you have just to kill the Necrophos. But then, what's left to kill the rest of the team? It's not right there. They just don't have enough items. It's honestly, this is a very tough game for Trust, but again, they've got to make some plays. Because if they leave the game as it is, I think Geek Fam just win by default, because they have practically every counter under the sun, and they've got a BKB now on this Troll Warlord. There is nothing that pierces BKB minus duel, and I don't think you'd want to be dueling a BKB Troll Warlord, even if you're a Legion commander. And he's got double damage rune. That's even
definitely
worse.
not the Troll. Troll's got he's one of those people who welcomes the duel. He's just happy to take it. Oh, bottom lane, Zephyr gets caught out. That's one job Q has to do. Just take Shakers out of the fight before they ever begun. But in comes Whitemon with the save immediately. He will go down actually with the burst coming out from Q. And now they're just gonna turn on Q. Q's actually making a whole lot of space. Walking away just fine.
Did I see that right? Did maybe Whitemon actually accidentally kill the Shaker?
I saw like a purifying flames comes out, but it's not lethal. Yeah. So.
But the urn was on the Shaker.
That actually killed him. Yeah.
Small misplay. Sometimes it happens. Looks like they're gonna try and go for this Necro, and he's alone.
Oh, they're going for K. K once again on his own with the call down is there. Dual damage, finally trying to get into the way of Legion, but look at that. Immediately Raven comes in. He wants to man fight it. The dual damage hasn't given up, but unfortunately he's not gonna live to tell the day. Will go down. Raven is just big, bad, and hungry.
Honestly, best trade you could ask for. Yeah, you lose your Legion, but you kill a pretty big hero in that Necrophos, and he's got pretty high net worth on him, so yeah, not too bad. I think that's the best you could get if you're Trust. Just try and punish these heroes that might just overstep their bounds and be farming by themselves. If anything, they just gotta try and drag this game for as long as possible, because it looks like late game is gonna be their only option here. So Fearless is getting very tanky. He's honestly, I'm surprised he got for the Deso build. He's going for BKB now, so he's actually going for a right click.
I mean, when you're up against like an ES, you probably want the BKB because the lockdown is too much. Look at that. Fisher misses. Now he's just gonna hold him with chains, but what? Will they actually follow up? Misses the hook. Now you just re-engage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, don't want to be engaging that anymore if you're Trust. The Geek Fam, they just walk out scot-free. Jackie is farming though, so that is, I suppose, the only good news you could really say here for Trust. Jackie is farming, he's getting closer to that BKB, he's got his Ags. Not quite enough for a Gyro though. Gyro only really starts to come online when he's picked up his first main damage item, which is something along the lines of a butterfly, and we know that's going to be another at least 15 minutes with how this game is going. So how did they draw the game out for another 15 minutes? Because we know Geek Fam, they're setting themselves up for an easy high ground push. They're getting all the items that help them to go high ground safely, which is the BKBs. And even for their supports, if they can grab things like 4-staffs, Glimmer Capes as well, just make the high ground easy as pie. They're going for... Is that a... Brain's not functioning. Are they going for Guardian Greaves? I think on one of the supports? Was that on... Or am I tripping? Oh no, that's on Shen. That's on Boom Bell. He's not going for it yet though. He's going for it later.
Well, he's got a Manta now. Raven actually pulling in very fast. 26 minutes in, and he's got like 2 more clones to handle with. So he's playing the jungle on his own right now. They have wadded the area, so very smart. They're rewarding for this gyrocopter to make rotations around the map. He knows where to go. He knows where it's safe. And I do see the entire team of Geek Fam on their bottom jungle right now.
All we can do now is farm. TP home and protect the base. They push up high ground. It looks like that's going to be the time now for Geek Fam. Surprised they went with no Aegis though, but I suppose BKB is their contingency plan.
And they have, you know, a lot of save and sustain, so they're going to abuse the lead they have right now while they cannot deal with it. The Searing Chains is there, but they're not running away, so it doesn't matter. Jackie is in their area, as the homing missile will stun him down for a while. But the damage seems little to none as they take a tier 3 and one of the racks.
Yeah, well, not the best matchup, unfortunately. You TP your whole team back and, oh, maybe after seeing the next player's TP, they want to try and engage. Hookshot there.
For the hook start. Gets it, but Raven, he's just walking out willy-nilly. He knows there's nothing he could possibly do against him.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you've only got Clockwork as your main initiator. Mazaros, he's gonna go... Oh, sorry, that's a Troll Lord. What's Mazaros going for? He's going for... Interesting. Okay. So, I guess Blink is... Is Blink his next item, or is he gonna go for... Huh.
No, he's queuing the Blink for later, I think.
That's what I'm thinking. Is it for later, or is he just queuing both to see how things go? I could see him buying out before he dies.
Oh, immediately they initiate onto Zephyr though, but the ult is there. Holds him there with the Fisher, great one. Fearless grabs control, but Echo comes in and go out for 100. And now Raven's gonna have in the backline with the gyrocopter. In far too deep, but with the full promise, he will hold himself. Whitemon will pop and die due to the damage, but it's all over. Raven, just too big. He takes all down on the side of Motivate Trust.
That was not the best engagement, and BKB didn't even get to be used by Empress Spirit. He actually faced it with the Revenant, and he just got perma-stunned. Even Legion went in there too. Was it Legion or Clockwork? I think it was Clockwork who was next to him. This game might just be over. There's no buyback on the Ember, 20 seconds left on the Gyro, and we've seen how quickly a troll can just end the game.
Yep.
It could just be
It is Raven. We've seen them pull this one against MS Chonburi. They just give Raven the free farm, and here he is doing what carry should do. Taking out every single hopes and dreams of Motivate Trust and Mazaros here just to clean up the creep wave.
So this is sort of the result of having a bad laning stage here for Trust, unfortunately. They didn't get the lead that they were looking for. They didn't quite get the items that they needed on their main heroes as well. They've had to diverge to try and get survival items on their Legion. They're still going for damage. Blink is here, but is this Blink too little too late? Because they needed this 10 minutes ago on the Legion. They needed someone else besides the Clockwork to jump into the fights because they're lacking hard lockdown from the get-go. There's no way to lock down the Void, there's no way to lock down the Troll. Heck, even the Shaker has been very slippery too, because he's got a Blink Dagger himself for the past 15 minutes. Yeah, Zephyr's had this Blink since 15 minutes. And for a Shaker to get a Blink that early, something unfortunately is going wrong for the Dire. For Radiant Shaker is farming more efficiently than your off lane.
Motivate Trust looking to snowball, but unfortunately that timing is almost up as Raven now has the Manta style, will just dispel off the chains and just take on the tower head on with the BD move. He doesn't care about the homing missile, will do decent damage, but Cookie just gets the trajectory, finds out Fearless in the tree line, in down with the Echo, holds him in place, will go down to the Weakness 5 again, at 105, he's gone. Jackie the fall whip, he has a BKB, but unfortunately Raven, he has to do it all with the physical, and now to simulate. Pops up, GG has his ball, but they're still chasing for it. They should have finished it all off. They want the whole team white. Mazaros next. Enchant told them, kill them all, why have you?
It's going to be a very demotivating battle for Trust. First game going in the way of Geek Fam, well deserved as well. They did everything perfectly. Lanes went great, they went for rotations. Maybe one or two mishaps, but minus that, they got the right items, they took the towers, they took Roche early, and Motivate Trust, they just weren't able to come back from their crippling start. I have to say at the very ending as well, Fearless didn't really like pressing BKB, I guess. He died twice and he never got to actually use his BKB.
I mean, to be honest, the moment they drafted a Legion and a Chen, you already give off the impression that you're going to make space for at least this Gyrocopter who's taking the mid lane, so at least he gets some sort of farm priority and access towards the jungle. But they did not, like you said, the laning stage was going to be super crucial for Motivate Trust. They lost their lanes, in fact cannot even snowball from it. I don't know how many dual damage he's had at the end of the day, probably around the 20s, less than that. Last I checked, it was 10 dual damage. Yeah, so he couldn't do much in any. There was no contribution coming out from the Legion, and I think the lanes just got racked and, well, absolutely outdrafted.
Yeah, so Motivate Trust, they unfortunately are going to drop game one. Geek Fam, good news for them. All they need to do is win one more match, but game two is where things are going to get very, very tricky and very slippery now, because if Motivate Trust can't come up with a strategy that, one, might catch Geek Fam off of guard, or two, just outdraft them outright, then we're going to unfortunately have to say goodbye to our Thai squad, and Geek Fam will be continuing on. For Geek Fam, I don't think they have to fix anything. They did the same thing as last time. It works. Don't fix what's not broken. Just do the same thing. Pick the Raven heroes, make sure Carl gets a decent mid lane, and that you're set for life, really.
Yep. So let's just take a look at the stats of the previous game we just had. It is match one, the first match of the day. Geek Fam, Motivate Trust. Game number one, it is best of three. Look at that. Cuckoo, 3-1 and 13. Very clean execution. 7-0 and 9 again on Raven. As expected, the guy is just a beast when it comes to the hard carry position. Carl, 7-3 and 8. Very clean. KDAs coming out from Geek Fam. Even Whitemon, 3-2 and 15. Motivate Trust, unfortunately, though, 1-4 and 5. 2-4-8, and look at Mazaros. They knew he was the key hero to shut down in order to snowball the entire laning stage, and he's at 0-6 and 5. That's, yeah, he didn't get a chance to play a game this one.
He had a very tough lane. Let's be realistic. No one wants to lane up against a troll warlord, and you're also being pressured by an oracle. One misstep, and you know you're definitely going to be losing your Legion in that lane. It's really tough to say what they could have done better, because realistically, Motivate didn't really win any of their lanes except for their safe lane. Ideally, they needed to win at least two, if not all of their lanes. And they drafted themselves into a bit of a weird spot because they saw the Void Spirit early. We have to argue that they should have known that Troll was going to be a potential hero that Geek Fam would consider, because they picked up the Oracle as their third pick. You know that Earthshaker is always going to be a factor, so someone has to deal with him. But they just didn't seem to quite have enough for all of these heroes. Maybe they thought, we're just going to go for them one by one. But every time they set up with Q, Geek Fam would just get away, or they'll be hit by False Promise, or Sephiroth would come in with the Fissure. They always had something to retaliate. So I think for Trust, they're just going to have to fix everything. Their whole draft, their whole play style. They've got to start with a fresh slate for game two. They can't play like this.
And I like the fact that I think, Motivate Trust just got baited in, right? They thought that it was going to be a mid-Void Spirit. Turns out Cuckoo was taking it onto the off lane, and Carl just picks up the Necro, which they had no way of handling, and it just ties in with the whole sustain, 4 protect 1 strat that Geek Fam has had so much success on. So let us take a look at who the feature player is for this first game of the day in this ESLC championship, and it goes to Raven, of course, with a clean 709. Yep, this guy does his thing.
I'd probably put Sephiroth up there as well. I felt like some of his setups were quite key for the team too. But yeah, Raven, I mean, he also can take the top spot. He played perfectly. He never died. He got all the kills. He pushed all the towers. He got all the farm. It was a Raven game. TLDR, it's a Raven game. What can you expect?
Every Geek Fam game is a Raven game, some might argue. I mean, the chat last weekend, or was it two weeks ago, they were saying it's Raven carrying the whole entire Geek Fam once again. He just plays his role. I mean, you are a carry, that's what you do best, and he does it perfectly.
That's why they call carries, because
yep,
you gotta carry the team, right? Anyways.
You know, I read something salty in the comments earlier on. Want me to read it out? Mirfight? What's his name? He says Mirfight? Mirkey! Yeah, the guy said, it's hard to trust and get motivated with this team.
Oh my god.
It was a bad pun, but I thought it was relevant at the point. Right? Hey, it's hard to trust them and be motivated. That's what he said.
Oh my gosh.
Southeast Asia, man.
I think maybe you might need a bit of a break too, Keith. For all of you guys watching at home, we are going to go for a quick break, let the teams freshen up, maybe for Trust reconsider what they're going to be playing in the next game. So after our 5-minute break, we'll be jumping into game 2, so stick around, we've got some more Dota action happening your way.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Get push, follow me around, okay? Black face. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Don, it's why you sad. I said, I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad, cause I get too warm, it's too warm, it's too warm and bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, yeah, black face, hey. Follow me around, yeah, got too much up on my. Follow me around, yeah, black face, hey. Follow me around, yeah, got too much up on my. Follow me around, yeah, black face, hey. Follow me around, yeah, got too much up on my. Follow me around, yeah, black face, hey. Follow me around, yeah, got too much up on my. Follow me around, yeah, black face, hey. Follow me around.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus of focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the hole.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. We're just about ready to jump into Game 2 between Motivate Trust versus Geek Fam. And Game 1, absolute Geek Fam domination. Anything else you want to add, Keith?
No, I think that sums it all up. Brutal, savage, racked, whatever Red Eye said. Like, it was a total stomp. Let's be honest, I think a lot of people in the chat maybe saw that one coming. We're talking about like a team that's internationally known in the scene up against these underdogs. But everyone loves an underdog story. Will we get one here? Will it be a 1-1 tie on this best out of 3? Or will it be a straight clean 2-0 victory for Geek Fam? Let's just get into this draft to find out.
Okie dokie, so any changes to the draft? It looks like Motivate Trust gonna eliminate the Void Spirit, so no Void Spirit for Game 2, and minus that we have some interesting bans. PL taken out as well as Tusk, and I believe Geek Fam, they've gone for more or less the same bans. Yep.
Yeah,
more or less
they
the
did.
same. So
They
I
don't
want to
want to
know
play
what
against
the
the tanky guys. Sorry, yeah?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's okay. I just want to know what Motivate Trust is going to be opening with this time, because
5
Geek Fam,
seconds
they have
remaining.
first pick. What's going to be the strat? Because we saw last time trying to go for a snowbally strat. They could try it again because they necessarily didn't pick the best lineup last time.
Radiant team
Is this maybe the time that Motivate Trust come out with the gimmick? Because Geek Fam, they're opening up with the Oracle. I think we've seen it before. Geek Fam are not afraid to open up with a Raven Troll second pick.
Yeah, they know. The first one is definitely the first pick from Geek Fam is always to complement their Raven. It's some sort of save or whatnot. So that's an obvious one coming up from Geek Fam. They picked it before. They know that Raven's going to be the one who's going to run them all down. Previously they had second pick, so they actually counted off the Chen. But right now, what does Motivate Trust would go into having the second pick? Death Prophet, a hero who was banned in the previous game, and picked up the ES for themselves. So
cool picks. We saw the Shaker do very well for Geek Fam last game. Now he's going to be in the hands of Motivate Trust. The Death Prophet, yeah, she was banned last game, and it makes you wonder if the Death Prophet is maybe a signature hero for Motivate Trust, because not everyone plays the Death Prophet.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, she has been buffed recently. I've seen them play it on a. I don't know if it's a legit thing, but the ESL Los Angeles they ran it as a post 5 Death Prophet, I think. So they're playing around her exorcism. She pushes tower. She's quite tanky as in nature with the Spirit Siphon. I don't see why not pick her, but the AA is still in the pool, which was banned previously. This time around, will they pick it up? Terrorblade. There you go.
I think Motivate Trust banned it last game because they wanted to pick up the Chen, and AA is considered a very good pick against the Chen. So I have a feeling AA probably won't be banned at all. I don't feel like it would really change anything. For Geek Fam though, they picked up Terrorblade. I don't know how many teams pick their carry second. I know Geek Fam is one of them. But after seeing this, though, in your Motivate Trust, you gotta start quaking. You gotta be thinking, okay, what's our solution to Terrorblade? Because he is one of those hard carries where if he free farms, this hero is unstoppable. And there's very few carries that can contest him. Morphling has been banned out by Geek Fam. Morphling is considered a very good counter to a lot of these late game carries, just because that hero itself scales very quickly, can come online during the mid game if he has a good laning stage. PL was banned out by Motivate Trust in the first phase, so PL is also off the table for Motivate Trust. Well,
I think Morph was a deny. It was a deny ban because you don't want to morph with an ES in the same team. That's gonna be pretty hard against a Terrorblade who, if he gets chain stunned up, he can't get the Sunder off, and then he's just gone. But it's worth noting that Geek Fam and TB though in this tournament, he drafted it once, and he lost on MS Chunbury. Remember, it was the second game, and Geek Fam has changed ever since MS Chunbury, and they moved on faster. Hence the troll, hence like all these the juggernaut. But now they're going back to their comfort, super hyper late game carry. Will it pan out better for them?
Okay, I know Terrorblade is considered a very late game carry. I feel like Raven is one of the few players that can actually play a mid-game tempo Terrorblade. Not that he goes around by himself, killing random heroes, but he's one of the few players that will contribute with the team with this Terrorblade if they feel like they need him. He'll be happy to fight because he knows he's always going to get the farm before the team fight happens. So some people would say, yeah, Terrorblade's like super late game. I feel like Raven, he has this niche with Terrorblade, and he just unlocks the full potential of this hero whenever he plays it. So I don't think we're looking at a super late game for this game. If he gets his farm, you're looking at mid-game latest for that Terrorblade to come online. Raven does not need much for Terrorblade to be efficient.
Motivate Trust though in response picked up the Shadow Demon, so if this TB gets off his Metamorphosis and it is disrupted up, he might have 2 illusions hitting back, and it would be quite the hassle to deal with if you're an Oracle or Geek Fam and you're taking hits from your own Terrorblade. So maybe they are reacting to Geek Fam actually, and that's kind of a win. When it comes to the draft, if you force a team to react to what you have to pick, then you're having the draft going your way. Now that's what happened in the previous game when they used the Clockwork to react to the Earthshaker and end up contributing little to nothing during the laning stage. So I don't know.
I personally am a big fan of Shadow Demon. I wish teams would actually pick this hero up a bit more, although he is very niche under certain circumstances. But he's very useful here. Yeah, like you said, making Terrorblade illusions. Terrorblade illusions are generally very tanky, so Shadow Demon can get some illusions of his own, is really good at counter pushing. In the middle of team fights, if Terrorblade goes for let's say a Skadi, he can turn those Skadi illusions back onto his own teammates. Again, going in with the Skadi effect. Another thing is his second ability, where it removes HP, a chunk of HP, and it's a percentage, right?
Yep,
Terrorblade is
30%.
naturally a very tanky hero, so one way to kill a tanky hero is to take that bulk away. So having the Shadow Demon come in with the
5 seconds
I
remaining.
keep forgetting what the second ability is called, my goodness. But when he comes in with that, that might be the killing blow, and the team might just have enough damage to kill off a Terrorblade that way. And then let's not forget Shadow Poison. In a team fight, Shadow Demons will be coming in with a Shadow Poison, and if you're a support and you're not paying attention to the poisons coming your way, you could just take a huge chunk of damage that's just gonna absolutely destroy you. And again, let's not forget about Shadow Demon Purge. That thing is crazy. You ain't getting anywhere.
But they have an Oracle though, so the burst, that makes sense. You know, you chain stun the guy, maybe you duel onto him, immediately chain stun with the ES, and then you can burst him down with the Soul Catcher. But comes in a False Promise, which also purges off all the Shadow Poison stacks.
But the Shadow Demon comes in and purges again, so you will lose a lot of movement speed. So maybe the play here is that even though Oracle comes in with the False Promise, you still have a way of making sure that hero dies because they can't retreat from the battle anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
A couple of things to think
Is in the
about
area,
here.
though.
Yes,
Yeah,
a couple
Pangolier
of
has
things
been
to
picked
think
up,
about.
so a lot of things that they
Dire
might want
team
to do might not be able to chain it if he's rolling Thundering in the area. And Queen of Pain from Carl again has the role to just snipe one of them out. Probably at this case, it feels like the Shadow Demon is the issue here. If he can burst him down, comes in with the Scream and then Sonic Wave, then that whole entire plan just falls apart.
Dire team pick.
Not the best laning stage as well. Not laning stage, sorry. They don't really have the best lockdown for Queen of Pain this game as well. They've only got... I guess their main setup is Shadow Demon. Death Prophet has to land the silence, Shaker has a cast animation, and Legion needs setup to get the duel off onto the Queen of Pain. So Carl could have a reasonably good game, just because he'll have all that mobility to work with. There's a lot of heroes you want to shut down if you're a Trust, but you can't shut down Queen of Pain, Pango, and Oracle at the same time. You gotta focus on somebody, and someone's gonna get away.
It feels tough. Feels very hard. Yeah, Legion Commander, Death Prophet can do decently well with the Exorcism. He can stay
Radiant
out of the
team
whole
pick.
range thing. Now you've got Rubik. Okay.
Love this pick.
I like that.
Lots
Yeah.
of spells to steal. So many good ones to steal as well. And you've also got another source of hard lockdown, so you got the Lift. Although technically Rubik's the only reliable source of stun now.
Well, they've got Rolling Thunder. That's pretty annoying to play against, especially when you're a
10
Legion. You're
seconds
going in
remaining.
melee
Yeah.
range.
It's annoying, but I wouldn't say it's reliable. There's
seconds
still a
remaining.
chance you could miss that Rolling Thunder. And there's the cast animation for it too. If there's, for example, a Blink Dagger maybe on the Legion,
Choose your hero.
you need that lift. Lycan being the last pick for Motivate Trust. Now this is interesting. We did see a rise in Lycan recently, and Geek Fam, they don't have the best lockdown for a Lycan. Maybe this is the strat for Motivate Trust. They're just gonna run all over Geek Fam.
Well, they see MSC Chonburi did it, and they're doing it again. Death Prophet Exorcism with a Lycan, pushing down the lanes. The towers will not hold. But yeah, Geek Fam again. They drafted this super late with the TB. Sure, he could decently make it well into the mid game, but will it go into a mid game before your tier 3s are down? Because as far as I know, if the Lycan has a great game, tier 3s would be falling at like 20-minute mark.
That's the key word. Great game.
Yep.
So we'll see how the lanes pan out for Motivate Trust. So Jackie played mid last game, but Fearless is typically then... Isn't it Fearless that typically plays mid?
Yes.
Because Jackie played Gyro.
No. It was Fearless was on the Amber. It was a safe lane.
Yes.
Amber. Yeah.
So is Fearless playing mid on the Death Prophet?
Well, ideally, probably the Lycan goes to the safe lane. Maybe they switch things up here.
I'm just wondering
Ideally,
because
yeah.
I don't know if it was just that game basis or if it's like a case by case sort of thing. We'll see anyway. I'm assuming Jackie's gonna go safe lane. Should be fearless on that mid lane against the Queen of Pain. Gonna be honest though, Death Prophet does reasonably well versus Queen of Pain.
Well, I think it goes either way. She has no kill potential onto Queen of Pain as well. She has no catch. Does have the silence, but Queen of Pain will almost always gets away with the blink unless a rotation comes in with the stun, set it all up.
I'd be worried more about the crit swap if you're the Queen of Pain. Generally, Queen of Pain, she's just a very squishy hero, and Death Prophet is very spammy with her spells. So if Carl isn't careful with his positioning, he might be pressured from the crit swap, but we'll see how he plays on the Queen of Pain. We've seen him play it before. This is a completely different matchup, however. His last matchup he won was against OD. His last Queen of Pain matchup?
Yes.
Yeah. Did reasonably well during that matchup, so should do alright versus Death Prophet.
This time Azeroth, he is running the Legion once again. He's had a bad game in the previous one. Can he get the snowball he so desires this time around with Q on his side? A more active Pulse 4 hero being the Earthshaker. Hopefully he can secure the lead they want to in the early game. They have to play it early actually. None of them goes in late. So Motivate Trust, they're on a time, but they have two heroes that does so very well. Exorcism and the Feral Form. Something not to mess around with. If Geek Fam cannot hold the pressure, then things are going to get rough. But they have the Pango, it's a decent wave clear with the Swashbuckle.
And it looks like... Is it 2 for 2? Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 2 for 2. So no swaps, no advantages for anybody. Equal start. Looks like Lycan wanted to make sure he was going to be okay too. So lane matchup, it's Death Prophet versus Queen of Pain. Off lane, we have... Oh, okay, both supports are actually in that top lane. So they're just going to leave the Pango by himself.
They're actually in real deep. Were they trying to like aggro the creep wave or something? Pull it in towards the tower?
Maybe looking to see how many heroes are going to be in that top lane. They did block 2 of the creeps with the Shaker though, so this should pull the creeps towards the Radiant side, but if Raven denies appropriately, then the creeps shouldn't move at all.
Mazaros again in that position where right clicks just isn't on his favor up against Metamorphosis Terrorblade. He's gonna get decent right clicking in with that being up. And Whitemon, not to mention Oracle, has decent harass damage, especially when he gets into like level 2 with the Purifying Flames. But will be forced out of lane.
Forced TP usage, so he's not gonna have that now. Little bit of waste of time, but no deaths. As long as he's not giving away first blood, it should be fine for Trust. But for now, mid lane looks like it's Queen of Pain and Death Prophet. They are currently tied, so no one is at an advantage yet. White Monthe looks like he may go down. Ooh.
Yeah, he actually TP'd back to his own tower and will fall for it, but Masteros as well, he's in the area. He secured the first blood on the Q, but will go down by the tower eventually. So a return right there, it gets more EXP on the way of Raven, if anything, since Whitemon actually goes off first. So full EXP going to the side of Raven. Not the worst that could happen.
They did give the gold away to the Shaker though, so I'd like to see what Shaker decides to do with that gold, if he's going to hoard it for a Blink Dagger in this game or he's going to save it. He's got boots for now, so got some harassment potential on the Shaker. Oh, he's gone for Tranquil Boots. So he wants to harass.
Yep, stay in lane, sustain is the key of the game. Jackie down the bottom seem to be having a free lane on his own as well.
So far it seems to be Trust that's applying pressure in these lanes, and it's much better to see this in Game 2 compared to Game 1 where they did practically nothing, where they had no harassment potential at all. So if they could capitalize on this, maybe understand support, grab some kills on their own, at least secure their lanes, then we could be looking at a brand new team. But again, it depends on whether they can secure these kills, and and get the CS on their main cores. Get these main items to get the ball rolling. Yeah, looks like Carl is doing his best to try and push out the Death Prophet, but Death Prophet, she is one of those tankier mids. Also got a lot of nuking power behind her as well, so she's not an easy hero to push out of lane. Oh,
yeah, but he does realize that she was out of mana. Pops the mango, unfortunately. The Cryptic Swarm is not enough. Didn't reach her in time.
yeah, nice blink out there from Carl. Not going to take any second chances.
Fairly
The
even
Death
in the mid
Prophet-
lane, although the Death Prophet's doing absolutely well. 19 and 5 in the last hit and denies. Not too far apart though, but Boom Bell falling pretty low down in bottom. Things are gonna be actually more or less stagnant if no ganks were to occur until Jackie gets like level 6, and that's where he's gonna start running them down.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite boring until then. I suppose we're just going to have to watch these lanes. Looks like Q wants to rotate mid, maybe just to try and secure this kill onto Carl, but there is a mid lane ward. So it's going to be hard to sneak up on Carl unless they go for either an invis rune, like the one Zephyr is about to pick up, or a smoke.
Invisibility.
I wonder if they can kill bottom lane with this rune.
It's
It'll be
almost
quite
5 minute
tough.
mark. Rotations are going down bottom. Zephyr trying to be in place to maybe get a gank or something just before the 5 minute to get more value out of it. Jackie, if he's not careful though, the Fate Ball is there. The damage is enough. He's disarmed. He's trying to make it away. Will he do so? Jackie falling pretty low. The lift is there. Will take him down. And it's nearly 5 minutes. Great rotation coming up from Zephyr. But top lane, Mazaros immediately moves on to Whitemon under the tower. He doesn't care. His fool actually respects him and backs up.
Yeah, I'd be scared about a TP or a rotation. But they should have seen that Terrorblade was still in lane. I guess just to be safe, maybe worried about something bad happening. But instead just gonna go steal this creep stack instead. So
At
trust.
least Mazaros is having a better game this time around compared to the previous one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Last game was a disaster for Mazaros, but he's doing better now.
Oh, look at that Crypt Swarm. It's just decent burst. K actually has to respect it. They're coming in with the rotation though. Q. All he needs is one good Fisher, but they cannot close the gap.
He seems to know this.
But they had a ward, but it was de-warded. So how did he know? Game sense. There you go. Finally drops down the ward and spots him out. Yeah. Oh, but he's got his own friend coming in with the rotation. Oh no. Whitemon just stacking up the jungle.
Can't do too much when you can blink away. So that's going to be, unfortunately, a no-go for the Shaker. There was an Arcane Rune picked up by Fearless. That is a terrifying rune on a Death Prophet.
Oh, she actually has... She's level 6, but she didn't skill into Exorcism, actually.
So there's a couple ways to play the Death Prophet. Ideally, you'd only want to go for Exorcism when you're ready to push. And
yeah, but hold on, thought because Raven is being committed on right now. Disrupt him into the abyss, but now his illusion's hitting back at him, hitting hard. Raven tries to get out of here, has his own illusion, but unfortunately will go down.
Nice kill onto the Terrorblade. He wasn't expecting that.
Yep, immediately on mid lane, he's out of mana. Fearless has the Spirit Siphon, so he will be tanky enough to get out of there. And you were saying about how to play the Death Prophet. Go ahead.
It's not that big of a deal. There's two ways to play the Death Prophet. So the first way is that if you think you're gonna get, if you have a free lane, you don't skill the Exorcism until you're ready to use it, which is somewhere between level 6 and level 9. If you go for level 9, it normally just means you have a free lane, you can farm as much as you want. Normally, if you're farming, you don't want to push mid till you push the tower down because you want to keep the creep wave in that middle lane because you know you're not going to get ganked. But he's leveled it up at 7, so I presume this movement here, we're going to be seeing the Exorcism soon on the Death Prophet. I know he's thinking about it.
I reckon they should be taking towers at about now, right? Lycan has got his feral form, Exorcism is up. Surely they play around it and get... Yep. They can storm this one down if they want to. He's got a Necro book as well. They're going to push towers real fast.
They've got to know something's wrong because he's not showing himself down in the bottom lane. They have to suspect something.
There you go. Out comes the Wolves into the Necro Book. He's going to claw Raven down one after another. The root is there to hold him in place. Raven's trying to run out, but he will do so. Actually, turns their target towards the tower. At least get something out of it. They really need to get some value. The duel is there onto Whitemon. Whitemon will feed in onto the duel damage and maybe transition straight into the tower. This is the Lycan game. They're just going to run at you real fast. And with the Necronomicon, they're going to take you down real fast too.
Not really what you could do here if your Geek fam don't have the same level of initiation as you do in that last game. And even Death Puppet's pushing mid. And if Carl leaves us through the lane, yeah, it gets worse. Insta TPs. If Fearless can get out, it'll be a huge win for him.
Immediately the rotation, you can tell they're splitting the pushes up. Fearless is a bit more tanky, but he is out of mana, and I think he will go down with the Sonic Wave. They will secure that kill. Boom Bell in the area to feed into it next. They do secure the top tower. Unfortunately, mid is gonna stand.
Well, it's a misplay for Boom Bell. After seeing the Death Prophet die, he got pushed by the Sonic Wave. Not really much you could do there. So if he didn't TP in, he would have been able to survive. And maybe thinking that Death Prophet would be tanky enough. They grabbed the tower, but you're still losing your Death Prophet. Don't want to be losing her. She's got a lot of gold on her. Although, interestingly enough, her CS isn't really that up there.
So Axo's down for 60 seconds. Surely they play around their big ultimates because they can't push without it. So at this point, Mazaros should find a space to at least secure himself some more duel damage as his duel is up. Oracle is there with the roots.
Radiant's bottom tower
Holds him there.
is under attack.
Unfortunately, no follow-up. He's got to be careful though. He could just come in for the initiation, but Cuckoo is there as well, trying to go in. If they so wish to commit, they're right down at the bottom. They actually find him out, disrupt him. Whitemon's the real deal here. Wants to force a duel up on him, but Boom Bell now the next target in line. Swashbuckles up onto the high ground, gets blocked by his own illusion. First the attack will get him back up, but only delaying the inevitable as the Purifying Flames will kill him off.
Oh, beautiful timing. He's prioritizing the shrines, but Jackie trying to run away in the Lycan form.
Yeah, he's just playing it really fast. Jackie finally catches, takes down the mid tower, runs away. The objectives has been done. They can just do this over and over again.
That should help.
So it seems that, oh wait, Lycan form on the roof. Oh, thinking about it. The priorities for Geek Fam though, they seem to be on point. They took both shrines during that shrine timing just now, which is perfect extra resources for the team. They couldn't really protect it on Trust, unfortunately. They only had the supports there, I believe, and they ended up losing Boom Bell in the process. So it seems for now, even though Geek Fam, they are under threat from all this pushing, they still have their head in the game. They are still taking objectives like they're planning to. And Trust, I feel like they need to respect these timings as well, because any little bit of gold, any little bit of EXP gets 100% utilized by Geek Fam. It's not wasted, especially on the likes of a Terrorblade. You give any resource for a hero like that, and it just means he's going to come online much, much sooner. And we haven't really seen that much pressure from Terrorblade outside of the laning stage. Raven's still farming. Yeah, some heroes are dying on the side of Geek Fam, but control of the jungle hasn't been fully obtained yet by Trust. And ideally, you'd want to make Geek Fam feel so scared of their jungle that they can't even farm in their own jungle. And so far, that's not really happening. You can see how confident they are on the map. They've got Carl right next to tier 1 in the top lane. You've got Raven farming away in the jungle. You've got Cuckoo farming mid. No worries, even though the tower is gone. He's not afraid of ganks. You need to instill that fear. You need to condition them so that Geek Fam isn't comfortable to make all these movements.
Exorcism is up. Surely they like to play around and maybe trying to secure another tower down at bottom. They were riled up in the area. She is in the area. She's trying to split the fight, I think. I think Fearless game this one is just to make sure that the fight happens someplace else while she rats it down with the Exorcism, because she's been playing that game. He's been playing that game on long.
Yeah. Yours is his next item of choice as well, which means more mana means more Crypt Swarms, and more Crypt Swarms means more damage. So
more
looks
wave
like
players
now,
as well, yeah.
Yeah. More Spirit Siphons too, I suppose. Can't kill the Death Prophet. She is literally undying. There is a smoke though coming in.
Yeah, she might die here though, but Masteros is in the alley. Fearless falling pretty low, but she knows she's got double Spirit Siphon to play around with, but they will back off. They will respect it. They will respect the timing that Motivate Trust has, especially with these two cores. They do D-Ward action. Scout it all out. They know they're in the area. Mazaros, can he get the key duel onto Whitemon? Or at least Zephyr. He has to get a deal onto Zephyr. Oh, Lycan's in the area though, gets the duel onto Zephyr. As I said, the Crypt Swarm is dead, deals decent damage, but unfortunately does not secure the dual damage for himself. Whitemon will go down, Cuckoo's next. But maybe they ping out the tower, they have Exorcism, surely they use it. There we go. Abuse the tempo, it's Feral Form onto Jackie as well, takes down the tier 1 down at bottom. Very
They could
fast,
potentially
really.
take another tower with this as well, so they've got all this momentum. They just popped the spirits, there's a tier 2 right there. What do they want to do with this? They want to fight? Looks like they're not really wanting to push with the Death Prophet, they're just wanting to zone.
It's a little too passive.
Yeah, even Jackie didn't want to fully commit to the tower. I was thinking, you know, maybe with all these summons, with the exorcism, maybe continue with the push, but I think Motivate Trust still a little bit scared from that last game, thinking, guys, we can't mess this up, we can't give them any kills. So again, it's going to be another waiting game for all these cooldowns to finish up. And every time that there's a cooldown period like this, it's free farm for Geek Fam. More farm on the Queen, more farm on Pango, more farm on the, in particular, that Terrorblade.
Yeah, they're way too passive with the lineup they have. They're gonna time out real soon. If like Lycan doesn't even get like a tier 3 in like 20 minutes, by then Raven's probably gonna be farmed enough to hold the high ground with just these illusions and clear out, push out the creep waves, and then they're in trouble. Fearless tries to turn this one around. Actually, is aced it up. Carl, Sonic Waves is there. Unfortunately, could not burst in time. Just whoa, actually turns it around again with the Spirit Siphon. But the save coming from the disrupt coming up from Boom Bell, and the Echo committed. The Chibate is perfect.
They got the Queen kill, but that was a big investment. They didn't lose the Death Prophet, but that was Echo now on cooldown, and that was also the purge from the Shadow Demon, now on cooldown for 40 seconds of Queen off the board. Not sure if that's the trade-off that you want. I guess it's extra gold for your team, but at the end of the day, that kill doesn't really mean they're pushing.
I'm just waiting for the chat to say something nasty about Carl. That's what they always do when he makes commitment like that up in the top lane on his toes. Mid lane down, the duel is out, and he's gonna shred Cuckoo down to bits, give the duel damage on the way of Mazaros, and surely you get more with this. Clears the jungle, maybe even go to Roche. They're going to Roche.
I'm fine with Roche. Roche is a pretty big objective to take. They've got a Lycan, the summons, it's gonna be pretty quick as well. And the courier dies, that was Cuckoo's courier, so that's gonna be off the table. But Roche is pretty good though, that means you're gonna have Aegis. Not sure if you want to put it on Bo, do you want to put it on Jackie? Maybe even Mazaros, so Mazaros can play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah,
but they're coming.
Most likely Jackie, right? Needs the tempo here, or immediately
there's no Echo.
Echo is on the cooldown, but they do secure the Roche before it happens. They did not want to fight into the Exorcism. Oh, look at the other team. Shut it down. As the ring to actually come back up, but he will pop eventually. Mazaros gets the duel on the Raven in the back line, but he's hitting back hard and he took bad damage on the way of Raven. Sunders him up. Fearless now in trouble. One right click. Oh, misses it. RNG gods on his side for a brief, but now Jackie, the next target in line, and this is what we're afraid of. Raven is too big now.
Oh, that's a really big blow, especially for Motivate Trust. They just wanted to take the Roche, grab the Aegis, get ready for the next push, but Geek Fam, they understood the timing. They knew that there was going to be no Echo, and that, oh no, poor Q dies. But they knew that all the major team-fight counter initiation spells were on cooldown. So to go in there and to contest it was perfect. And here's the drawback to some of these heroes and Motivate Trust's lineup, especially on a Death Prophet. When Death Prophet comes back with an Aegis, if she's popped her Exorcism, she doesn't come back with the Ghosts. The Ghosts unfortunately, because it's a spell, it goes with Death Prophet. So ideally, Death Prophet is not a good candidate for an Aegis unless you're expecting her to die before she casts the Exorcism. I don't think they had a choice with who they wanted to give it to. They just had to get it onto somebody. Maybe they thought that Death Prophet was going to be able to get out with the ghosts, but you can see that Geek Fam, they prioritize it so perfectly. And when she came back too, oh my goodness, the HP swap coming in from the Terrorblade was perfect. Thunder is so good.
That was a definitely win from Geek Fam. They got an entire team white, or at least almost an entire team white. And now Motivate Trust has to feel like they're on a clock right now. Fed the dual damage onto Raven and now trying to claim one for themselves. They will, but Cuckoo comes in for the swashbuckle. Will they look for more? The cooldown's up. He does have Rolling Thunder, but he's been silenced up. The control is there by the Earthshaker. Swashbuckles away. Barrel pump forward, but Rolling Thunder again. The most annoying thing to fight against. Jackie just has to play, well, hide and seek when he's in that ball form and all that. Commitment, that's your ultimate down for 90 seconds. We'll even get a tower at this point.
They're gonna turn this misery into some kind of bonus, but they can grab the tower. Yep. Oh, it's denied. Oh, Carl coming in clutch with the team. So that tower, I mean, they push the tower still. You gotta keep pushing these towers with your trust. If you stop pushing towers, you're not executing your lineup to do what it's supposed to do, which is mainly push. They've got to end this game soon. They've got to do something, whether it is to get items to push up high ground, if it's to ruthlessly push. The only problem is, we've mentioned this before, the cooldown on their lineup.
Oh, big fight happening up here, and it comes down to Raven knocking out of a fortress. Has the illusions to actually deal extra damage, but the Sonic Wave will be there to take out Cuckoo from the fight. They still have their exorcism, but will not risk any further. They forced one buyback at the very least. Good enough for them, I guess. But now here comes the downside of a fast-pushing lineup. They can't really kill North far, man. Look at the net worth. Raven towers them all by at least a 2k lead.
But the thing is, no one's really meant to be farming on this first lineup. They're supposed to all be pushing together because the entire
exactly, but they're playing it a bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them for playing it slow because they had a catastrophic team fight just now in the Roche pit. And you don't want to be making the same mistake, because if you make another mistake, lose 3 or 4 heroes again in another team fight, then I feel that Geek Fam has every right to just take control of the game.
Oh, there you go. Gets the duel again on the Zephyr, but the Sun is safe! What a bomb champ! Has
the
Echo Slam. Yep, they forced it out. This is definitely a big win on Geek Fam already. Only lost Zephyr, but Cuckoo, he died back for this, so absolute win going on Motivate Trust. Now they have to capitalize on this. That was a buyback, that was Zephyr, and they forced the Sunder out. Surely you try and rush in for the tower.
Big spells, they gotta push now, and I like what they're doing here. So they got some big kills. They have no idea if Pango has buyback, so they're gonna try their luck now, because Pango is the main initiator outside of Queen of Pain for Geek Fam. Once they start dishing some damage to this tower and they realize he has no buyback, they're gonna push hard. Look at the damage this tower is taking as well from all the summons. This isn't even with Exorcism. This is just all the summons. The tower's gone.
The tower has fallen.
This is
And we
very
can see-
reminiscent of, yeah,
the pushing power of Trust lineup. You can't let them push like that.
that's what they're built to do. That's what they drafted for. Raven, this guy has to come online way faster. Maybe his teammates really need to start clearing the waves. Try to handle the lanes out a little bit. Give him more space to farm up. Right now, already queuing into an Axe. So things are gonna get upwards from then on. He has the net worth on his side though, so Raven has not slowed down. He's not slowed down just a bit. He's even farming into the enemy's jungle, which is good. But Motivate Trust, I'm worried for how long they can keep this one up. How long are you big enough until it's not enough damage?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They've got to keep going. They can't stop the push, but look at what Geek Fam is doing. They are threatening a push themselves. And the best thing they can do here is force a team fight, force Lycan form, force Echo, force all of these pushing spells. And if they can get out of this fight scot-free but force all these spells to be used, Trust can't push.
Carl perfectly positioned at the top.
Beautiful.
They all made it up the Sonic Wave. Will get out in time, but at least he forced that one out. But Carl is in excellent line, getting clawed down by this Lycan. And that's the blink, so he's safe. And now Cuckoo just being a huge nuisance with the lip is there. There's so much control onto this Lycan. He will go down with Raven and his with Raven and his Metamorphosis. Exorcism has been committed. This is not the fight. Deflection there to slow him down a little bit. Disarm the Purge from the Prestige attack. And well, hold in place with the Oracle's root, but it seems like that fight was over.
This is honestly the perfect situation to be in if you're Geek fam. You win a team fight, you forced out Exorcism, you've killed the Lycan, even better than just forcing the Lycan form. So now they know that they are under no threat of being pushed, that they can just do whatever they want now.
And that's what I was afraid of, the Rolling Thunder. It's so much of a nuisance for like all these melee cores to play against.
So unfortunately, Trust, they lose a huge portion of their base. I just want to know what's the plan going on from here, because they are going for an Assault Caress on the Lycan, so still going for all this minus armor, all this this pushing stuff to try and speed up the pushes. But there comes a point where they're going to have to start building survivability or team fight items, because...
Oh, can he actually get the do? No, he was silenced up. Okay, actually gets out in time. That wow, did he like arcade him as he blinked in?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god, that reflexes though.
Hey, you gotta have the reflex to be mid.
It's insane.
Right, so now this game is pretty much Trust's game to lose, because the entire purpose of their lineup is to push. Look at them now. They are not pushing. You can see that they're trying to prep that top lane for push. But they are also afraid of Geek fam potentially coming in for a smoke, a backstab, anything to stop the push. And if they can just force spells out, again, they're going to delay the push, which means more farming time for Raven. And once Raven hits critical mass, there is absolutely nothing that you can do if you're Trust. They do not have the damage to scale into late game. They have the potential to do so, but you need to be ahead to do that. And they are currently not ahead.
Yep, and they're going to get more from that one. Oh, I actually tried to commit on the Q, but the save coming up from Boombell in there is perfect. Now, they do not have the lead in gold. They do not have the lead in kills. And, oh, wait, they do have a lead in one kill, but they do not have the level. Another drawback with the strat they're pulling right now. This is why it's such a time-sensitive strategy, because you're grouped as 5 so often that you're now fallen behind in the levels. Level 17 on this Death Prophet, and 15 on this Lycan. They are severely under-leveled right now.
Yep, and this is sort of what happens when you go for a snowball lineup. When you are snowballing as 5 heroes, no one's farming, no one's pushing, no one's getting additional EXP. And unfortunately, that's one of the setbacks of snowball. Your snowball has to succeed for it to benefit the team, because if you're snowballing and you are not pushing, you are not taking objectives, you're not really achieving anything to move the game forward, your team is losing out on EXP because the enemy team is farming, they're pushing, they're jungling. They are the ones setting themselves up for a late game, and you are not. And Trust, they are running out of time. I honestly think if they can't breach high ground 30 minutes in, that might just be it.
Actually, I think they timed out already. Like, this is struggling.
It looks like
26
it.
minutes,
It looks like
tier
it.
2s are still up. That is severely struggling for the sides of Motivate Trust.
So they've got to try and get their rhythm going again, but the thing is, how do you do that? I do think they know Carl is there, so maybe Mazaros? Oh no, Mazaros doesn't know he's there. Oh, they see him now.
They spot him out. Q drops a fissure. Perfect, but the blink
can't get
forward
him.
was a bad prediction, and he will just blink his way out. But
Oh,
they do scout him
Boombell-
out with the
Boombell stopped
Shadow
him.
Poison. Come on, Boombell. He's right where he was at. No, the mind game, the jukes. And they're all
Look at
waiting
where
on the
Geek
high
Fam is.
ground. Yeah.
It's a bait. It's
It's gonna look. It's gonna be sour. They do have the Lycan scouting things out. Commits it with the echo, and that's perfect. Zephyr will now come in. The entire squad can actually come in. Metamorphose is already committed. Right-clicking him down, and if they don't go in for the team fight, they can very well just push the tower, especially with Meta. But they want Roche. That's a bigger objective to gain.
That's also Echo used, and now there's going to be no Echo for this Roche attempt. I don't see Trust being able to win this Roche fight. They need... Just the threat of Echo would have been enough to maybe reel Geek Fan back, but now that they know that there's no Echo, they are going to be so comfortable going into this fight. Supports bracing themselves on the high ground, perfect positioning.
Well, they have an action system, and here it's gone. They're going to try for it. The duel in the backline catches Cuckoo on guard. But unfortunately, cannot finish him off, and he's the one turning low. Immediately, Raven comes in with the meta. He's trying to fight through it all under the cover of false promise. He will live. Cuckoo finally gets the rolling thunder off, and that fight is just over. They do take down Raven, though, so that's one thing going their way. Carl being controlled up by the backline. Jackie's still living and breathing. They might actually have a chance. Cuckoo's falling in low, but Carl, now he's expanded all his skills, has the proper late BKB. He will go down, he will. And now Jackie and Cuckoo, who will win out of this one? Force 2 buybacks, 1 out of the side of Geek Fan, 2 out of the side of Motivate Trust. Cuckoo is trying to back off. Whitemon's in the area. They will go off and disengage, and wow. I thought it was bad for Motivate Trust, but they did lose Raven. They did lose the car, but they did. It costed them 2 buybacks. Now they gotta turn it into a Roche at the very least.
If they see them attempt the Roche, they will buy back. I'm certain of this. They're not going to freely give away a Roshan to Jackie.
Oh, that's a
nice pickups.
If they take him out, he's gone for a very long time. Great pickup block right there. Cuckoo now turning this one around. This Earthshaker also bought back, so mind him. He's gotta be careful. Oh, immediately duel comes in the backline onto Whitemon. Great initiation. Will take the duel damage. Mazaros is finally up and running. Disrupt is there. Soul Catcher will actually follow it up with Donkey. Counter Fisher play. Will let Cuckoo walk away just in time.
Raven has respawned. Does he have Metamorphosis? That's 13 seconds. He's got Ag as well. He could have the fear, but it's going to be too late.
Oh, they finally got it. But that's a perfect rolling thunder though. In with the Fisher as well. Awesome in the single spot. Raven, he does have his meta. If they want to fight into this, I think like and Sparrow Fox. Oh no. The silence. Perfect. First is off with Master style and now comes into the Acro Snap. Thunders off. Will save him and take the kill onto Fearless instead. Raven outplaying.
Stunning Fisher. That was very nice to catch the Death Puppet too. And unfortunately, when you're caught in that fear from the Ags, absolutely nothing you can do there. So nice little pick off, but they still did lose the Aegis. Good news for Trust. But realistically speaking, how useful is this Aegis going to be on the Lycan? I don't think it's going to serve as much of a purpose for Trust as it will now compared to if they got it the first time. But we'll have to see first, because now they've got to start applying pressure.
Yeah. I guess they'd rather want to deny the Aegis from Geek Fam as well, because if Raven has it, it's pretty much over for them. It's quite hard to kill him twice.
Yep. Basher coming up as Jackie's next item of choice, and Basher Lycan is when things start to get very scary, because now not only are you going to move stupidly fast, if you get those Bashers in, you are getting a kill. So Geek Fam, they've got to be aware that this Lycan, he is slowly scaling. Yeah, he's built for push, but Lycan himself, he can actually scale reasonably well. I think he's the only hero that actually scales maybe out the Legion, as long as Mazaros keeps getting all this damage. What damage percentage is Mazaros at now? How much has he taken? He's up to 66, so not too bad. It could be better, but as the game goes later and later, if he gets more dual damage, Mazaros might end up being a key hero that Geek Fam need to watch out for.
Spots out the fake. They know Q is going to try and rush up onto the high ground with that Centaur. Surely they know something's fishy. They do circle them out in the mid lane, so they know that this rotation is coming in. Most likely. They saw this Centaur, did they? Yeah, Mazaros showed himself.
The end is Rin in the river that they're going to take with Mazaros. Honestly, if Mazaros can find someone and duel them, I think he could kill them. Is this Queen of Pain? Oh, Carl's TPing out. Nice timing with that TP too.
What is the viability of Ags for Lycan this game? You know, actually have wolves being spawned at the get-go, so your lanes are always pushed out?
The Ags? Isn't that the one where you turn your ally into a wolf?
Was it? Was that? Oh yeah, there we go.
By an ally.
By an ally.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Grants them the shapeshift.
Hang on.
What if Mazaros turns
wait.
into a wolf?
That's what I was thinking. Mazaros could actually be a very, very nice wolf.
Like he's got the damage. If you give him the speed.
It could be viable, but I don't know if they have that much confidence in Mazaros being able to utilize the wolf form yet. Maybe if he has more damage.
Well, they're banking on that, and if we see that, I'll be totally happy. Like, I've never seen it. It's so rare that you go for those situational plays, but if this one works out, if they do pull it here, that would be quite the treat to watch.
I just kind of wish maybe Valve, like, you know, pulls their finger out if they made it so that every hero has their own wolf form. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, that'd be.
But
like,
I'm very
you
sure.
Can sell that, like the aesthetics. Yo, buy this cosmetic, and when you turn into a wolf,
and
you
if
get
you,
this. Yeah.
Dude, someone would have to make like over 100 different wolves.
Hey,
Oh,
it's more
dear.
compendium money. Just think about it. It's more compendium money, and then it's gonna be a
I
bigger
don't know
prize
if anyone
pool.
at Valve wants to do that.
So the game's going later and later and later as it goes. Raven is raking up the net worth right now, nearly hitting the 20k on the net worth chart. What is he queuing up to next? He's already probably butterfly. Yeah, he's got the
Butterfly.
yeah. Talisman of evasion all queued up.
Yep. Honestly, just can't get any better than that, really. Butterfly, the movement speed, the agility, the evasion as well is going to come in handy because a lot of the damage that actually threatens Raven is physical, especially Lycan and Legion. Those two in particular are causing him a lot of issues. So once that comes up, more survivability, and then at this rate, it's up to Trust with how they initiate. It's been really hard to see who Trust is going for because oh, hang on.
Well, we know now, but already this station with the action snap passes on to and two crucial one. That is the backline support. Takes Zapper down, Whitemon next. If they can take him down, there's no saving grace. Rolling Thunder, great Lotus Orb actually cancels it. Oh, now Q's the one getting low. Sonic Wave tries to sidestep it, but able to go down. Fearless in too deep. Pops the BKB with the Exorcism, tries to roll out. But Cuckoo, talking about rolling out, he's rolling straight in. Cuckoo gets the stun onto him. Control is there, but he's away from his allies, so probably no follow-up. But that was not bad coming out from Motivate Trust.
Jackie's a wolf. Did he want to try and engage there? Was he there during the fight? He must have tried to come in and then...
Well, Raven's on his own. They can actually maybe take... Nah, the damage. He hits too hard like a truck.
A sprite support's down as well. And they only got... I mean, it's supports for supports, but still. Oh man, if Jackie was able to push while all that was happening, I think that would have been a pretty big win. Maybe take that tier 2 down the bottom, but... Looks like for Trust, their priorities is more towards each other than these objectives. I'm a little bit worried about that because it's good to value your teammates during the team fights, maybe try and help out, but I think they need to try and find that balance between pushing and helping the team out in a potential team fight, because so far you can see now, Geek Fam, they've pinned Trust on their side of the map. We haven't really seen Trust on the Dire side, and because of that, Geek Fam now have pure map control. They are the ones threatening Trust. It should be the other way around. Trust should be threatening Geek Fam, but the game is just getting later and later. Jackie is becoming more and more irrelevant. He's still scaling, but I don't see a Lycan outscaling a Terrorblade.
Yeah, now he's back to where he was a couple of minutes ago. Down the bottom to below both the Queen of Pain and Raven himself. 23k net worth lead under his name. This guy, again, you give him the free farm, you're in a whole lot of trouble. Butterfly already finishes up.
And there's nothing
Nearly
really
full
stopping
slotted.
Geek Fam from farming. Yeah, honestly, there's nothing stopping Geek Fam from farming. No tower pushes, no ganks, no threatening gankers. It's just Trust falling into Geek Fam's trap. And now this pushing lineup is at the mercy of a late
Radiant's
game
bottom
lineup.
tower is under attack.
Oh, Mazaros, you don't want to lose him too soon.
Oh, immediately the lift comes in by Zephyr with the initiation, but look at the backlines though. Immediately comes in with the exorcism, but the Rolling Thunder again being such a pain to deal against him. Mazaros, he has the BKB, needs to get a duel up somewhere. Whitemon is the target in his eyes. Simon is there, blocks the fall from him. Immediately he sways him from going for it. Now Fearless is the one being body blocked by his own ally and now has the bomb to cheese. They're going for Raven. Raven spells the silence and oh, the Acro Slam is there just to hold them back, but all that expansion of big ultimates for what? To get Zephyr. And they're trying to go in again. You see Whitemon, he got rooted up, and even more so with the Oracle, and now he's silenced up. Whitemon has the Lotus Orb, will walk away, job onto him, and Q is the one to fall next. Q just need a single swashbuckles, will take him down. Mazaros in the area gets slowed down. He's trying his best. He gets speared away. Actually make it. No, swashbuckles there. He's kind of tanky, this guy. Jackie though, trying in the back line. K will finally come in and try to get it done, but Disruptive is there. Jackie, the next target, will not live Telltale. They are just running at him. Geek Fam trying to end the game. Cuckoo, Rolling Thunder in. That's the second Rolling Thunder in this single team fight. He can get for Boom Belt next. If they take him down, there's no saving grace. Oh, he disappears. That's odd.
I TP'd home.
Oh, TP'd. Okay. Whitemon.
They're still going
even
though.
he's feeling. Yeah, they're feeling confident. They know they can't do much though. Oh, finally gets the deal on the Whitemon. Perfect. Now maybe they can get onto the Terrorblade. Terrorblade on his own. He's still relying on everyone else. Gets the Thunder off. Tries to dodge it with the Manta. Illusion to dispel the silence, and now the lift counter initiation is there with all his illusion. He's gonna do the damage. He is silenced up. The stolen duel from Zephyr holds him there, but eventually will pop the poison of Carl on his Queen of Pain, and this is looking all the way Geek Fam.
Good for me.
We might just be seeing the final last words of Motivate Trust. You can definitely see that they are running out of juice. They're running out of gas. They just don't have enough anymore. Can I say props to the supports on Geek Fam? I don't know how they do it. They just seem to be the perfect baits for every gank. Because we've seen Motivate Trust, they fall into the trap of using all these big spells to kill a Rubik and an Oracle. And then everyone else comes in, and then all of a sudden Trust realizes, wait a minute guys, we forgot about everyone else. You know, the Queen of Pain, the Pango, the Terrorblade, and then they have nothing to control those three, and then they just die one by one by one. But we might just be seeing the last words of Motivate Trust. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think they have anything left. Oh, oops.
They don't even want it. Yo.
To be fair, I don't really think they need it. Raven is tanky enough to probably not die. Unless he gets hit by everything, then sure, but I don't think he's gonna die anymore. Oh no, are they gonna lose the death prophet?
Possibly, maybe will have to go down, but the duel still with Zephyr!
Oh
my god, this guy, how did he get the duel? I don't even know when he got it, but he got it, and Fearless will be cancelled his speed, and now this will bar him down. As long as it takes, they have all the time in the world. I hate saying this, that might be it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They've lost the death prophet, there's no exorcism ghost, no buyback, 70 seconds. And you can see Motivate Trust nowhere to be seen. They are away from home, and they might want to stay away from home.
Like I said, the Rolling Thunder was going to be such a pain to deal with, and it proves that all their initiation has been to no avail with that Rolling Thunder being around. And Kay, again, with the pickup of the Queen of Pain just to burst down this blue bell is so crucial. Oh, they're just running at him. Geek Fam, bad him already. Jackson tries to run out as the Pharaoh form, but Raven's holding his ground. In fact, he's a turret. He's a turret in your base, and he's right-clicking you down. The root is there. Silence to follow up with. All the control in the world. He's down for 100. 20 seconds, and he comes in. Oh, perfect angle. Actually, to this fight around. Takes on Raven, takes on Kay, takes on Whitemon. Simba has to fly back. That was a great attempt going up to the queue, but unfortunately, all his force has already gone down. Kay just comes in with the Aegis, respawn, and cleans it all up. GG has been called, but that was a way to end it.
Wait, did Geek
Oh,
Fam
wait,
GG?
hold up.
Oh, okay.
Wait, is that legal?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he called GG, and then he said wrong.
Middle tower has fallen.
We'll leave that up to admins.
Well, yeah, it's not up to us, but oh man, that Echo Slam, the savior of Motivate Trust. But he has to down in 70, and all the teams, all the teammates from the side of Geek Fam is all respawn. He's gonna focus down tower. Raven says, "You're not gonna call GG. I'm gonna make you tap." He tries to go for the duel onto Kay. Kay is holding his ground, not even taking damage with the false promise. We'll hold him up. But Raven, he's taking out his throne. It's down to 1%. It's gone. Geek Fam storms over 2-0. And this side of Motivate Trust, the underdogs will bow down its head to the greater form, and that is Geek Fam.
Well, Geek Fam, I definitely think they have improved over the past 2 weeks. They found their momentum as a team. We can see that they clearly have a plan going into each and every match. And I think the most obvious one is to get that farm onto Raven. The other one is to try and just drag the game for as long as possible. Set yourselves up, whether it be buying BKBs, buying mechs, 4-stars, anything to help your team survive. And so that once Raven is ready, then the team just suddenly presses the big red button, and that's it. It's the win button. It has his name on it. It's Raven. Yep. Ooh.
It's all Raven. I think the chat has no arguments against that. Raven is the carry for Geek Fam. He's always been carrying Geek Fam, and he will continue to carry Geek Fam as they move forward in this best of 3 upper bracket, right? It is the grand final weekends, which means winner of this series fights the winners of the next series of the day, and well, God knows who is the winner will, by the way, get seeded into the ESL 1 Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to check on that one, but I saw it on the Twitch chat. The admins were spamming it down there in the comments. So, well, let's take a look at what the statistics was like in the previous game.
You know, I wish there was a graph here, because I wanted to see where it started going downhill for Motivate Trust. Because it looked like Motivate Trust, they were setting themselves up to win that match, but I think you said it best, they started to just slow down. They really slowed down as well, because they were pushing super, super hard, and then all of a sudden, they slowed down, they gave Geek Fam a chance to come back, and then we had the catastrophic Roche attempt. And I think that probably was the catalyst to bringing that game back into Geek Fam's favor, because besides that, Motivate, they were pushing towers like they were supposed to. They were trying to secure as much control by going through ganks with Mazaros. If anything, Mazaros probably did a lot of the heavy lifting when it came to creating that space, because he was constantly just trying to find somebody to maybe scare Geek Fam off. But Geek Fam, they capitalized on the one mistake, and all of a sudden, Motivate, they just lost absolutely everything.
I don't think Motivate actually capitalized on the tempo they had. They had an idea going in. They had the whole push lineup already.
They slowed down.
They slowed down. It was like, yeah, sure, I get it that it's not easy to push into Geek Fam, but obviously after the 20-minute mark, it's gonna get harder. But in the early game, it was like very questionable. Like when you forced a hero away from the bottom tower, Fearless had his exorcism. The fight was happening someplace else. Like he didn't want to commit it. maybe he wants to commit it only in a team fight, but yeah, they did not play the tempo as fast as we thought they would. They were actually playing it very safe, which only gave time for Geek Fam. And man, look at Raven 7-3 and 9. Well, yeah, the Whitemon. Look at Whitemon actually 11-2 and 11. Holy crap, this guy has more KDA than Raven. Surely Raven's not gonna take the cake of this time around. But yeah, they gave the space for Raven. They were playing a bit more passive. Geek Fam, props to them. They held with all the pressure that was given to them. Motivate Trust, they tried their best. At least it's a closer fight, a closer contest in this game number 2 with 25-27 of kills and 6-10 objectives. So they just timed out. There's no other way around it. They timed out.
Well, Geek Fam, they're going to make their way on through to the grand finals for tomorrow in a best of 5, and their opponent will be determined very soon because our next match will be coming up shortly. Keith, I think a lot of people have been waiting for this one as well. Before we jump into that game, I think we've all got to give our respects to the MVP of the match. Let's see who it's going to be.
Please not Raven, please not Raven, please not. Oh, yeah, there we go. Carl, finally.
Carl, okay.
Acknowledgement. Oh, this guy, he's been having such a bad run with the Twitch chat, at least, where I'm reading comments from. Everyone's just calling him tilting, trigger happy, questionable. Well, he did do something questionable up at the top lane where he tried to commit onto Fearless, the Death Prophet. But 11-2 and 11, yo, come on, chat. It's over. I mean, okay, time to give the man the respect. He did stabilize
this game. He played a lot better today in particular compared to his previous runs. So I think I'm not sure if it's either through some scrims, maybe they've decided to work through him as a team as well, just so that they can get that synergy going, because the last thing you want is to be out of sync with your mid, and especially with how integral the mid role is. So I'm glad that he's actually starting to find his stride with the team, because I was a bit worried that if it didn't happen soon, then we might run into some problems. So hopefully we see more good things with Carl in the future.
Yeah. So highlight of this match, I have to give it to the moment where Whitemon from Geek Fam called GG, because yo, if anyone's not clipping that, I don't know what is up with you guys.
Oh
that right there is viral content for the Dota 2 community. Yeah. Someone called GG before it was over.
That used to be a thing. I remember there was a tournament and a team was winning. They were basically smacking the Ancients, and then I'm guessing it was a mistype. Winning team called GG, and the admins actually called that GG a GG, so they ended up losing that match. It was quite devastating for the team, but I remember I was in that match and I was casting it. This was ages ago, and I just sat there. I was like, "Oh my god, there's so much drama."
This could have been it. This could have been it. So, yeah, go ahead.
It's fine. I'm done with that match. That was a long time ago. As for us, though, we're going to be done for this series. We're going to be having a quick commercial break, and once we're back, we'll be jumping into our final best of 3 of the days. Apparently, my English is going as well. Guys, we'll be back soon. Stick around. I've got some more Dota action. It'll be an exciting match coming up next.
Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness.
chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like they can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make it.
moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see, I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Reasons to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus of focus heights, I'm trying to get my opals right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep it hooked up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the hole.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. We've just concluded our first match of the day and we have one more to go before our fated grand finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow. Keith, are you ready for probably the most hype?
I mean, I was about to say I've been waiting for this evening a whole day since yesterday. Okay? It's Boom Esports up against Adroit. Adroit, a team who is by far one of the strongest teams in Southeast Asia. But here's a fun fact, all right? I didn't know about this, but apparently a friend of mine was watching their game this morning. They played each other this morning. It was the BTS Pro League, I think. And guess what happened? Boom Esports 2-0 Adroit. So this is technically a chance at revenge.
I didn't expect that. I was thinking maybe at least 3 games, then I could see, you know, sometimes that happens, but 2-0.
I looked it up. It checked out. They played, and so like in the same day, this is their chance at revenge. This is more than just the grand finals right now. This is someone's got something to prove. That's exciting.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's going to be another best of 3 as well. I'm assuming that's the same because they got 2-0'd. I mean, the good news, I suppose, is that the teams. I'm trying to think of what to say. I'm assuming that at least they're warmed up. They played against each other this morning. They've got a rough idea on how everyone's feeling. So I think, if anything, maybe we'll let the draft do the talking.
But before we get into that, I just want to give I'm gonna give a huge shout out to Bombing Bishop. She says, or he says, Danelie, great insights so far. Keith, love the enthusiasm, and we're gonna keep it up or make it even better in this last matchup for today. So let us take a look at the lineup for the teams that will be playing in match number 2. Boom Esports.
Okay, so on Boom Esports.
Wait, hold up. There's 2 triple
Okay, hang
cells.
on. Wait. Oh, okay. Production. Can we please have this fixed? This is okay. They'll get it fixed for next time. But apparently, Dream still plays 2 roles. He plays position 1 and position 2. That I did not know. Oh my goodness.
He's definitely the carry of the team. He's the guy to look out for, but FBC, Hyde, and KSQ, they all have a name in the scene, especially in Indonesia. They are by far, I think, the best team in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. I mean,
Yes.
they won against Adroit, so that speaks volume on its own, right? So, Adroit's from Philippines, Boom Esports from Indonesia, Danelie was from Indonesia. I'm like painting a bias right now.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at Adroit really quickly before Keith says something else. Alright, so you got Natsume, Mac, Bok, Boomy, and CML. I'm very sure a lot of you know these guys as well. Adroit, they have been rocking the Southeast Asian scene this season. Keith, do you want to add anything else that might be relevant?
What are you talking about? They're all relevant. They played at ESL 1 Los Angeles as well. If you haven't watched them, they, I think, made it to nearly the finals for the C qualifier, but unfortunately Fnatic took them down once again after they beat Fnatic earlier on. So they are a team who can, yes, they can step up to the plate and play up against those international lineups. And, well, we're going to see that team here against a team that just beat them this morning. So I think they're going to come in angry. They're coming in hot.
Well, if anything, if you lost, I'm very sure you want to come in hot. Something that we do remember is that we did cover a lot of Boom ID, and I think the biggest takeaway for Boom ID as a squad is that they are very explosive. The best way to describe them is that when you play against Boom ID, you are literally playing hot potato. Don't drop the potato, because the moment you do, you are messed up, because they snowball like no one's business. There is a slight downside to Boom ID though. They do get a little bit too explosive sometimes, and they tend to get... You can exploit weaknesses because they get too involved in the kills, and then they realize, wait a minute, we got to back up, because in Indonesia, when you play Dota, the fastest teams are generally the ones that end up being the most successful, because sometimes I used to cast the scene a lot. They get too crazy with the late game, and that they will purposely drag the game so they can get into the ultra late game. Boom ID, though, they've fallen out of that habit, which I think is very good. You don't want to go into late game all the time, because bad things happen in late game situations. One move literally equals
especially
one entire
against
team
Adroit. Yeah, against Adroit, who, by the way, Natsume has a trend. I've watched it time and time again. How Adroit plays is they're always going to give Natsume the bad lane. For some weird reason, your +1 carry has the bad lane. He's going to play. He's going to play from behind. But Mac is gonna get all the priorities. He's the mid laner, and then he's gonna make the space at some point in the game. Natsume is gonna come in big, and he's gonna come in strong. So that's how Adroit have been playing. They have seen a lot of success in it, and I guess maybe we'll see it here as well.
Has Boom picked up on this though? Do they realize that Mac is one of the more important players on Adroit? Are they maybe going to punish him in that lane? We'll have to see. I mean, Boom won those 2 games this morning against Adroit, so clearly they've got something going for them. And does Adroit maybe change up the playstyle? Maybe Mac ends up having the bad lane, and then they give the good lane to Natsume. It's hard to say.
Team ban.
We'll see in a moment once we start seeing these hero picks in the lineup as well. In terms of bans, nothing out of the ordinary, the usual. Maybe minus the Clockwork. Clockwork isn't a typical hero that you would see in the first phases of bans.
Dire team pick.
And they picked up the
Oh,
Phoenix on the way of
Phoenix.
Boom. Great team fight potential with the Egg. A decent sustain with the Sunray. All around, quite flex. Could be the offlane, could be the pos 5. Either ways, Boom would like to play it. Meanwhile, on the side of Adroit, yeah.
I've got mixed opinions when it comes to Phoenix, especially when the Phoenix gets picked up this soon. Picking up a Phoenix first pick, obviously there's a lot of benefits to it, just as you mentioned, but the downside is that for Phoenix, the Supernova is typically a very important spell that normally has to go off, and to go for a first pick, you are essentially setting up for the enemy to pick up heroes that can deal with the Supernova Egg.
10 seconds remaining.
Adroit, in the meantime, they go for Void Spirit Magnus, which personally I'm a very big fan of Magnus, whether it be core or support. But normally when you pick up Magnus, you are picking a physical right-clicker. And if you're going for right-clicker cores are essentially the weakness to Phoenix, unless you have a setup such as a Void Chronosphere or an Enigma Black Hole, or even something simple as a Lion Earth Spike, where you can get multiple disables off so that the Phoenix Supernova goes off. So, Boom, I'm not sure if they're trying to set up and maybe lure Adroit to a lineup that deals with the Phoenix Egg, but then they come in with some, lack of a better word, a boom boom power strat that basically kills them before the Supernova Egg breaks. We'll have to see. They go for Ember Spirit. It's typical hero played up against Void Spirit. I don't blame Boom for picking it up now, but I want to see what the combination is with the Phoenix, because I can see Adroit going really hard in with the right clicks.
Yeah, but maybe the Phoenix pick is to force Adroit to pick some sort of a hitter, which could be the case here, but like you said, Magnus in the same team of Adroit, he'd love to be playing with a hitter right now. The Empower is going to just accelerate the farm, and the Cleave is going to be so beneficial in this sense. Yeah, is this how Boom is going to enter their first game of the day? There we go, a hitter for the Egg.
Literally the perfect hero to go against the Phoenix. I need to see here though, what's the countermeasure for the Phoenix Supernova? Because in some team fights, you can just run away from the Supernova and you don't have to worry about the Egg at all. So what is it that Boom does that's gonna make Adroit stick around the Supernova Egg, and that they can keep them there long enough for the Egg to pop?
5 seconds remaining.
You know what though? I really think Adroit's in a really good spot. Reason being that they have a Magnus. So even if maybe Boom catches out a couple of Adroit heroes, because Boom's gonna have to cluster around if they're gonna throw these spells to catch Adroit heroes, Magnus can just come in and counter-initiate the counter-initiation. There's a lot of things that could happen, and I'm a little bit worried about how Boom wants to execute this. If they run a lineup that doesn't revolve around the Supernova Egg, that's fine too. But ideally, you'd want to still include it because it's still valuable burn damage, and especially in the late game situations, if you don't kill off the Supernova Egg, that stun goes through BKB. And it can really catch off some carry heroes if they're not aware that the Supernova is actually popped.
It feels too convenient.
Shadow Demon.
Okay, Shadow Demon's decent against Troll, kites him around with the Demonic Purge, and with the Disrupt actually can buy some time for the Egg to actually pop. But it feels too convenient. Like, why would you pick a Phoenix? It says on the first pick, it's like you're baiting Adroit to pick a hitter, which is Troll,
10 seconds
which we already saw it coming. So I feel Boom has something, there's something in this. Or maybe I could be overcomplicating the situation, but it feels like something is up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what you want to do with the Phoenix, because let's pretend the Supernova doesn't exist. We have to look at the other abilities of the Phoenix. Normally, Phoenix needs someone to set up for the Sunray as well as the Fire. I mean, if you land the Fire Spirits, you can try and aim them yourself. They're a little bit slow though. Ideally, you want setup. Shadow Demon's not really the best hero to utilize a Phoenix. You want someone that has long stun durations, like a Shadow Shaman or a Lion, so that Phoenix can stack multiple spirits and throw a huge duration Sunray. But Shadow Demon's the complete opposite. It doesn't really set up for the Phoenix at all. I guess the Purge combos are with Phoenix, but minus that though, you are very light on disables because you only have the Disruption and the Searing Chains.
I love that pickup. The Bane. I haven't seen this hero for ages, but he's just perfect against these mobility heroes. Amber Spirit now has to play a bit more careful. Fiend's Grip is there. Not to mention the passive Bane has now,
10
where
seconds
your
remaining.
magic resistance just decreased. It's insane.
5
Status
seconds
resistance, actually.
remaining.
Oh my gosh.
The enfeebled.
I'm trying to read Boom, but I think Boom is reading me right now. I don't know what's going on. Oh, this Phoenix has really thrown me off. Adroit seems very level-headed though. I do like their draft. They've got everything that they need. You've got tower push, you've got AoE control, you've got single target control, lane harassment, strong lanes. As for Boom...
Wait, hold up.
What's his for?
Adroit
What
has
we
gotten.
bad.
It could look like a potential 3 cores reveal, unless Magnus is definitely going into the support role at this point. Surely you don't show him right now if that's all 3 cores, no?
So typically we've been seeing more Magnus support. So he should be
Radiant
playing a
team
supporting
back.
role with the Bane. I mean, between Bane and Magnus, these guys actually have really good kill potential between the two of them. Both really tanky, and then you can even set up for a skewer under the tower.
Oh, the Bane is so... Why did they pick a morph into a Bane though? That's a bit questionable.
They've got the Shadow Demon to potentially protect the Bane, I
10
suppose.
seconds
That's
remaining.
true. That's true.
5 seconds remaining.
Is Shaker the last pick for Boom? Maybe they just go for Morphling Shaker, unless it's... Oh, Shaker's banned.
Radiant team pick.
So Legion
So
and
the-
Pango, so both teams suspecting offlaners. So I guess it's not... I'm kind of hoping it's not offlane Phoenix, but... I do need... We need them to grab a solid tempo controlling offlaner.
Amber is pretty much tempo as it is for Boom Esports. As for
And
Adroit, you've got the
I think you need
Void.
more
10
tempo though.
seconds remaining.
They need more tempo. They need more burst because their only burst is Ember Spirit
5
during the laning
seconds
stage.
remaining.
Shadow Demon doesn't really do that much burst damage, and then
Giant team
Phoenix hit or miss. It's Panda.
There you go.
Okay. I'm
That's the tempo right
actually
there.
okay with this. Yeah. And the Brewmaster. Oh, okay. This is interesting. So. Okay,
it's
I
so
like
good.
this Panda. Now that I
It's
think
so
about
good.
it, this is actually a really good
Yeah.
Panda game. So you've
10
got
Imagine-
multiple
seconds
ways to
remaining.
possibly set up for the Phoenix Supernova now. You've got the Tornado
5 seconds
from
remaining.
the Wind Panda, and then you also have the Drunken Haze that causes mischance. So you could potentially miss the Supernova Egg as well. So I suppose this is their main setup hero for the Phoenix, but minus the setup just for Phoenix, team fight wise, I really like this. He can control the Magnus and the Bane at will. His little pandas are going to cause a lot of issues. I keep saying this. I like the panda pick. It rounds out the draft nicely.
Yeah, I would like to point out the Drunken Haze on the troll. He would hit himself. He would inflict some damage onto himself. There's a chances there. So if Troll is just gonna go crazy, he's gonna end up bashing himself in the head. Theoretically.
So Adroit, after seeing this panda, what's their solution? Because they are expecting a offlaner themselves. Unless they put Magnus offlane. Personally not a fan. I'd rather see Magnus playing as a support. What's available? Bat's banned, Mars is banned, Timber is banned. Centaur is available. Pango's
I
banned.
think that caught them by surprise. What would be
Beastmaster?
Dazzle?
Dazzle?
Heroes.
Offlane Magnus.
No, yeah, it's a. Is it? No, it is an offlane Dazzle. It's Bach on the offlane. We've seen it once.
Oh no!
We've seen it twice. We're about to see it once again.
my
An
gosh,
offlane
again?
Dazzle, a Dazzle core.
Oh my goodness, I thought I would never see this again. But this time it's Adroit that's playing it, so I'm curious to see how they're gonna handle this offlane Dazzle. You know,
I
I'm
guess
very
it's always
blessed to be living in Asia right now because I swear to God, we get the most crazy, outlandish Dota there is.
I mean, it's always nice to pair a troll with some sort of save, right? It's a Dazzle or Oracle or whatever be it. So this is decent to have. I would see the synergy in the draft. Mac on the Void, it's the Space Maker. Yeah, I could see that happening. But
I'm trying to think, so how would you play the Dazzle? Because last time we saw the offlane Dazzle, at the end of the day, that style of Dazzle ended up just being a glorified support, right? Because all they built on that Dazzle before was a lot of supporting items to try and help. Who was it that the Dazzle in those games were playing with?
it was the Meepo. They were banking it on the Meepo. It was three
right.
sustains on one Meepo, I think, and an offlane Void Spirit. It wasn't an offlane Dazzle. It was a carry Dazzle. That game.
Was it carry or safe? Oh yeah, it was safe lane Dazzle.
It was the carry. Yep. And then it was an offlane Void and a Meepo, which that went absolutely horrifying, horrific. That was bad.
Not good. TLDR. We'll let the game play out. I really want to see how they play the Dazzle. If it's going to be the classic Deso Dazzle, or maybe we see the, I guess, again, the glorified support Dazzle again, or maybe they go for a more standard offlaney kind of build and tank up, building things like Pipe. I don't think Blink Dagger is going to be ideal for Bok unless they feel like they're going to get ambushed frequently. 4 staffs would be nice. I guess you just go for the utility offlane build on the Dazzle and mostly rely on your... Yeah, and then mostly rely on your Troll and Void Spirit to do the damage, just because you have Empower readily available for those two.
I mean, his whole objective in this game is just to sustain Troll so he can dish out the damage, right? So utility is fine. He's already have a headdress on him, so he might get into the Pipe, the Greaves, eventually, all these things. I think utility is the way to go. Again, they're all banking it on the Troll. That is their hard hitter, and with the Empower, he should be coming online way faster than usual. They're all in it. All in it.
I mean, you have to be. They're playing for money now. This is not just a regular game of Dota, Keith.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Adroit's learned their mistake from this morning, I guess. Maybe they're going to try something new, something Boom wouldn't expect coming up from Adroit. But I guess we'll find out. But we can't, because the game is a pause. People are changing connections.
Yep, so we're just getting confirmation from production that currently Boom ID are suffering from some packet loss. So we may be in for a little bit of a longer pause. It depends on how DreamerCell is when he does his reconnect here. But otherwise, if we're good to go, we should be starting soon. So looks like we're going to try and see if it's smooth. Looks like it should be fine now.
Yeah, it's a perfect time to take a look at the comments on Twitch. It says, "Hey Keith, Boom from India, not Indonesian." Wow, we're still on that, huh? We're still on that.
Oh my gosh, I love that meme. It's the best. Okay, so laning wise, yeah. So laning wise, you've got both supports for Boom heading up top. It looks like it's Panda, traditional offlane Panda. Morphling's gonna be heading up mid. Okay, so Morphling will be taking mid against the Void Spirit, not the Ember this time.
30 seconds to battle.
To be fair, this is a pretty safe lane for the Morphling. The Void Spirit doesn't really pose too much of a threat for Mikoto, unless maybe Mikoto overextends or makes a very big misplay.
Wait, I'm actually confused.
Is it?
Was FBZ the support for Boom, or was he the offlane? If I'm not mistaken.
Very sure he's offlane. He's got Quelling Blade.
Wasn't it Cascute in the off? Oh, I'm not too sure. If I'm not mistaken, it's usually Cascute playing like the Timber Saw and all these things. I could be wrong, but I guess we'll find out.
We'll find out. Let's do it the easy way. Alright, the game will begin! Morphling versus Void Spirit in that mid lane. Honestly, Mikoto should be fine. I do suspect some kind of gank attempt coming in from Adroit, because realistically, you don't want to leave the Morphling for free farm, even though it's up against a Void Spirit who shouldn't die either. You do want to slow down the progress of that Morphling, but they are prioritizing their safe lanes for now. Down bottom,
altered.
Kesku and Dreamer, these two should be able to get a kill. Searing Destruction. Yeah, I do think this bottom lane has the potential to kill if Adroit isn't prepared. I don't suspect the Dazzle to go for the Grave early. Normally if you go for Grave, you go for it after level 6. Gonna try and go for CS first. Although, to be fair, they are very tanky though. Being able to heal himself, and so will Bot.
Actually, there's a lot of burst damage coming out at the bottom lane. The heal bombs and the brain sap is actually pure, so they have a lot to work with in the early game. Oh, it gets Skewer back in the tower. Taking some decent damage. FBZ actually drops down to half HP, but it will be fine as he has the Drunken Haze already on them, so they would not look to commit.
Gotta be careful around the Magnus. Can't really see us. You have to worry about that positioning, because if you do get skewered under the tower, you're gonna be losing a lot of health, especially this early on. But Panda's doing great in lane though. He's leading CS, is at 12. So FBZ is doing a pretty good job compared to Troll. No denies so far though, it's just been mostly CS.
Well, like I said, they always give Natsumi the harder lane, prioritize onto Mac, and then eventually Mac makes the space for Natsumi. That's how Adroit likes to play it. We'll see if they get away with it this time around. Natsumi does have Empower to catch back up whenever he's behind though, so it's all good on his end. He's not too worried about it.
Yeah, that's one of the scary things you have to worry about if you're Boom ID. Even though you might win the laning stage, if you don't control the jungle, if you don't secure the towers, or even just grabbing tier 1, near tier 1s for example, everyone's just going to catch up on the side of Adroit because of the Empower. They clear creeps so fast, and Mikoto playing with fire is going to be careful around Mac.
So mid lane doing so well so far. Mac 16 and 4 to the Morphous 13 and 2, and Mikoto's actually taking so much harass from this. The Mac will come out decently ahead in this mid lane matchup. Things are gonna be pretty stagnant for him at least until when he hits 6, and maybe make the rotation once he gets the Astral Step.
Mikoto's got to be careful. We don't want to morph into edging too close to the creep wave. Mac could just slide in, slide out, grab a quick kill.
That'll be funny to look at though. Something to clip.
I don't think it'll be very funny to Mikoto. So, meanwhile, since it looks like we're not going to really go for any kills in this mid lane.
Oh, Natsumi again, being pressured at top. They just don't care about Natsumi, man. They know this guy always makes it back somehow in a late game. It's a troll! Well, I mean, it's whether he's playing a troll or a PL or a Spectre, it's the same game. They always give Natsumi the hardest lane of them all.
Probably used to it. I mean, let's be realistic. If you play C-pubs, you're always going to be playing from behind.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, looks like a port courier has been sniped by CML. That's going to be Kesku's courier as well. And no items for you, he says.
Oh, and Natsumi actually falling pretty low. Has to respect it. FBZ comes in with the crit, but Hyde will finish him off. And now Boomy's trying to get the perfect skewer back. Will not.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the angle, unfortunately. But even if we pushed FBZ back, that Panda is just so tanky. Sitting at 1k health at level 4. So laning-wise, you got to be pretty happy with how you're doing. Especially on Adroit, they are more or less secure in all of their lanes. For Boom, your only lane that you're really struggling on is the Ember Spirit lane, which might come back to bite them in the butt, because normally, especially if you're Dreamer ESL, you're playing the Ember Spirit. You need to be the one tempoing for Mikoto, not the other way around. The Morphling's going to be spending more time than Ember farming. So I wonder what the comeback mechanism is for Dreamer ESL, if it's to simply gank at level 6 once he hits the Remnants, or maybe to try and grab a kill in lane Killing in lane is looking less and less ideal just because the longer the laning stage goes. Obviously, the opponents get more skill points, and Bane is going to be simply unkillable because he's got Brain Sap, naturally tanky as well, and then you can't kill the Dazzle. The Dazzle's getting all the farm and all the levels, so he's also going to eventually have access to a heal himself, and maybe even turn it around with the Poison Touch. You can't underestimate Poison Touch because of the duration refresh.
Yep. Worth noting that Poison Touch, one of the best skills to harass heroes out of lane, and you can see him doing well. This Ember hasn't had the best of a lane. 21-0 to 32-11 of Bach. And he's very well, he can very well sustain himself there with the heal bombs on his end. Oh, immediately Natsumi again in trouble. Has to force TP out of there. Hide. Being a nuisance. Again, Natsumi having the worst lanes out of all, but I guess in a mid game, it's Mac and Bach who's going to be making the space. So it makes sense in a theoretical sense.
So I wonder who's going to be the one to make the move. Adroit would be more than happy to sit back and farm just because they have Boomy with the Empower. I'm assuming here if you're Boom, you have to be the one to get things moving. Sure, you're running a Morphling, but you're running a Morphling against Empowered Troll Void Spirit. That's not a happy time, especially when there's... Especially if they manage to get a 2 to 3 man RP, I think that's basically it. There's no counter initiation on Boom ID in the form of any kind of safe mechanic.
Oh, bottom lane, Pimentel overstepped himself, disrespecting Bach, and now he's the one falling pretty low as the rotation by Mac has gone bottom. As I said, after he gets his astral step, it's all go time for him. Gets 2 kills down in the bottom lane. And the courier for that, so all the way Adroit that one.
Oh, definitely Adroit there. And this is going to be very scary because if it's Adroit that's going to be the ones to make the move, Boom ID might be on the back foot. I don't think they are equipped at this moment in time to deal with a very farmed, very fat Void Spirit. They don't have the necessary lockdown to deal with him, which means I don't think they're going to be able to kill him unless he oversteps his boundaries. Secondly,
look at Natsumi though, he's farming up all the stacks with Empower. Oh, they're trying to contest it though. Hyde can actually clear the wave with his Fire Spirit, so he's got to be careful. They got to clear it off before it's been sniped. All the rotation comes in. Back now, spots him. Oh, Mikoto was on full agi, but unfortunately, still have enough life. Oh, look at those stacks. Yeah, Natsumi's definitely not behind after this.
Adroit are so efficient with their lanes. They do something that a lot of Southeast Asian teams don't do all the time, which is stacking. Like, they're stacking so well. They're stacking up top, they're stacking down bottom, they're maximizing their farm. And if you take a look at what Boom is doing, Boom's not stacking. They're not maximizing their farms. They're trying to secure the lane for Dreamer Soul. They're trying to go up top. They're trying to contest the enemy jungle. They could be farming for themselves, but instead they're going to try and just... Oh,
he tries to skewer him back under the tower, but unfortunately it's a 3-on-1 here, and there's no way after Boomy is actually getting out of this one.
They got to grab the tower with this. They invested 3 heroes to push. If they don't grab the tower, and especially with the Panda ult as well, it would make no sense to go for a kill onto a Magnus and not to push. So at least they secure a tower. No tower progress so far for Adroit, but Adroit are just saying, we've got the jungle to farm. We don't care about towers now, we'll come for towers later because we've got a pro Warlord.
And an RP to play around with, so that's always scary.
That too. So Boom, this game could be a very tough one unless they start to get the ball rolling and go for ganks, take pressure away from Adroit. Anything such as even a smoke would even work out for them too. Just grab something to try and bring this game more back into their fold. Pull attention away from Makoto. Use the Panda. Sure, he doesn't have the Panda split now, but Panda does really good damage, especially with the crit calcs. Now that they've changed it, it's like, what, pseudo-random now?
There you go.
I don't know what the word is. The one where it's like, after a while, he will just crit the first time.
Yeah, the drunken brawler. It's the... Oh, they're all rounding up trying to secure this mid lane tower. They don't want Mac to be having such a great lane, so force out a glyph, but I don't think any rotation's been made down to the mid lane to defend it. They are all down at bottom. If they can look to kill this Ember, Dreamer Cell, it's gonna be worth the trade though. Immediately uses the Remnant backwards, but oh, CML, the cast animation was not in time and he will not get the grip off.
Radiant's
As they
bottom
take in the
tower
middle
is
tower,
under attack.
and yeah, now they have to force the rotate down in mid. Natsumi's taking place.
Right, boom. They're pushing it forward. They've taken 2 towers, and look at how aggressive their movements are as well. They are invading the enemy jungle. Adroit, they're well aware of this, but if they can take all these towers down, that's going to be map control taken away from Adroit, and it might force them back onto the dire side of the map. Maybe they farm in the Boom ID jungle, but if Boom threaten high ground, that will force Adroit back. And if you're forcing them back into their base, that means they're not farming, they're not utilizing the jungle, they're not pushing, and then Boom at least will know where they are. So they got to keep going with this. They got to keep pushing. Speed this game up. Don't let it slow down so that Troll Warlord can catch up with the Empower.
Are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Tempo is
under
definitely going to
attack.
side of Boom. However, Net Worth swings Adroit all the way despite the turn of events that happen. They are trying to find a way to stabilize the situation. Lost the tier 1 in top, but Primal Splits immediately committed. Has the stone just to stun him a little bit. Cannot pursue the chase. But Mikoto's still in the area. Do they actually turn? No. The storm is here though.
Just gonna throw up in the tornado.
Yeah.
Just waste his time.
Well, Mikoto actually fell pretty low from that burst. Has to be careful. Respect that Bach. He's an offlaner. He doesn't look like it. He looks like a +5, but he's an offlaner.
Love the ward placement coming in from Boom ID. So they heavily invaded the Adroit jungle. Now they have all this vision to play with, and once they started seeing heroes come in, they all retreated back to their own jungle, back to their side of the map. Now that they're free farming, they have all this vision to work with. They're not afraid of any potential ganks, although Natsume might just run into hide. And there's an
Probably not
Empress
afraid
Spirit
of
nearby
fire,
as
yeah.
well.
But that's what, yeah, he's
I
got
would
to
be
be
afraid
careful
of
of the
Scanning.
Yeah, gotta be super careful. FBZ, though, I think they know where he is.
Oh,
Smoke
smoke
drop.
pops, they know. He's in the area. You can't have PZ, has the grip as well. I mean, it's not necessary knowing that he has no more primal split, but a kill's a kill nonetheless.
That which is all around you.
Money is money.
Courier has been killed.
Gotta do what you
Wow.
gotta do. Even the courier goes down as well. Oh no.
Did you see that play though? He double astral steps
Radiant's
forward
top
and just
tower
in
is
time to
under
right
attack.
click the courier. Wow.
Rest in Pepperoni's courier, you'll be missed. So Yule's Scepter completed on the Void Spirit, so he's got a lot of mobility, has a way of dispelling for himself as well as catching enemies and cancelling TPs. The mana is going to be very useful as well because now Void Spirit can start roaming around, maybe looking for solo kills himself. And
Look at the net worth
boom.
of this troll compared to Ember. It's huge.
Oh, Ember's not had a good time so far. He's had a very tough lane. He's trying to catch up. The unfortunate thing is that the Magnus is not on his team, so he has to farm the normal way, whereas Natsume, well, troll things. Now, there is a very big item that just got picked up. 14 minutes in, we're looking at a Blink Dagger Magnus. Now, all of a sudden,
Wow.
these team fights become very threatening because now just having the presence of Boomy with the Blink Dagger means that if you look at Boom's lineup, a lot of their heroes are very short range. Short range means very easy targets for RP. You've got to be very aware of where the Magnus is. If anything, it's the Panda's job to try and find out where he is in those team fights. Even if it means just sending the Wind Panda out, look for where the Magnus is. If he can just throw him in the air and Tornado, that's precious time for Boom to fight without having to worry about the RP. But, again, he has to still find that Magnus, and if Magnus is careful with his positioning, he might even just waste the Panda's time and still get the RP off.
Or they're looking to make something happen. 2 down in the bottom. Gives the empower onto Natsumi. They know Natsumi could be the perfect bait at this point. Oh, sees it. Sleight of fist. Doesn't show himself just yet. Mikoto and Amber is in the area though. Dreamer Stella and Mikoto. They might look to make something happen here. Oh, they're all smooked up. It's gonna be a gank.
But can they find them before they leave? Looks like the line's going to be drawn mid here by this Magnus Boomy. He's still got this blink. Natsume will pop it first.
It's a smoke and smoke action. They do see him. FBZ smoke actually pops. They sees him there. Blinks away. Disengage.
That's the blink reveal.
Up on Boomy. Yeah.
That's unfortunate too. Blink reveal. So now Boom are well aware of that blink dagger.
Oh, immediately though, in the back line, Mac just wants straight in. He is doing what he has to do, makes the space. He's the playmaker of the team, Mac. They do take down the tier 1. Primal Split has been teased, not exactly committed.
Radiant are scanning.
The counter push on Boom is very weak. If they had something like a Keeper of the Light or any kind of AoE wave clear, they may have been able to slow the push down, but the Phoenix and the Shadow Demon, unfortunately those two, that's just not going to be enough. The tower will die much too quickly for them to be effective at counter push. If you're Boom, you can't let Adroit push like this. You either have to kill them, draw their attention away, or push faster than them. And there's no way you push faster than a troll. So what's the plan for Boom? Because if you look at where they are, they've got 4 heroes mid, they're farming up top with Mikoto, which is fine. Morphling still needs to continue to farm. But Dreamer Cell, he really needs some help.
Natsume's just growing bigger and bigger at the moment. Already taking down
Adroit know they can get away with it. Yeah, they can get away with it because they know that there is no way you can punish the troll.
Oh, the rotation is coming out on top though. They might want to look to contest this. They said it's time for a big bad team fight. CML drops the ward, but he spots him there. The stun is around. Primal Split already committed. They're just going to disengage and wait the period out. Can CML still live in the duration though? The tornado holds Boomy up. He is the bigger kill. You said it. Boomy's gone. Oh, but he gets off the RP. On the wall. Just shut him down. Immediately, Phoenix Egg trying to counter initiate. Perfectly played. Natsumi got held up on the air and he did not do damage enough, and they're turning this fight around. It was a great initiation, but it forced Natsumi out to propping battle transit. We'll take down FPC. So far, they've only lost 1. Natsumi to fall in next, so now it is sour for Adroit. Adroit outplayed themselves, and now they're just going ham. Mac, Mikoto actually stealing his skills on Mac. Has to PP from Bach, and Bach is dead. 4 down. Engagement alone.
Wow, that looked like it was going to go horribly for Boom ID. It looked like they actually set up for Adroit, but they managed to turn the fight around. Sure, they lost a couple heroes during the RP, but on the high ground, you had the Phoenix Supernova. You could also see that the Void Spirit? He was so dead set on killing the Supernova egg, but Mikoto coming in and actually turning the Void Spirit against himself, and it, oh my god, it's so good. Oh, Boom ID, I think they debated them.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
Storm actually held his troll on the air throughout the whole duration of the RP stun. He could not dish any sort of damage off, and they just immediately turned after that.
That was beautiful execution. I thought it was going to be game over for Boom, but they know the limitations of their lineup. They are well aware of who they need to keep alive and who they need to kill. And I think Adroit, they probably just lost it in the moment. They thought that they had it with the RP, but the control, there's just so much of it on Boom.
Adroit not feeling too comfortable after that fight. Natsumi really has to get some things in. He's going for a BKB, but the egg does pierce BKB, but at least he won't get controlled up with the tornado once again, and maybe he can dish out the damage he needed necessary to actually wipe the entire team fight. It was a great initiation. Unfortunately, he's 1 item way too short to actually take it.
Oh man, so Adroit not going to be feeling too confident here now. Boom going to attempt the Roche for themselves. Mind you, Boomy still has RP, but will they get there in time? Look how quickly this Roche is dying. Looks like they will. And
oh, they're respecting it though. Yep, they're backing off actually. Mac scouts out the ward in the high ground to seize him, but the burst coming up from Mikoto.
The E-Blade.
Yeah, the shotgun build just deleted CML, and the control is gone. Now they're just going for it comfortably as, well, Adroit just back off.
They have to give it away. Wow. Adroit, I kind of feel like they're not showing enough respect to Boom's lineup, thinking that they could just get away with whatever. Especially with the Bane, I'm quite surprised that Bane decided to sit so far forward. But maybe they didn't see the E-Blade, who knows. Anyways, huge advantage to Boom ID. They are not leading in net worth, but they are in a very advantageous position, especially with this Aegis.
And it feels so
now
bad running
Adroit.
a troll lineup. Yeah, but the Aegis going on the side of the Morph instead of you, that feels bad.
What can you do? I mean, Adroit's doing the best thing that they can here. They're trying to threaten for high ground push to force some attention back, but they can't fully commit. They're worried that someone might actually come in and catch them, for example, maybe even the Panda. So they're going to play it very safe. They need to protect this mid lane. They're losing way too many towers. And the sad thing is they can't do anything about it. They have to fully commit, or they have to let it go. BKB is up now, so we could be looking at
Radiant's bottom tower
He just
is
picked
under
up the
attack.
BKB. They can actually look to try in another fight. They're all smoked up on the back lines. Already ready. Natsumi's in the area. Bach, they just need another perfect initiation coming out from Boomy. Does have his RP. Might look to force something out here, but they are playing over an Aegis, so if they scout someone down at bottom, they might just heavily commit on Mikoto up in the high ground here. They're looking at it.
Just gonna farm someone.
Boomy
Oh.
immediately skewers him backward in with the PN script. Perfect, but unfortunately he's already in strike form. Will he dish him down? It will. Natsumi is enough to pump that Aegis, but the egg is there. It will pop. It will catch us onto no one, actually, and now they're just gonna burst back down. Simulate will buy him some time, but oh, immediately comes in Boomy. Tries to go for it. He still has his RP. He will use it. Will hold him down. The Shallow Grave is there. Natsumi comes in with the damage. He was all in Aegis form, and he will go down and hide next. Natsumi finally showing his BKB, and it is paying off dividends. He's just gonna claw them one after another. Double kill already on the side of his name.
Boom! Too excited there, and all of that started because Mikoto got tempted by Necronomicon creeps. That fight could have been completely avoided if they just completely left the enemy jungle, but he got baited in, got killed the first time round. Quite surprised that they decided to commit there for Boom, and in particular Mikoto to try and turn onto a Magnus. The fact that Magnus just turned around, RP'd Mikoto, sure, he still died at the end of the day, but you lost your Morphling, your powerhouse, your carry. You can't give that kind of gold away, especially to a troll lineup. Now, 4k gold in favor of Adroit. I know it's quite small at 23 minutes in, but we all know the nature of a troll. It all starts with a little bit of gold.
That indeed, and that little bit of gold is going to grow exponentially with Empower on their side of the team. And man, that BKB was all they needed. The moment he had that BKB, there was no way they could control him with the primal split. No tornado, no nothing is going to hold him back from dishing out that damage. And he melted through a morph that was morphing into full strength. So he just rips it through. He just shreds it through. A troll loves fighting against a tanky hero.
Oh, exactly. Just get so much out of it. Now, this is a very big power spike for Adroit, especially with this BKB. You want to try and accumulate your lead now before the duration of that BKB shortens until the minimum duration. So if you're Adroit, this is the time to farm or to push or to get whatever items you need, but you've got to start pushing soon because, again, even though you are in an advantageous position, you're still up against a Morphling. And Morphling is one of those heroes that can punish you if you leave the game going for way too long. Especially with the E-Blade, we've seen what he's done. He can one-shot Bane, he can definitely one-shot the Dazzle. I could see him also one-shotting the Void if he's not very careful. So Adroit, looks like they're gonna go for a push here. They're saying, guys, we don't want to wait. We need to use the BKB now. Let's do it before the duration gets too short and we give a chance back to Boom.
Oh, a primal split has been committed though, so they might actually look to take this fight, but they just baited it out. CML actually pops the smoke, and they wouldn't see him. He's got the Shadow Amulet. Oh, the plays. And they're just going to turn this one around. They know that Primal Split is gone. There's no need for a BKB, even if they want to, they so wish to actually contest this one. No tornado, no pandas running around. Natsumi, this is your time, man. Just run straight in.
Adroit. That was brilliant. Oh, and Dream
Boomy position.
Gonna reveal himself. That's gonna hurt so much though. Panda ult now on cooldown. Adroit, do they want to fully commit? They're parking themselves. Looks like they want to head back. Oh, they want to try and catch out the Panda. And Makoto's there too.
My path leads to riches.
Telescope now surely gives it the way of CML. Gets some reach onto the Fiend script. He gets an Aether with that. He is just nowhere to be seen.
Oh, Dreamer Cell, he
they
might
gotta
get
be
gripped
careful.
here.
Yeah,
CML's
they
ready.
see him. Immediate Fiend script. Cascade's coming into the area, but the save is there with the swap.
That's unfortunate. That's going to be grip on cooldown now for 2 minutes, but it's enough to scare them away. And I think if you're a Boom ID, you don't want to go into your jungle right now, Max. In the meantime, going for Phoenix.
Yep, the initiation comes in with the Fuel Step that pulls him in with the Void Remnant. Easy pick off. They're just gonna snowball from here on out. Adroit playing it right. Finally, not to me. Yes?
Yep. Keith, I think Adroit, they are in such an advantageous position. If you're Boom ID, who would you feel like is a key member on Adroit that has to go straight away?
CML. That guy's gonna cause so much trouble. It's either Boomy or CML. Because they have too much control. And they thrive on actually dishing damage out. They're all hitless, right? You've got the Morphling, you've got the Ember Spirit. They're both mobility heroes. Any sort of control is just their enemy at this point.
That's true. We've seen it before as well, what control can end up doing to both of these teams. It's a bit of a standoff, but looks like Adroit, they're going to back off. Let Boom have their side of the map. Basher now up on the troll. Oh no. This is the beginning of the end, Keith.
It's looking like it. What did he get? Oh my, a Diffusal and a Basher. Wow. No mana and you're stunned. So by the end of that lockdown, you're just a morph that's just running away with whatever mana you have left to morph into strength form.
I'm very sure if he starts wailing on the Morphling, is there anything that might be more liquid than water? Because I think once the troll is done with you, you're not going to be water anymore.
I'm pretty sure that's vapor. You're vaporized at that point. You're gassed. they could look to get into a Heaven's Helper just to disarm the troll for the time being during those big.
There is a
initiation.
halberd. Yeah, there's
okay,
one on
perfect.
the Brewmaster. And Brewmaster's going for a blink as well. FBZ really does need that blink so he can get into the backlines, go straight into his split, and then just cause chaos in the backlines. That does leave him vulnerable, however, if he tries to jump to cut the front lines and go straight for the supports. But that distraction might be enough for Makoto and Dream SL to sort of come in and start causing chaos. But they do need to do something about those supports though. They're playing such an important role in making making the team function. If they can remove the backbone, then they might be able to slowly cripple Adroit from the backside. But it depends on execution. Vision's gonna be pretty important as well. I do like the vision by Boom. They've got one in that top lane, so they can see if there's any rotations coming in, but I don't see them being able to stop that gank. Ooh.
Oh, look at that. Back passes him out. Actually, oh, it's the RP, but it misses. He Remnants away, and they know that the RP threat is down.
Is it time for Boom to shine?
I think so.
Might be. You'd have to go now. You have to go while the RP is down. And if they're not going, then it's farm time, I suppose. But do you want to farm? I don't know.
Roche is nearly up, but not yet. And there was a courier there. Okay, CML. Okay.
They're gonna invade the enemy jungle. There is a Dazzle. Walker's hiding in the tree lines though, so he won't be easily spotted. Unless he makes a mistake and suddenly appears. But nope. TP straight to the mid lane. He's gonna stick with his teammates. Don't want to give any kills away. Especially when the RP is down. A bit of a stalemate, but let's be realistic here. Adroit looking very confident in their position. Their troll, Natsume, tip-top shape, looking to go for his Abyssal next. And once that Abyssal is done, God bless you, Boom. Whoever you are that gets abyssal, God bless you.
They have to survive the initial burst. Like for sure, if they get a perfect initiation of the RP, FBC has to position himself out of it so he can actually get the Heaven's Helper. That way they can move off a lot of the burst damage and then they can get mobile again and kite the troll around. But that is a long shot. That is a long
Well, I don't think
shot.
it's about the troll anymore. It's his team. You know, you can't kill Natsume until you kill his team. That's the problem.
But they gotta survive the initiation to kill this team. You know what I mean? Because if they get that RP into all the whirling axes from Natsume, it's over. Boom is going for it. Yep. Cover Glimmer. And in one false small opportunity, Boomy might just come in straight with the initiation.
Well, Boomy again. Looks like they're not going to take the bait though. No casualties. That's actually a bad thing for Adroit because they just gave away an Aegis. And here we go. We got a smoke.
Will they actually catch anyone though? They're under cover of smoke. I think RP is finally up, so Adroit would be comfortable in taking a fight if it does so happens. Might be ready for it. They are up on the high ground. Might look to smoke themselves as a courier comes in finally. Could have a smoke. They have a Shadow Blade onto Boomy. So maybe a smoke's not necessary when he can go onto the covers and maybe get that initiation. Oh,
Boomy
Chains actually catches Boomy though. He's the big fight. If he actually goes down, there's no way they could actually counter initiate. But Mac comes in straight with the essence step. He's got himself. The heal bomb is there with the Sunray, but unfortunately not fast enough. And now they're going to focus their attention straight onto Mac. Mac's defensive fuels actually saved the skin from the shotgun. But look at Natsume. He's just running straight in. Oh, they will disengage though. Use the primal split. Lost the Shadow Demon. That's as good as it gets.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate. They were just about to get the Void Spirit. Props though to Bok there with the Grave. Both of those Graves making sure his teammates stay alive, but for Boom, that's gonna sting. You missed out on your Panda ultimate, you lose your Shadow Demon. Almost getting a kill on a Void Spirit, but at the end of the day, all for naught, and this is more farming time for Adroit. Doesn't matter if you've got Aegis, it doesn't matter if you have cheese. If you're not going high ground, you're not going high ground. The game is not going to end. It's just getting later and later, and you are threatening a Magnus and Troll and Void Spirit on the same team. You can't outcompete them, I think, even if you have Morphling and Magnus, because they have the far superior control. If an RP lands, I feel RP is just much more valuable than the Panda right now. Sure, Panda can maybe isolate one hero, stun another one, but it's not the same as RP that can PSP KB.
Going high ground against Adroits is almost impossible, especially with the Shadow Wave. Heal bomb coming out from Bok. It clears the creep wave very fast. With the cleave coming out from the Empower, and obviously Mag and the other. They clear waves very fast, and the threat of the RP is so hard to push the high ground.
Yep, Boom slowly TPing home as well. They gotta defend.
Oh, Dremostel still in the area though, but unfortunately Max not the best in catching him, but he does have the Yule Scepter. He's still on his own. Zero changes there, but the RP finally committed under the cover of Vessel as well, so there's no way he's getting out of there.
What is a flame burning in the void?
60 seconds as well. No, Dreamer Cell. He finally gets caught. Dreamy finally lands the RP as well. Unfortunately, that's on cooldown, but no Dreamer Cell means no... I mean, they're trying to gank now. I was thinking maybe no gank from Boom. Oh, I'm gonna go for Natsume.
Natsume's just gonna fight through it all despite the Sunray. He is taking little to no damage. Look at the Soul Catcher doing absolutely nothing. They're trying to go on to Natsume, but that's the... Oh, they're actually bursting down with the play combo. One threat is gone. This is the fight they want. They should take this fight, but Max just goes straight into the back line. Unfortunately, cannot kill off the Phoenix before he pops the egg. He will live. He will take down the Ember Spirit though, so that's a huge kill going the way of Adroit. A carry for a carry, and they want more. Mikoto pulls him in with the void ramp and stolen. Lotus Orb to try and, well, send one back at him, but he can take the hit while you can't.
Adroit, they lost the troll so early. They tried to turn it around, but everyone was just so far away from that troll. They all started coming in one by one, and we all know what happens when you come in one by one. You get picked off one by one. And now, with no buyback as well on the troll, they will know they can get rid of buyback after they do half HP power damage.
Structures are fortified.
Oh, they have to really push this one up. Yep.
They have to sense this as well.
And it's 20 seconds with a troll. Oh, but the Aegis has just timed out though. So maybe they might want to respect that. 18 seconds and the troll is back. They want to fight into this back, goes straight into the back line against Sketchcube. Will take him down. Hyde is the next target, but his control. Dissimulate will be there. He pushes him even backward with the skewer, and immediately Jimosel comes in with the Remnant. He wants to take this fight. He Remnants out actually, just with the scare tactic. Sends the message, we'll get out. Boomy is still under the cover with his Shadow Blade though. He might get a perfect RP
8
if he looks
seconds.
towards it. Will this actually happen though? Oh, they actually see him. Spirit Chase now, tries to burst him down. Oh, Shallow Grave will hold it there. But in the back line, Troll, Natsumi finally up. They can take the fight. They have the damage. This is the counter initiation they want to. Mikoto on the vessel. He's not healing up any sort of bleed damage. He is shooting them just by the corner of the cliff. They will not see him. Will he actually get the TP? He will not. Actually, waveforms away. He will be saved.
Invisibility.
Oh, spicy. That was a move that they couldn't really afford to make. Oh man, they thought they got them good. They stunned Boomy. Instead, this gets caught. But guess what? It's not just Boomy. There are 4 other people on his team. And the fact that they just jumped right into the back lines, I think, who was it they cut down? Was it the Shadow Demon? He just got deleted.
Radiant's middle tower.
And they still have the RP.
Yeah, they didn't even use it. Panda has no mana. He needs to go back to base. Now he does, but Boomercell might be a buyback forced out here.
Then immediately regrets his decision and FPC gets skewered back over at Boomy. Wants the primal split. Has the stun on the bot. The off-lane Shadow Demon. I mean, Dazzle. And Natsumi's just gonna keep down the damage on FBC. That's his last Panda. Will he actually go down? He will. Nope, he's got one in the back line. So they see that. So he will be safe, nonetheless. But this fight, RP finally committed. I don't even know where to look at. It's going back and forth. They finally get the initiation on the 2 with the skin script. They take down the Morphling. The egg is still there. It will pop, but all the damage is gone.
Dire's top tower is under
Big
attack.
ultimates all used. They almost tried to get the Panda. They didn't have the detection, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, Boomy coming in, getting the big kills. In particular, on that Morphling. Oh no, they still found FEC. Never mind. They still get the Panda. And now, with 3 heroes down, you're up against the Troll Warlord. You know you're going to start losing towers. They've got to buy back on somebody. Panda buys back first. Mikoto has to buy back. They have to buy back on that morph. Probably buy back when they try to go high ground. Force them back.
We'll probably try to take this fight though. RP is down, but so is the Phoenix Egg, so I don't know what more they can do. Mac is just zoning them out with the Void Remnant. They're going straight for the barracks. Sunray is there. Max straight into the back line against Dream of Cell. Dissimulate just to get out of there. Boomy, they do spot him out under the cover of Sentry. Shadow Blade isn't doing anything. Skewers back downwards. Tries to get someone.
That's it. At the end of the day, just free set of Raxes. I feel so bad for Dreamercell because unfortunately for him, he just hasn't had the chance to really shine at all. He's got some decent items, but have we really seen Dreamercell just come in and start going ham on those supports. He's been very laid back in his positioning, and the reason being, the moment he gets bashed by the troll, he knows he's gonna die. If he gets caught by Boomy, he also knows he's gonna die. So unfortunately, there's so many limitations. I guess there's so much red tape on Adroit that he can't cross, because he knows if he does, he's gonna die straight away. He has to wait for his teammates to either immobilize, disable, or kill off something that has the threat of killing him as well. No, oh my gosh, no!
Immediately comes in with the initiation, catches on the 2, and that is the big field streak, holds the Morphling in place, and that will just delete all the heroes, all 3 of the heroes on the side of Boom Esports, and they might get more. Amber is right here. FBC comes in straight with the primal split, but I don't think this Amber's gonna live. They will clear him off, and now FBC gets demonically first. Or he actually slowed down, but FBC has the storm to get away in time. So he will be safe, but all that, I don't even think it's a plus sign. That's more of a consolation prize that FBC survives this.
That hurts. And it's Adroit that are the ones that are ganking as well. Boom ID. Good news, I suppose. Adroit, they have some revenge from this morning too, right? Since Boom ID 2-0'd them. It looks like, okay, the game's not over, but looking at how it is, 31k net worth lead. I think Adroit's pretty confident to possibly secure the game. There is a little bit of gas left in the Boom ID tank, but if there's a time to shine, they have to do it now, whether it be to kill Natsume or if they can find Boomy, but there's just so many targets that they have to kill, and there's just not enough heroes.
I want to know, does this Morph have a Lincoln Sphere? You're up against a Bane, and no, he does not.
Nope.
He hasn't had a game because his Bane keeps on getting him.
You can't blame him though, because if he goes for Lincoln, it slows down his progress on a damage item, and he has to make up for Dreamer Cell, who unfortunately has just had a really rough game. Whereas at least with the Morphling, he can morph, he's got protection, he can at least tank, whereas Dreamer Cell, I think the moment he gets caught, he's dead within 2 seconds. There's no way you protect him. So Makoto's trying to compensate.
I feel the Morph should at least get the Lincoln, because he's always down on the count.
Well, he's got BKB now.
It's usually the Fiend script. Fiend script pierces it.
Oh, they found him.
Abyssal to control him there. Skewers him away from the Phoenix Egg and Fiend script. As I say that, as I live and breathe, they take him down once again. No Lincoln Spear. And now the Amber to join in next into the grave. Has to buy it back. Deal with the Devil. Comes into the burst. Will take him down. Takes the back down actually. Mikoto pops his BKB, they only got one. And they got forced 2 buybacks, but the RP catches up to everyone, and now he's gonna beat them all off. That was a one back force. 100 seconds down. FBC is the only one standing. GT has been called. Boom Esports, they've had enough. This is game number 1 of the best of 3. Adroit seeks revenge from this morning, and they take 1 game away from Boom Esports in the ESLC Championship Grand Final weekend.
Wow, Adroit, they hit the point of no return. That's Troll Warlord for you. You find that point and you've won the game. That was a really tough game for Boom ID though. They had some times where it looked like they were going to be the ones to take complete control of the game, that they could have held momentum, but it just seemed that Adroit, they realized at every point what they needed to do, who they needed to catch, and I'm not sure if it was on purpose or if it was an accident. There was some pretty epic baits in that game as well. I think in particular my favorite being the Necronomicon bait. Little Necro units baiting in that Morphling, and everything just went completely horrible. Best horrible. That's it. I can't use any other word. Boom ID just shut down, locked away, throw away the key, and just dig a hole 6 feet under, and that's about it. But it's really tough. Adroit, I think they learned their lesson from this morning after seeing, or at least playing against Boom ID. They realized, okay, these heroes, I'm assuming, these heroes are going to be their best ones. This is roughly how they play. This is how they feel today. Let's change it up for tonight. They get their first win. They've got 1 more to go. Whereas for Boom, they've got to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, they are knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the stats of the previous game that we just witnessed. It was an intense one, but Boom Esports lost one game against Team Adroit in this best of three. Kid 09 and 5, Mikoto 5 and 4. You know, the chat has been torn about this. They're saying that Boom has the better late, Adroit has the better late, but I feel if all is on a playing field, same playing field, the troll almost always shreds down Mikoto because of just the way it is, right? The more you morph into it, the faster he hits, and maybe Mikoto could actually kite the troll, but unfortunately he doesn't have a Lincoln's. He's always caught up by the Fiend's grip every single time, and there was just no game for him. The best contribution he had was the...
Continue, sorry.
Yeah, like the best he could have contributed in every team fight is to waveform in with the E-Blade shotgun build, take down one support, and he dies. Look at that, 5, 5, and 4, which means every single kills he dies in return.
Yeah, so here's my thought process when it comes to the late game for both of these teams. Whose draft is easier to execute? And then secondly, do you have an enabler on your team? And if you look at both lineups, Adroit is the one that has the enabler, which is the Magnus. And what Magnus does is that he actually improves a team's late game ability by providing the cleave to both the Void Spirit and the Troll Warlord. Whereas for Boom Esports, what they have is what they have. They don't necessarily get any better than that in the late game scenario. Execution wise, it's a lot easier to hit an RP than it is for FBZ to land the most perfect panda split of his life, because he has been a primary target of Adroit and he's had a really rough time trying to get the panda splits as well as his necessary disables on those crucial heroes. And you have a Dazzle with the Shallow Grave. Shallow Grave in a late game scenario is so deadly because the duration of Shallow Grave in a late game scenario is way too OP. Let's be realistic. In a late game fight, it only takes 3 seconds for someone to die. And if Shallow Grave can keep you alive for so long, you're going to have a huge advantage because, yeah, you're stuck at 1 HP, but there's no axe. There's nothing that's actually going to kill you at the end of the duration. So chances are Troll will always win his matchups as long as he's getting hit with the Graves. So Boom, they have a great late game lineup. They have a Morphling, monster of a late game hero, but Dreamo Cell got neutered so early that he was basically an irrelevant factor. So if we hit late game, Adroit would have hit late game sooner. And we know what happens when you have late game with a Magnus who's eventually going to get a refresher.
I still don't get why didn't he have a Lincoln. Think about it. Look at a lineup from Adroit, right? Not one of them are single unit spellcasting, right? Like the only CML with his Bane could proc the Lincoln Sphere, which is good. That was all he needed. He needed to survive that, because whenever he gets skewered in, there was no way he was getting out. At least if he had the Lincolns, things would be different. He would still get a waveform out every single time. It's a Bane game.
Yeah, I guess there are some other factors to it, whereas Lincoln's only stops one spell, and if Adroit, let's say they coordinate it properly, maybe they just send in the Void Spirit first, pop the Lincolns early with the Yules, and then they somehow coordinate it with CML to get the grip right after. We're looking at top level teams, so I suppose the solutions for us that seems so simple, it's not so simple for them because they're well aware of this item might be really strong, but you're up against a team such as Adroit who are very well coordinated, so we'd have to expect at some point that they would, figure out, oh, he has Lincolns, let's just tag team to remove the Lincolns. Whereas BKB, for me, I felt this game BKB was a little bit better. Obviously, RP and Grip, they both PS BKB, but it's more of a solid choice compared to Lincoln's where it only blocks one thing. Whereas BKB blocks multiple things, but not RP and Grip. I'm very sure Makoto weighed the pros and cons of both items and just felt like BKB was the better one.
I feel he was
description.
I think he was waiting for Cascade to disrupt him whenever those initiations happened, but it was way too far. That was never happening. Nevertheless, that was game number 1. Let's not dwell on it. Let us see who the feature player is for this match, this game number 1 alone. Boomy coming in with all the clutch RPs. I'd say he deserved that one, lad. He's done so much. Though all those skewer
RPs.
backwards. Yep.
He played very well. He was so solid. I don't think there was a time where he got caught out and just died for no reason. Every time he died, it was usually because he was trying to catch someone or pop the RP, or at least he was doing something every time, and if he did die, then he helped his team out. So honestly, Boomy, he played so well on the Magnus. I'm expecting the Magnus to get banned out next game.
I mean,
Don't want to play against it. This was second pick. Was it second pick or third pick for Boomy?
it was second pick.
It was second
the
pick.
second pick.
Yeah. So they're not afraid to pick up a Magnus that early.
It has always been a cheese threat, right? Just Magnus empower whoever your carry is gonna be. As long as he's a
okay,
hitter,
hang on. That ain't cheese. That's a legit strat. Okay, don't you dare call Magnus cheese. It's a strat.
No, it's
a
cheese
thing.
in a way that it's an easy executed thing. Like it's almost a promisement. It's like Morph Earthshaker. That's a cheese strat. They call it a cheese strat. So Magnus with anyone who needs farm, that's kind of a cheese, right? It's like it's straightforward, but it works. You know, it's straightforward, but it works. But there are ways to play against it. It's just that the win rate on the two combination just seemed to be favoring, well, whatever this is. So
whatever this is. Okay. It's alright. So that's going to be it for game 1 of this best of 3 series. This is the semi-finals. Whoever wins today is going to be going straight to the grand finals to play off against Geek Fam. But for now, we're going to have a quick break so that the teams have a break and that you guys will also have a quick break. After 5 minutes, we should be starting the matches. So until then, stick around. We'll see you later with a little bit more Dota.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No lie. strobe lights, I'm haunted. Black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Darnish, why you sad? I said, I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on your fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the hole.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the SCA Championships. My goodness, that was interesting. We're about to jump into game 2 of our final series of the day. Keith, Adroit looking really strong, starting off with their first win. Boom, they had a best of 3 against Adroit this morning, and they 2-0'd them this morning, but we might be looking at a potential revenge kill. What do you think?
Yes. I don't know. Honestly, I just want to see the best team emerge on top. Like, just, I mean, boom. There's a reason why they could 2-0 Adroit, and I'm pretty sure Adroit is known as the best Southeast Asian team right now as well. So they both have merits under their names. It's all about who plays the better Dota right this current here in time. And Adroit, so far, looking at going for that revenge with already 1 game under their belt. So without further ado, let's just get into the draft of game number 2.
Radiant team ban.
Game 2, any kind of draft changes for the bans? It looks like we are more or less looking at the same bans for both Adroit and Boom. I was maybe expecting we get a potential Magnus ban for Boom. I mean, they still have 1 more ban to go if they're a little bit worried about it. I suspect that Boom are likely not going to go for Phoenix as their first pick this game.
Radiant
I found
team
it to
pick.
be a bit of a question. I mean, I personally found it a bit questionable. They seem to have a plan with the Phoenix, but unfortunately they weren't able to fully
team
execute the lineup that they were looking for, it seems. Hoping that the Morphling would be able to outcarry for them, and it looks like, boom, I gotta ban the Magnus. Okay.
They did pick up the Oracle though, so it's a lot of tail again. They might do the same thing. They're gonna let Natsumi charge straight in. So what would it be picking into the carry? It's pretty prevalent, I guess.
10
Hey,
seconds
do they pick up the
remaining.
troll again? I mean, it worked so well for them in the previous game, and now you have an Oracle.
5 seconds
If you're
remaining.
boom, do you maybe have to deny pick the troll here? Because if I was them, I likely wouldn't just give it to Adroit. They did so well with the troll. And we saw how explosive that hero can be, especially when you start accumulating a gold lead.
I mean,
It has everything too.
they'd like to, but I don't think they can because you don't want to first pick a troll as your own carry to your own side. So they're taking the time into this. The reserve time on the first pick, so...
Dire team pick.
And it looks like Pango. To be fair, Pango is a really good hero to go up against the troll, especially when you have access to the disarm. Rolling Thunder, very strong as well, and Pango, very solid laner too. So nice opening for Boom. I suspect a support to come in next.
Pretty flex
10
coming up from Boom.
seconds
Could
remaining.
run the Pango as support if they wish to as well. So I like
5
that they're going with
seconds
the flex pick.
Radiant team pick.
And it's gonna be the Tusk.
Oh, there you go.
I'm a big
So it's-
fan of Tusk actually.
Radiant team
Strong
back.
gank potential, and it confirms that the Pango is a mid or an off laner. No, that does not tell us anything, since a Pango is super flex. Void Spirit could be a
Thanks,
mid or an
Geek.
off laner as well. So, wow, we're going somewhere here.
Yeah. Most likely scenario, we're looking at a position 4 Tusk and offlane Pango. These two together. So you're looking at a position 4 that's reasonably
10
tanky.
seconds remaining.
Ice Shards can catch enemy heroes off
5
guard
seconds
because
remaining.
it's a different kind of fissure, I suppose. It's a way of blocking terrain. It helps your team out if you want to try and catch somebody, if you want to prevent them from escaping. It's not necessarily a
Dire
stun,
team ban.
but with how spammable it is and how much damage it does, it can cause a lot of problems, especially for backline supports that are trying to reposition. If they get caught with the ice shards, suddenly they have to move towards the Tusk before they can try and make a getaway. Question: Tusk ice shards, is that like another thing for Pango Rolling Thunder to bounce on?
10 seconds remaining.
Yes, it does. He does bounce off it like it was it's another wall. But I'm like,
5
Ice Shot's
seconds remaining.
probably not gonna hold the Void Spirit in place. So Void can be pretty chill
dude.
about this first 2 pickup.
It's not for the Void Spirit. I actually think it's for maybe Tusk and Pango to combo up then, because you're Rolling Thunder.
yeah,
If the Tusk is right behind you, then you can get multiple bounces off.
For sure.
Of
Yeah,
course, you
that's
use it for
sure.
normal stuff, but yeah, I think Ice Shards. Yeah, Pango and Tusk, I'm pretty happy with these two. Really nice opening for Boom. Very aggressive as well. You don't play passive with these two. You want to be fighting all the time.
Yeah, Task has to roam. He has to give the advantage to the lane. They do take out the Troll Warlord, the one hero who would love to be encased in Ice Shards and fight you head on with it. Plus, we've seen how
10
Natsumi plays it.
seconds remaining.
And this time with an Oracle, probably you don't want to go up against that one. They banned it
5
out, too
seconds
much to handle. They
remaining.
took out the Magnus as well.
Radiant
As you said, they
team
would
pick.
respect it.
Grimstroke.
Whoa.
Ooh, Grimstroke as well. We haven't seen any of this today. And Grimstroke, Tusk, and Pango. I'm digging this opening so far. They've got decent lockdown. Grimstroke and Tusk together also do a reasonable amount of damage.
Dire team.
Very good kill pair as well. And they also synergize too, because you have the Walrus Punch also working with the Grimstroke ult, I believe. Actually, does it work?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, it does.
It
I
does.
think you get a double Walrus Punch, right? It should be. It's a
Yeah,
single
that's what I was
yeah.
thinking. Because it just makes sense that it does. I don't know why I'm confusing
Now,
myself today.
Adroit
10
is
seconds
taking the
remaining.
fast tempo, picking up the Death Prophet, playing around her Exorcism again.
5
So,
seconds remaining.
initiating onto them might be a bit scary if she has EXO up. In this sense, she's a bit
the
tanky one
silence.
as well.
Radiant
Yeah, the
team
silence
pick.
can also be a bit of a problem too. The duration for Death Prophet silence is remarkably long. And Ricky didn't get banned, so this time we're going to see Boom picking up the Ricky for themselves. typically Ricky's played in a core position, likely going to be the safe lane for Boom. And how much of a problem is this going to be for Adroit? Ricky's silence is good versus Void Spirit. If you can maybe lock down the Death Prophet and then drop the silence as well, the smoke screen, that can also be a huge hindrance to Prophet because she constantly wants to be Spirit siphoning. Yules doesn't protect you from the smoke as well. Yeah, so the Ricky could be really good. Also gives vision because he can scout around for free.
So they're playing a ganky hero right now on the side of Boom Esports. We've seen them play it. When they play it fast, and they play it aggressive. And actually, they've won games with it. So maybe this might just work into their advantage. It feels more active now than they were in the previous one. With like they picked up the Shadow Demon, so it's like immediately your supports are being super passive. But this time around, they have the initiators, so we might be looking at a more active Boom Esports this match. Adroit's taking a sweet time now, going into the reserve. Should be finding.
Yeah, Adroit's gonna have to. They need to pick a support duo that doesn't mind spending gold on detection as well. If they fall behind, they need something that's self-sufficient and only needs levels. Because if you run a greedy support, but you end up using most of your gold buying detection for a Ricky, that can really set your supports behind. Oracle's fine because he mostly relies on his spells. Another support for Adroit.
Question: Void, Death Prophet. Who's going to the mid? Who's going to the off? You can literally run these two anywhere you want to.
Normally mid for Prophet. We could. Oh, okay. Probably off lane Void Spirit unless we see some support shenanigans. PL for Adroit though. Kind of favoring Adroit now. If you look at Boom, they don't have any illusion clear outside of Pango.
Oh, Pango with Axe actually counters the PL's illusion though. But remaining. I've seen Natsumi playing this hero PL and he's pretty devastating when given the... Again, he's going to lose the lane as per usual, but he's always going to keep back. He's going to always farm back up. That's Adroit's game. We've seen it in the first game, we might see it in the second game, and we've seen it in games in the past.
So what's going to be the other support for Adroit? If Shaker wasn't banned, he would have actually fit quite nicely into Adroit's lineup. Just mostly needs levels. If you can get Blink, then you get Blink, but it's not available.
On the side of Boom Esports, they have a lot of ganking potential. Good war with the Rolling Thunder. But they are not at all tanky, these heroes. Mac is gonna have a nice game.
Team ban.
The one thing missing for Boom's lineup now is some kind of burst. Ricky's good for fights. He's got really nice damage with backstab, but it's not an instant burst. Pango is not too bad, but you need someone that can really just give some oomph to your lineup. Someone that can just come in and maybe like 2 to 3 shot someone, or just nuke them, finish them off very quickly. You need a mid.
Remaining.
Something good against Death Prophet. OD hasn't been banned at all. A lot of teams have been showing some favoritism towards OD.
Pango could still run in mid. Ding. Ah, god dang it, that flex.
What else could they go for? Maybe Kunkka. Kunkka's, to a certain degree, deals pretty okay against PL. And Puck ends up being the last pick for Adroit. So wait, who support Death Prophet?
It's a support Puck,
support
most
Void
likely.
Spirit?
No, it's a support Puck, I think. Yeah.
I can find out.
I think I've seen them.
There's too many mids on this team.
Yeah. Boomy support Puck is kind of a signature, so.
10 seconds remaining.
But I could be wrong. Again, we don't know. They're so
5
flexed.
seconds
Death
remaining.
Prophet can go in the off, can go in the mid. Puck can go in the off, can go in the mid. Void Spirit can go in the off, can go in the mid.
Is who can pick the most mids.
That's true.
Oh goodness. Alright, Boom Esports looking for their final pick. Unless it's Mickey. Unless it's Ricky mid, but I highly doubt it. Not really favorable against Death Prophet. Wouldn't be great versus Void Spirit. I doubt Puck's going mid, but Puck versus Ricky wouldn't be that great either.
Last pick coming out from the side of Boom Esports. What will it be? seeing as though they really have no info on who's going where. I'm pretty sure Puck is gonna be Boomy. If historical evidence
And
proves me right. There we go.
we got the Alchemist. Last pick Alchemist too. There's a lot of people talking about Alchemist. Unfortunately, the hero is severely underpicked, but he does have the snowball potential. The only problem is that is Makoto going to out-snowball Natsume? Because the biggest reason you run an Alchemist is you want to have some kind of gold leap. And normally you utilize that gold leap with an Alchemist by pushing so fast that the enemy can't counter push themselves. The scary thing is that Death Prophet, great counter pusher on the side of Adroit. Very, very spammable spells. Even PL Illusions do a pretty good job of counter pushing too. Speaking of initiation as well. Yeah, speaking of initiation too. Oh my gosh, all these words. Execution-wise, I would give Adroit the advantage. Simply because Puck is such a good initiator. Pango's not too bad, but there's a cast animation. And look at how slippery all these Adroit heroes are. You got Mac, Natsume, and Puck. All these guys are on super slippery heroes. You might be able to catch Bok, you might catch CML, but they're just the supports.
Bok is running the offlane Death Prophet. It's a mid Void Spirit, and it's a Boomy on a Puck.
Oh, Boomy's on the Puck, okay.
Yeah. So that's what I was afraid of. When you were talking about like you want some sort of gold worth lead, and one way to counter that is to push in real fast. They have Exorcism. They can do so. And that's what I'm afraid of on the side of Boom Esports, honestly.
So this is game 2 of the series. Do you feel that it's going to be a 2-0, or are we looking at a game 3?
I don't know. It's too soon to say, but I'm feeling Adroit's draft. They all have their signature hero. Natsume has his PL. Boomy has his Puck. Mac on his Void. Bok is always having a different one, but CML on his Oracle as well. So they have their comfort picks. And it's feeling like it's, well, it feels stable. I could be wrong. I'm not the pros here, but it could be wrong.
So is that 2-0 or 2-1?
2-0, I think. But I really don't want to pull in the numbers because then it sounds like I'm counting them out. No, Boom Esports definitely has a way in. If the Pangolier with his Ags is really good against clearing the PL's illusion. And Alchemist naturally builds into Radiance, so that also helps in clearing the illusion. The lockdown on their end is the lockdown is not much though. They don't have a lockdown for the PL or Mac on his Void Spirit or Boomy on his Puck.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I kind of agree that Adroit's lineup, it's more favorable just because it's not so difficult to do. Their lineup is very straightforward, whereas Boom, they've got to do all these things to set the game up for themselves. And if they miss one step, then they're going to be playing on the back foot because they're not playing the niche of their draft, which is mostly around the Alchemist. His backline support for the Alchemist plays more as a disruptive role. So you've got your Riki, your Tusk, your Pango, your Grimstroke. These guys are supposed to be the ones to cause chaos and have the Alchemist come in and just do all the damage, but they've got to make sure they survive the laning stage first because lanes look really good for Adroit. PL, naturally a strong laner. So is Void Spirit, very difficult to kill. And then, who's offlane again? Was it the Death Prophet?
Yes.
Yeah, so Death Prophet. Yeah, Death Prophet naturally is just really tanky. Although she's going in a lane with Alchemist, and I think Alchemist might cause Bok some problems, but Bok's job isn't to fully dominate the lane if he can't. He just needs levels. Levels and a little bit of farm and he's good.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Spirit Siphon to sustain himself, always have the Crypt Swarm to farm from a safer angle if he has to. Death Prophet offlane has been an old meta now, but being brought back again, it's very viable, I think, for it. Especially if they're only planning to play around his exorcism. Makes sense. But I want to see Boomy on Puck. I think that guy is up for MVP or something. I've seen his puck plays before. This guy is insane. He would somehow stray away from the team and get some solo kill someplace else. That's what this guy does on his puck.
It feels like you're trying to set up for this kill.
No, that's exactly how Boomy plays it. That's what I said. It was a signature hero onto Boomy, and he picked it up.
Alright, well, let the game do the speaking for us as we are going to be jumping in. And Boomy is going to be going off lane with Bok, it seems, so the BB duos. Whereas it looks like Max going mid. Okay, so Max going mid, Natsume going safe lane with the Oracle CML. Off lane, I like this duo though, FBZ and Hyde. I presume this is going to be the off lane duo. Both of them very tanky, and I definitely think they could kill CML if he's not careful. PL not so much, they don't have the lockdown, but the Ice Shards is going to do a lot to a poor Oracle.
I think it's gonna actually hinder Natsume's farm because PL I think just generally loses the lane against a Pangolier because of his swashbuckles. He takes too many harass just to get the last hit in from the swashbuckled, and generally it's a losing lane for Natsume, but we've seen how they play. Adroit always give Natsume the bad lane anyways.
Are we looking at a trade here? Makoto sticking around. 3 heroes down bottom. Up top,
Super
though,
crucial. They
Adroit
want to
gonna
deny
secure.
Yep. They want to deny as much bounty as they can from an Alchemist lineup. So this is super crucial on their end to secure those runes. 2 for 2, nonetheless, though. But FBZ took so much harass in that one.
Yeah, not sure if it's going to be worth it. See later on. He's got the Quelling Blade on the Pango, so CSing should be a little bit easier. Looks like Tusk isn't there, so FBZ is going to be going solo on the Pango. They've actually left Hyde up top. I guess they want to give first blood to the Alk, which... It's the... Oh wait, Alk is mid, sorry. They want to give first blood to the Riki. But then they've spotted this out. There's 3 heroes. Oh no, it's 2 heroes, sorry. Excuse me.
Boomy already doing Boomy things, going for the solo. And CML snipes off a courier at minute 0. That's amazing. Immediately, a lot of sustainability is gone from the side of this Pangolier, which is great. So a lot of the pressure gone from PL. PL can at least look to farm a bit safer then.
Yep, Buck looks like he's going to be spotting out Hyde. It's going to be a tough lane for the Death Prophet though, because now that they've shown 3 heroes in that top lane, Boomy is going to have to try and draw some of that attention away. And it looks like he's trying to do so by harassing the supports. But they've been ignoring Boomy. So Kezkoot's going to be the one to try and harass. Boomy's got to be careful because Puck naturally has a tiny health pool. Don't want to give away first blood on accident here.
Oh, Hyde though actually has a tag team doing enough damage. Dreamer Cell's in the area, but the Inkswell will he jonked his way out of that one.
So it looks like the tri-lane for Boom, it's not really doing what it wants to do. So it's supposed to do one of 2 things. One is to completely zone out the offlaner so that they get no EXP. The other reason you want to do this is because you want to get first blood. Since neither of this is happening, Death Prophet's still getting EXP and they're not getting any kills. They're actually wasting a lot of this time up top for the Riki. So they're going to move Hyde down bottom instead. They're going to have to split up that EXP. They're going to have to acknowledge that, unfortunately, the Death Prophet will get
He's falling
EXP.
pretty low. Yep, he didn't have his courier for the regen because he was sniped by CML and it was only on his way.
Radiant's courier
CML,
has
man.
been
This
killed.
guy secretly carrying it from the pos 5 position.
Another
Tries to get
courier?
onto Hyde.
Courier has been killed.
Ooh. Both couriers going down. So none for CML, none for Natsume. That's actually quite worth it for Hyde.
Yep.
So at least top lane
pretty
Dreamer Cell
even.
not...
Yep.
Yeah, Natsume's doing pretty good. That Riki. So I'm curious to know what Riki wants to do this game. If he's going to actively gank with the team, or if they're going to play a game a little bit more slowly, end up being more of a scouting hero for the team more than anything. I suspect he wants to play aggressive, but it depends on the lanes as well, whether or not the Pango has a good lane and he can start getting the ball rolling with the Rolling Thunder. Just help the setup for that Riki. Because Riki at low levels without items, especially without Diffusal, does practically nothing. Ooh, CML. Nice Duke. Dodging up top, seeing the eye shots. Kodo gonna be in the jungle. So far it's looking good for Adroit though. They're leading with the Void Spirit and the PL. Following is the Alchemist. So Makoto isn't doing as well as an Alchemist would like to be doing. Normally Alchemist can dominate the mid lane. Oh, hang on.
Thought though. Bach already in a lot of trouble. Dreamcell tries to go in, pops up Verify, but he was dropped down to the trees. Now we'll clean him off, and kill goes the way of Dreamcell.
It's gonna be another kill. But yeah, normally Alchemist wants to dominate his mid lane, but Void Spirit's doing a pretty good job of keeping himself there. And this is not great for Alk, because normally in a one-on-one matchup, Alk typically dominates. But I think Mac is responding very well. He understands that if he doesn't put some pressure onto Makoto, that Alk will free farm and he'll finish. Assuming he wants to build a Radiance first, he can finish the Radiance in 15 minutes easily. But he needs to maintain that regen. That's the most important thing for Mac. He needs that courier to keep flying in and out, give him all this health back so that he can at least keep pressuring Makoto away from the creep wave so he can't free farm. Looks like Kezku might be going into the jungle to stack for the Alk. That's the ideal thing that you want to be doing here if you're a Boom ID. Just stack for the Alk. Prep him for that mid game so that he can flash farm and finish up his first item. Looks like Makoto though, he won't kill Mac, but you gotta be careful if you're that Void Spirit. Any kill going to an Alchemist is gonna be deadly.
Yep. He's just gonna pull it onto this creep wave into the camps, farm them both up, perfectly played with Mac, knowing he's got a DD, he can clean it all up. Very nicely done. Boomy already chewed up some item, but down at bottom, the ice shot blocks CML from actually getting out of there. He will go down, and they do get a bounty onto Natsumi though, so some sort of trade there, but it's only over 2 for 2 on the bounty runes, and a kill going to the side of Boom Esports, so they'd take that any day.
Very slow laning stage so far. We've seen a little bit of movement, but nothing too crazy from these teams, and this is very strange as well. Typically Boom ID are the ones to apply all the pressure during the laning stage, but they've decided to tone it back a little bit just to respect the Alchemist that they're running on their team for today. And CML, now Makoto can't touch the creep wave. Poor Alchemist, he just wants some gold, man. Just leave him alone. He just wants some gold. Looks like the Grimstroke is gonna run into CML though. Don't think they can really do anything.
Look at how poor the Alk is compared to Mac on the mid lane.
Yeah. Yep. You really need Makoto to speed it up a bit, but this is where the supports have to come in. They've got a stack for him. If you're Adroit though, I think they're gonna know that some of these stacks are going to happen eventually, and maybe they try to intercept. They've got some really good heroes to steal creep waves and even jungle stacks too. Yeah, CML's trying to spot the jungle out just to see what's... Yeah, he's trying to find out what's being stacked and what's not. Runs into Kezkut as well, so... Boom, they're well aware that Adroit, they have this information. Might even have to put a ward in their own jungle soon, just so that they can spot out where the supports are. And to deny them from going for the steals, but look! Matt comes in, Boomy's here as well, they're slowly... chipping away the creeps.
Stole all the stacks and they want more. Immediately Astral steps forward, dissimulate, tries to get onto it, but Snowball has been committed though, so now they will take down these tusks eventually on the side of Adroit and Boom Esports. Adroit actually lost the puck, but it was all worth it. They did clear up the camp. TML the ball next. He does purge himself up. He will live, especially with Mac in the area. Immediately comes in with the Astral step. They cannot commit, have to respect the damage coming out from the guy.
So Makoto did get a kill in that fight, so even though they lost a potential stack there, it's not as bad as it could have been. They still have a few more stacks for Makoto. He's going to be taking them down. So Adroit, it could have been a little bit cleaner, but they did try to go for another kill, which their greed did get punished. But they are doing their best to slow down the progress of this Alchemist, and now he is #1 in terms of net worth. Can they stop the bleeding? Because if they leave that Alchemist alone, he's going to turn from a regular bleed into quite possibly a hemorrhoid.
The rotation has to be coming in soon though. This Tusk is playing it a bit passive in terms of trying to secure the lead for the side of Boom Esports. Bach, once he hits 6, he might amp up the tempo and just take in towers, and that's the last space for the... Oh, he does have 6. They're actually all around the top lane. Want to make sure that he does not use Exorcism to actually take over the tower. And of course, another for the swashbuckle. But CML is in the area, doesn't have a false promise just yet. Mac comes in with the damage from the Astral Step. Unfortunately, they do take down Bach in the process already. So all they have to do is disengage. Dreamer Cell is healing up eventually with the Purifying Flames. Mac gets nothing out of that one, so a huge win going on the side of Boom Esports. Wasted the Exorcism and got away safely.
That was a really good play coming in from Boom and Mac. Looking for more, but FBZ's here. Don't think they're going to grab the kill as long as they can keep their Ricky alive. That's going to be their job done and dusted. But look at Mac, he's trying to go from the backlines again.
He sees him. He's going straight forward with the Resonant Pulse and the Void Remnant there to control. Will take the kill. And now Bach is in the area, but does not have the Exorcism to kind of take down the tier 1, but they're desperate about it. They use the Exorcism, they have to take something in return. So they're going to 3-man the tower, but meanwhile Mikoto farming up all the stacks. I don't know if this is as efficient as it gets.
This is a slow tower push, so I'm not sure if Adroit's going to be too happy about this. Once they know how much farm this Alchemist has, this tower push could actually cause them more problems than they're asking for. The TPs are coming in. Is there going to be a deny? No deny, but are they going to lose lives for this?
Again, onto Bach. Bach has a Spirit Siphon. He's holding his ground, but the Snowball is there. Will finally break it, but Bach is still alive. Bought enough time, but unfortunately, they take down Dreamer Cell first before they could actually take down Bach. So unfortunately, right there. But Mac can still go in. Boomy finally in with his signature puck. The root will connect from CML. Cascute is falling next. With the Resonant Pulse, they will.
Precious bounty.
And while that's happening, Alchemist is still farming. He's getting very close to the Radiance as well. He's looking to get it at about 12 minutes if he continues to farm uncontested, even 11 minutes. So Adroit, they've got to speed this game up now, because if they don't start something, whether it be pushing towers, pressuring the Alchemist, at least taking some kind of map control away, they're going to be dealing with a very fat Alch, and a fat Alch this early on, I don't think they have the power in them to kill him. He's going to come in and help too. Protect that mid tower. Mikoto realizing that if he loses that mid tier 1, that's going to be a valuable asset gone for the team. But so far, I think if you're Boom, you're pretty happy with how things are. Yeah, they're behind by 1k net worth, but it's because they've invested everything into the Alchemist. So he's gonna keep it going.
Taking the lane. Yep. On his own, this is what he does. This is signature Boomy on the puck. He will somehow transition into a core. This is exactly what he does.
I think most importantly, Mikoto needs to transition into 5 cores because his team is struggling without him. They need him now. And Radiance is done, so it's coming on the courier about 12 minutes. There it is, recipe. So now, once they see the Radiance on the Alchemist, Adroit are gonna have to think, alright guys, we're on a clock. 1 clock being the Alchemist, flash
they look like they
farms.
went in.
I don't think...
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they can kill Bach, no way. We one of two things.
If the Exorcism is up, they could force it. The Exorcism is up. They could actually force the tower down the bottom if they wish to. They spot out someone at top. FBZ's up at top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're all under cover of smoke. They might look to... They look for the initiate here as Mikoto. He says that he's got the speed. He's just gonna clear off the jungles first, I guess. And Alk will always be the greedy guy in the team. Look for the hunt, but catches no one.
Yeah. I might lose the Alk. There's 3 heroes here still for Adroit. Are they trying to bait with Mac? Bok is trying to hide behind the trees. For Alchemist, he just wants Quicks instead. Here we go, they're converging. Mikoto.
Yep, the root is dead. Hits onto Mikoto immediately with the Void Remnant, pulls him back, but he is already under Chemical Rage. Boom is in the area, drops a big Dream Ball, connects onto 2, and now these 2 will fall down. It results of that. Great rotations coming out. Boomy was on top like for a second, and he immediately makes the rotation down bottom. Perfectly played, has the exorcism, will take out the bottom tower, and well, Natsumi work on the top.
That was a big mistake from Mikoto. He took more than he could chew. Quite surprised he stuck around after seeing a couple heroes. You would have thought maybe he would have backed out. But once he saw everyone coming in, he knew he had to commit. There was no way he was going to get out of there. Puck coming in with the Dream Coil, all that burst. Even though Alchemist has a Radiance, Radiance doesn't really give you survivable stats. You're not going to get any tankier from getting that Radiance. All Radiance does is give you a progressive burn and helps you speed up your farming time. Minus that, Alk is still really squishy by himself, so he needs to respect that even though he might be leading in net worth, he needs a lot more than this before he's going to be comfortable fighting into Adroit. Whereas for Natsume, being a PL is slippery. He's got an escape mechanism. He is a natural diffusal carrier. Oh dear.
Oh, Soulbind connects with the silent. In comes with the Rolling Thunder. FBC connects on both of them. In control now, but they went for a PML first. Take down the sustain, and Natsumi is on his own. Mac, under the cover of False Promise, tries to get the one last kill. They will, and they will take down the PL as well. But Boomy is in the area now with the illusory orb just to get out of there. They lost 2 on a trade of 1 task, which is not worth it as Natsumi fell with it. But Max still lives though, so could have been worse.
They lost Natsume. Yeah, it could have been worse, but they still lost Natsume. That's a PL that you don't want to have dying. Now, they're pushing with Mikoto, FBC. So this is the Alk train that you've got to be worried about if you're Adroit. And I do like that they're trying to keep them at bay. They're saying, it doesn't matter that we lost that fight, we're going to keep pushing you back. Because we know that if we leave the Alchemist, he's just going to free farm. He's going to get more items until we just can't deal with him. Especially once the Alchemist hits that BKB timing. That's when you're going to be feeling the most helpless if you're Adroit. Because you have no way of controlling him until your puck picks up an Aghanim's. And that's going to be a long way away. The Exorcism is ready too, so again, another push from Adroit. They're trying to just close this game. Close the map up, get as much gold as they can, keep up with the Alchemist, and I do like what Adroit's doing. Just keep pushing towers. Tower gold is still gold.
Yep. Close off the map. That's way more important at this point. Trying to choke this out into his base. Don't give him a chance to farm. As I say that, he was caught at the Ancient. Will snap the Dream Coil immediately with the illusory over. FBC comes in for the aid with his Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately connects onto no one. And now this is focusing down on his house alone. Soulbind connects on the three. Both Mag and Park get caught out. Oh, apparently Walrus Money doesn't go through Soulbind. Doesn't stack with Soulbind, but they will be enough to kill all 3 of them. And now Natsumi's back to the target. There's Doppelganger his way downwards. CML pops a False Promise. Already a lost fight. TP's away. It will not pop as he makes it onto the fountain just in time. But Natsumi snags all the control in the world. He will go down.
Oh, this is not the fight that you want if you're Adroit. You can't afford to have horrific team fights like this against an Alk lineup. Mikoto looked like he was gonna die, but this Tusk pick has been so crucial in keeping Mikoto alive. The snowballs in particular. The longer he stays in the snowball, the more HP Mikoto is healing. Oh, Adroit. They either got to speed things up or they've got to go for the long haul. They've got a chance if they go for the long haul because they are running PL, one of the craziest late game heroes. But there's also a point where you can't go too late against an Alk because Alk eventually buffs up his teammates with 3 Aghanims.
There is a Dark Portrait on the Grimstroke if he was given an axe. And that could use the PL against his own allies as he gets a portrait of the PL, which also triggers illusions.
So Adroit, they're gonna have to rethink their plan here because it seems that it's very strange that they want to engage 5-on fights with Boom ID because the first time it worked, the second time went catastrophically wrong. Now it seems like they're trying to avoid fights. Are they trying to wait for the next set of items? Boomy is looking for a Blink Dagger. I'm assuming we're still waiting for a Yules for the Death Prophet. Oh, she's got the Yule. She's going for BKB next. To be fair, I haven't really felt the presence of this Death Prophet. She's mainly been for pushing and maybe for a silence or two, but yeah, poor Bok, he's not able to really contribute to the fights outside of his Exorcism, Crypt Swarm, and the silence. Looks like Hyde is leading a gank for Boom. And Boom wants to go Boom. They want some more kills. Oh no, CML!
They will get it onto CML, takes him out. One less problem to worry about. But look at Boomy. This guy is playing on his own the entire time. He's playing a core. Hands down, that guy's playing a core right now.
You'd have to though. You need to do something to draw Boom ID back, whether it be by split pushing, it's killing somebody, just drawing some attention away, and bring the PL back into the fold. Make some more space for him. Because it's very dangerous as there is so much dire vision in the Radiant jungle. They know where PL is. If they wanted to gank him, they know exactly where to go. Unfortunately for Adroit, I don't believe they know where most of this vision is. So they're essentially just letting Boom ID get away with free vision. This Alk is exploding. Keith has got BKB.
He's queuing for the AC next. That's Assault. There's gonna have more tower pushing potential there with the attack speed and everything.
There is nothing outside the void.
There's always gonna be a threshold, right? Like, Alk is gonna spike at some point, but if it goes super late, then it's gonna swing into the favor of the PL. So it's more of, can Boom capitalize the lead they are creating right now? To be honest, 19 minutes in, only 3k net worth lead isn't so great when you're running an Alk lineup. But it is a lead nevertheless. Oh, immediately goes on to Boomy. Boomy falls in pretty low, but he jaunts his way forward. He has the blink tag. No, he just jaunts his way.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, he's fine. There was no... Yeah, Hyde used the ice shards a little bit too early, so not enough to really chase that pass. But the thing is, with Boom's lineup, they've decided to go all in on the Alk. So net worth might only be 3k, but they put all of it on the Alchemist. Essentially, the rest of the team's job is to throw bodies to keep the Alchemist alive, because they know that eventually he will out-damage Adroit. He'll eat them all up, and he can push by himself. He doesn't necessarily need the team, he just needs the team to keep him alive. That's the strat for Boom. Throw bodies and keep the Alk alive. If they lose Alk in the fight, that's it. It's over. It's just the nature of an Alk lineup when you're playing like this, where you've picked all these heroes to be self-sufficient without items, so that you can enable the Alchemist to do everything for you.
Going straight into the Roche pit. I think they know about this. Sending his illusion. They will eventually scout it out. Realize he's in there. Roche is now down in half HP. They have an exorcism to fight around this pit though. He has the chemical rage up. Mikoto will back off. Respecting the potential there. They might look to smoke if they want to. The courier just came in. Nope. Grimstroke down at bottom. Surely they don't take the fight 4v5.
No, they're giving levels to Grimstroke, so it's not too bad for Boom. But you can see what they've done though. They've drawn a lot of Adroit attention to the top lane, that all of a sudden all these other lanes just become free farm. Oh, Boomy.
Oh, Boom. Went straight in with the silent. Yep, Dream Coil.
Oh, even using the Dream Coil. That.
But there was no follow-up on that though. So that means the Roche pit is kind of relatively open now. They're going straight back in, knowing so.
Still got to be careful about the Void Spirit though. We have seen what he can do in crowds.
Oh, someone got a kill.
Puck ends up dying.
FD's solo kill right there. Puppy actually gives him actually Mikoto's melting forward. As he actually wanted to get in onto him, but he's just pre-chancing through it all. Has a false promise onto Natsume. Natsume will live for the time being. It's Ricky now in the back line, but CML gone, and that's me to follow with. Toss the bot back. Mac does secure the rush for himself, takes the Aegis, denies it away from Boom Esports, and Boom Esports bought back for this. 4 down on the side of Adroit. I'm not sure if it was worth it, but he denied the Aegis at the very least.
That was 4 kills as well. Oh, that was a very expensive Roche. They got it, but at what cost though?
They did get a buyback onto the
Oh, they're going
Oh, but yeah, they're immediately gonna lose it right here, right now. That's your Aegis gone. Boomy. Usually all forward. Can he actually help Mac? Mac gets control with the wall response. Burst damage is enough. Boom. Going boom this game. Actually showing their prowess. Abusing the timing. 22 minutes in. This PL, he's not equipped to take these fights. Not too early.
That road fight would have gone horribly for Boom if they lost Makoto. He was so close to dying, they just couldn't finish him off because of that BKB timing, and then because of that, everything just went downhill for Adroit. Adroit gotta be smacked. They gotta be smacking them completely after that as well. Still trying to get away with this puck. They don't want to get caught. They might just lose all their towers now.
Oh, Boomy overstepped himself there. Tries to dodge it away. He does actually get it off. He's making the distance, but Dreamer Cell, he's got a blink strike. He's just waiting for it. Will take him down.
Oh, critical mass. This is critical mass for the Alchemist. Now, all this gold on the Alchemist. If Adroit can defend high ground and potentially kill this Alchemist, we could be looking at a turnaround. But unfortunately, the problem is killing this Alchemist because they have tried, they have fully committed for these kills, but we saw what happened last time. They tried to fully commit to the Alchemist in the Roche pit. Natsume went in by himself, ended up dying, and they couldn't even kill the Alch. He got caught in ice shards. So this whole throwing bodies to keep your Alchemist alive strat, it's working so far for Boom. And they got a TP home because Alchemist pushes towers really fast at 20 minutes in.
Especially with the AC, his attack speed is ridiculous. He's just gonna claw it down. As it is, with the Chemical Rage, Koto uncontested. Oh, great recall in the backline. Catch only on 2 though. Unfortunately, Mac has a BKB. Has to step forward, but the control is there by everyone. He has a BKB, but he is a glass cannon and he will fall. With FPC just rolling down one after another. Bach joined with. They have no chance. Lumi trying to even kill high and he couldn't do so. 3 down on the side of Adroit, and Boom Esports, they are looking strong.
They gotta push. This is the time. If you're a Boom, you gotta push. You gotta push it to game 3. This is the time. Your Alchemist is hitting like a truck. He's got a basher. The PL, he's nowhere near ready to deal with the Alchemist like this. How many Raxes are going down? This is the first set of Raxes. Do they stay? Do they go? What do they do? Does Boom? Alright, round 2.
Take your tier 3 and back off. That's what they'll do.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Gonna play it safe. That is such a big win, especially when you're running an Alchemist. 25 minutes in, you're taking a set of Raxes. PL can defend the tower. That should be alright, but now that the bottom lane is constantly going to be pushed in, pressure from Boom ID is going to be even worse because now if they team fight, and let's say Adroit lose the fight again, bottom lane's going to be pushing, might push into their tier 3s, and you don't want to be losing your tier 3s this early on. So now the pressure's on for Adroit to catch up, but the thing is, how do they catch up? They can't kill the Alchemist.
They're gonna hold the pressure. There might be a chance.
Oh,
but right
no,
now it's looking that Boom Esports is playing super fast and they're actually going at it again, all smoked up, waiting in the vicinity. Realizes they pinged it out. They know that they're up on the higher ground. He's going to trigger the concoction upon himself.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They're looking. They're hunting. I don't find anyone now, but they'll find somebody soon. Looks like Boomy up top, though. He has pushed the top creep waves. That's going to draw attention away. Is that PL? Oh, it's Natsume farming in the top jungle. But they got to protect their Raxes. It doesn't really matter if the creeps are pushing now.
I don't think they can. At this point, Natsumi's just gonna try and get as much farm as he can get. Mac will try and hold though. They lost the racks. They have one more standing. I think that's the range racks.
Well, top racks to go, and then that might just be it. Adroit, they've got to make their move. They've got to decide we need to engage at some point. And if they do engage, let's say they manage to kill the Alchemist. Oh no, they've lost Boomy! And
That's
a gem!
Oh, they are just gonna start steamroll this whole thing. Boom Esports feeling very confident without Boomy in the area. Has the immunity coming up from the Oracle right there. Tries to disarm him for the least of time, but they will eventually get the racks and get out.
I don't think they're gonna fully get out. I think they're gonna stick around. Maybe try and go for another Rex. Maybe even wait for the next Roshan, which is spawning really soon, I believe. Yeah, 2 more minutes. May respawn in 2 minutes. Not guaranteed, but may. And we're getting more items as well on the heroes on the side of Boom ID. We're getting a Pango. It's gonna be built up to be a lot tankier. Even the Riki is getting items as well. This game looks like it's just going to go in favor of Boom at this rate. They've basically just destroyed Adroit in every single team fight. And it all started because of that Roche Pit fight. It's all high ground now.
Radiant's top tower.
It's the last hurrah.
I don't think they can... Natsumi's progression in items has been the same ever since. He's never gotten the space yet. All he has is a Manta Style and a Casito. It seems nearly impossible to take the fight right now. He needs to be able to create that space, but it's looking inevitable. Mikoto's is frontlining it all, and he's doing well. He doesn't even need his skills. Silence is going to do him absolutely nothing here. They might get the kill on the MPC. It's a big control. They nearly got him down, but the snowball save, he will find a fall. There's no rolling thunder in this matchup. They could try to make something happen, but Brock is down on the count. Natsumi and Mac against the world here. Brock is down onto Mikoto. Mikoto gets pulled in by the Void Remnant, but cannot take him. No detection with the Glimmer. And Dreamercell's just hiding in the cover of his own invis. And detection. Thou art an impossible feat. Natsumi actually gets caught out on the tricks of the trade. He just stood there and take it like a man. Will go down even before the ice shots connect.
Oh, Keith. This might just be it. No exorcism. They didn't even get the Dream Coil off because Boomy died so quickly. Last set of Raxes as well. 30 minutes in. Mikoto, an absolute monster.
There's no stopping this guy. Yeah. He's just running in.
They could just...
They don't even have the detection. Yeah.
They could just go for Roche. And I think that might just be it. I don't see Adroit being able to kill an Alchemist this fat twice.
Radiant are scanning. Giants are scanning.
Even Adroit know they can't contest the Roshan either. Last time they may have been able to fight with them on a somewhat not so equal level, but now they set foot outside of their base. Likely no buybacks, 25k net worth lead on Boom ID, and an Alchemist that's just picked up a Mjolnir. No Raxes against Mega Creeps, they can barely defend themselves. Adroit, they're looking at a game 3. BKB on the Death Prophet, so this is the last hurrah. The last hurrah items on Adroit.
Boom Esports coming back from a loss in the first game, and it looks like they're here to claim a tie, but they actually caught it. Mikoto, who's only fell into like 1/3 of his whole HP, and he's here ready to fight. Bashing down onto the racks, going for the megas. He wants it. Game 3, they smell it very well. Boom Esports is out of mana, and Mikoto, but he doesn't need his mana. He's just gonna claw you down nevertheless. Right click is all the name of the game, and they think I'm Boomy in the back line. Great initiation by the Ricky. Bob comes in with the Spirit Siphon and the Exorcism with the BKB running outside of his base. trying to draw the attention out there. It looks like they might actually take the fight, but unfortunately no. Damage is not enough. They will go down. Boomy calls GG on the side of Adroit. It's a full team wipe for Boom Esports. Boom Esports marching it strong with their prowess. They've 2-0'd Adroit, and they can't get 2-1 and claim that victory again.
So no 2-0 revenge kill. We're going to be going for all 3 games. Oh my goodness, Keith. I was thinking at the back of my brain, there's a chance that this Alchemist could blow the game away, but I didn't think it would be like this. And there were so many chances where they could have possibly lost the Alchemist, but they managed to protect him. And I think in particular, I know I haven't done MVP yet, but I really do feel like MVP has to go to task. He played so well in protecting his teammates with the ice shards, with the snowball. If it wasn't for him, I think that we might still be in the game.
I believe he was stacking the camps too for the L, if I'm not mistaken. He was up at the top lane. Was he stacking the camp? I don't know. But someone stacked that camp.
I think someone else was stacking it. I don't think it was Tusk. I think someone else stacked it.
Yeah, but the snowball saves, he did it crucial many times. The last few engagement at top lane, FBC could have went down on that one, but he did come in with the save, bought some time, and eventually they won that engagement alone. And man, I think Boom Esports, they are not kidding around when they beat Adroit this morning at the BTS Pro League, and it seems like they can do it again, and now with a tie 1-1 in this best of 3 series. So let's take a look at the stats of the previous matchup.
12-32, Keith.
Yep.
This Alchemist, 10-1-16. He has so much. Look at how much gold he has.
Yeah,
oh my gosh,
he is fast.
34k. And the closest hero to his net worth was technically Mac, but he only had 13k. Incredible.
But look at Boom. I thought this guy, he plays a sick puck. This game, he couldn't have a game at all. He's 0-9-6. Bach is 0-8-4. That's how shut down they have been throughout the entire game number 2. 3-5-1 for Natsumi. I guess Boom Esports playing the faster tempo is the way to shut them down.
And maybe Adroit going for too many gimmicks in the same draft as well. I feel like running a support puck and an offlane Death Prophet at the same time was maybe a little bit overkill. Because when you draft those 2 heroes in those unconventional roles, you're sacrificing stability, where you could have picked a support that does normal support things. I think Boomy did fine. I felt like the offlane Death Prophet didn't really pay off for what it required to even come online. Like, yeah, Buck kind of helped with the push, he kind of helped with the team fights, but if you look at what Adroit was really lacking, it really was just hard lockdown. If they had enough of that hard lockdown, I think they would have had a chance to kill Makoto. But because of that, all they had were slows, not hard disable, and Makoto, he just slipped away every single time.
Yeah, super clean KDA coming out from the side of Boom Esports. Not more than 5 deaths on everyone. Only Hyde takes it before. That's about it. Congratulations, Boom Esports. I don't think there's anything much to say. You proved this how you, whatever you pulled off this morning, you got.
It wasn't just a clutch. Yeah, it wasn't just a clutch. They beat them convincingly. Player of the match is ready, so let's take a look and see who won that award for this game. It's going to end up being Hyde. Alright, yes, I've personally felt like he really deserved it. I think we also could have given it to the Alchemist, but I feel like his team really enabled the Alchemist to do what he did, and if anything, Hyde, his #1 best buddy, he's always got your back. If you want a friend, you need one named Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Oops, that's a bad joke. But you get the point. There we go. Hyde taking MVP in that one. Showing his angrier side instead of his passive Jackal side. And it proves off to be very effective. Boom Esports, they're back at it with their fast tempo lineup. And I love it. It is aggressive, it is fast, it is action-packed, and they left no chance for a team like Adroit. But mind you, one of the best teams in Southeast Asia at the moment. making them look helpless. So that's a feat. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to agree. You know, if you're Boom ID, you got to keep going on the same momentum. Just play Boom ID Dota. Play fast, play furious. Just do it. If we're going to see it in Game 3, we're going to have to find out. But in the meantime, I suppose we're just going to have to wait. The players going to need a little bit of time to set up for them as well. So, Keith, I think we're going to also have a break as well, guys. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Game 3 will be just around the corner. So until then, we'll see you soon.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Danish, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around,
darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will help me fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the hole.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. Game 3 is just about to begin. Boom ID taking game 2 of the series. And for Adroit, unfortunately, they weren't able to 2-0 revenge kill them for this morning's games. So we're going into game 3. Keith, it's going to be a tight match, I think.
Yeah, I think this one game determines, it just proves it all, right? Like, was Adroit really the better team, or was Boom really the better team? This is our first game 3 in the entire day, so it's gonna be hype. And I'm not too sure if the draft is already on its way, but there's really not much to say. Okay, it's Indonesia versus Philippines, Adroit versus Boom Esports, and no, guys, not Boom India. Stop getting it all wrong. Come on. I'm pretty sure they intentionally do that, but yeah.
It's
now,
we'll leave it up to chat. Check in.
Yeah, the one thing I want to point out is that, like, this is hard. This is actually pretty detrimental for the side of Team Adroit in the sense that, like I said, they had all their comfort picks. It was all their signature heroes. They lost with all their. I mean, Bach was doing Bach things, being creative with the offlane, but everyone else had the hero they're so comfortable with, but they lost like they had not even started. So this is crushing on the side of Adroit. Like, how do you get yourself in a better mental state knowing that you got crushed with all your favorite picks going into the next game?
So, mind you, they got crushed, but it was due to an Alchemist draft. And I think Alchemist, he's one of those heroes that if you don't control him properly, you're just going to get crushed by an Alchemist. That's just how it is. Alchemist, I think, best way to describe it is a cheese strat. It's a strat that works or it doesn't work. And good thing for a Boom, they prepped for it. They knew how to run the Alchemist. Whereas, unfortunately for Adroit, maybe they thought, we can deal with the Alchemist. It shouldn't be a problem. But then when it came time to actually deal with the Alchemist, they weren't ready. They lost some pretty big team fights. And one of the biggest mistakes you kind of make when it comes to dealing with an Alchemist is bringing your carry in to try and fight the Alchemist. Your carry should be on the other side of the map, farming, getting ready for high ground defense, making sure that they've got whatever it is, whether it be like BKB or Aghanims or Sanjanyasha, whatever, to prep for that Alchemist so that at least your carry has, to a certain degree, got enough farm to fight properly. Natsume didn't have that. He was running on the bare essentials. What was it? Diffusal Blade and
10 seconds remaining.
Diffusal Blade and Manta Style, and that was about it. His items did not move for 5 minutes because he wasn't farming. He was with his team trying to kill off the Alchemist.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, you know how it goes. Adroit, Natsume, bad lane, they go hand in hand together. Always have the hardest lane amongst the three, but maybe they can look to do something else in this third game. So far, the bans are pretty standard on the side of Boom. Takes out the Magnus after what we saw in game 1. Takes out the ES Chen is out for the count.
10 seconds
Timbersaw, Bat Rider, and Snapfire.
5
I haven't seen any
remaining.
Snapfire, unfortunately, although she is a little bit too strong, let's be real there. Snapfire, such a solid support pick. Nothing out of the ordinary for bans, minus maybe the Magnus. Since we did see the Magnus in game 1.
Dire team ban.
Clockwork gonna be getting the ban, and Mars, so no Mars again. Lots of offlaners, seriously. All offlaners just getting banned out, it seems. So what's gonna make it through?
I don't know.
So
if you're
Oracle's
Boom
gonna
Esports,
make
do you
it
stick
through.
To, yeah, do you stick to the same thing? But surely you can't get away with another alt pick this time around. I'm sure Adroit's ready for it if
10
you try
seconds
to
remaining.
skew it to that direction.
Adroit probably won't
5
pick up a
seconds
carry like
remaining.
PL, or at least they won't pick up an offlaner like DP and a support Puck, because I feel like those heroes are a bit too demanding in needing farm and whatnot. Maybe just go for more of a solid lineup so that in case any cheese comes out, they have the necessary disables, the nukes, the damage, and the push follow-up as well. Troll hasn't been banned. We've seen Troll do Troll things. It was terrifying in game 1.
Dire
It
team
could come up again. It's not banned. And Boom are going to go back for the Tusk, which I do agree with. Tusk last game did such a good job. It was so good with the ice shards, blocking supports in from Adroit, also preventing pathing from carries that might be chasing a Boom Esport hero. The Snowball,
Dire
really good at
team
buying time to save an ally. And then you've also got the Walrus Punch, which I believe Walrus Punch pierces BKB, which comes in handy later on as well. So really solid stun overall. And Adroit going back to the usual, Oracle and Void Spirit. They've really hung on to the Void Spirit.
It is the staple, Mac on the Void. He is a beast, but last game maybe they were a bit out-tempoed. Like you said, they're running a very demanding draft with the PL and a pulse 4 puck, which does require some sort of itemization, which, well, got abused
5 seconds
with
remaining.
the Alchemist early tempo timing. So maybe the Void Spirit Oracle isn't the issue here. It's what they follow up right after that.
Mm-hmm. So Boom, what's the plan? What's the cheese today? What flavor of cheese are we looking at? Because cheese worked for their last game. They could possibly do the same thing again.
Radiant team
Typical
back.
cheese heroes being Meepo, being Arc Warden in Southeast Asia. We're going to go back for the Ricky
Dire
again, it seems,
team
for
back.
Boom. So they're pretty happy with Ricky's performance last game. Not sure if Ricky really... I guess he did play a pretty big role in the previous series and chasing down heroes that were trying to escape from a team fight, but early on, Ricky did seem to struggle.
Dire team pick.
Well, it was an immediate slaughter ban, so at least he doesn't have to go up against that one. What would Adroit come in response? It should be
Radiant
probably a
team
Bach
pick.
hero.
Terribly.
He went straight for
Okay.
it. Not to me. Again with the super late, this guy.
But I think they're going to change it up at least. They're not going to give Bok a hero like DP, which is very static, only really team fights and pushes, doesn't really do anything else. So I think if they give Bok in that the
10
usual
seconds remaining.
dish, they should be fine with the Terrorblade, because I think last
5
game they sort of just set
seconds
themselves up for a really tough game. They didn't need to either, but they just decided we're going to pick DP early and we'll see how it goes from there.
Boom Esports. What do they follow up with? Or do they draft the same thing? So far it's looking similar. Did they pick up the Grimstroke on third again? Hells no, I don't think so. They're taking too much time for it, so it's probably not it.
I mean, Grimstroke would be pretty good. If you're Terrorblade, you don't want to be tethered to an ally. Same with Void Spirit, actually. You don't really want to be tethered to anyone. You want to have that free movement while you're trying to go for those kills.
Well, whatever it is
could
they're
be
thinking
looking-
of. Yeah, just
Yeah.
they're taking a long time for it, so.
So no Pango, no Slaughter.
Dire team pick.
Phoenix. Okay, so Boom going back for the Phoenix this time. Didn't work in game 1, but looks like they're going to try and make it work in game 2. they've got okay setup. They've got Tusk. They have a Riki that can actually take that can capitalize on a hero that's trying to kill a supernova egg by backstabbing. But minus that, yeah, setup's not really there for Phoenix.
Doesn't TB take the egg pretty easily too? With his mirror image?
No. So, only the main hero can hit the supernova egg. Illusions
But
don't
he's pretty
count.
fast, right? With the meta?
He does. Yeah, normally he hits really fast, but it does require Terrorblade to put all of his attention onto the supernova egg, and maybe that's where Boom will capitalize on that, stun lock him, go for smoke screen with the Riki, then just start backstabbing, because Terrorblade, I think Riki actually does a pretty good job at dealing with Terrorblade if he's not the center of attention. But they do still need more lockdown, because Tusk by himself won't be able to protect a Phoenix supernova egg. Some other options for locking heroes down during a supernova egg is AoE disable, so you could look into a hero such as the likes of a Tidehunter. You could pick up, maybe if you wanted to, an offlane Beastmaster. Offlane Beastmaster is not too bad because you get the pushback from the Raw. If you really wanted to, you could also maybe go for the Magnus, not in a supporting role, likely gonna have to be pushed into the offlane. Also synergizes fairly well with the Riki because he can also capitalize on the cleave. What else is... Oh, sorry, Magnus is banned. Why am I talking about Magnus? Boom banned it too.
Radiant team
off the top of my head, I'm only looking at those two. I suppose Centaur doesn't do a pretty bad job either. The AoE from Hoofstomp's pretty good too. And it helps out Riki because he can chase and run away with the Stampede bonus.
They picked up the Tiny, so they have some sort of an early tempo. Good burst coming up with the Avatars combo. I think that's a pause for Tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, normally it's position 4, yeah. I'm just thinking maybe Adroit could play around with this Tiny, pick up the offlane Centaur and just start tossing Centaurs at Boom. It's gonna be the OD. So OD's pretty good with the Phoenix as well, because you can astral heroes that try to disrupt the supernova egg. Another thing to note as well is that OD does insane amounts of damage. So he doesn't even have to astral if he feels like he might be able to just zone you out with his right clicks. That could also be a thing too. And I suppose like another gimmick you could really do is that you go in with the supernova Phoenix first, then you astral the hero with the OD, and then they have 2 seconds to to get away. Normally you can't get away unless you have something like haste or blink dagger, I suppose, but blink dagger doesn't work with the astral. But that's like a cheesy thing that you would not really want to do if you can avoid it like the plague. Centaur's banned! No! Oh man, I thought Centaur Tiny would have been fun, but Adroit banned it.
Dude, Boom Esports is actually looking very, very aggressive in their lineup. They have 2 big team fight abilities with the Phoenix Egg, with the Sanity's Eclipse. They can actually go for ganks because they have the Riki, they have the Tusk.
Team pick.
They're decent in the lane, I guess. I don't know what the matchup is with Void against OD. I think Void comes on top on that one.
We'll just have to see what you want to go for if you're Boom Esports.
Whatever this is, they gotta seal the coffin. This is the last game of the day, of the series. And whoever wins this one plays up against Geek Fam tomorrow in a best out of 5. Winners gets to seed themselves into the ESL 1 Birmingham C online qualifiers. And they picked up an Omni Knight. Great. So, core Omni, support Omni. Phoenix, core, support. I think
core
you go
OD,
Omni, right?
core Omni. Yeah, core Omni. Core Omni, core OD, core Riki, support Phoenix, support Tusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
So Adroit, after seeing this Omni Knight, the Omni Knight pick is really good too because it can keep the OD and the Riki alive. And is a big pain in the butt to deal with in a team fight as well, because trying to shoo away an Omni Knight is like trying to get rid of a mosquito that hasn't eaten for 100 years.
That's true. I mean, technically speaking, Omni hasn't made an appearance for like what felt like about 100 years now, and he's finally up here, so...
Ooh, Pugna for Adroit. So they're gonna speed up the tempo a little bit.
Oh.
They are still running 4 Protect 1, but
it's Mac on Pugna and it's Bach on Void Spirit. So it's an off-lane Void Spirit this time around.
Yeah.
Mac is in the mid lane. Should do decently well against an OD, I think.
yeah, it does reasonably well. It could go either way, to be honest. If Makoto is very calculative with his mid matchup, he actually could possibly outplay Mac. But again, it depends on how both of these players play their mid matchups. Because OD can flatten a Pugna, but Pugna can also flatten an OD. So I'm wondering how this safe lane matchup for Natsume is going to be, because he now has to deal with an Omni Knight who likely just won't leave the lane. He'll just sit on top of the creep waves, maybe purify himself if he's standing next to Natsume, right click him with his mallet. Actually, that's not a mallet anymore. What is that? It looks like a
God
giant...
knows, that's a wrench.
Maybe a wrench? I was going to say it looks like a giant pretzel.
Wow, pretzel. Auntie Annie's not sponsored though.
No, definitely not sponsored.
I think Natsume should be fine. He's got his Metamorphosis to play around with, and he should be playing around it, getting the last hits in, securing that farm. And if he has to right click in, it's at least not a range hero against him. But unless whoever's going to be pairing up with FBZ might give him hell, that's another story for another day. But it's most likely the Phoenix, which will actually give him hell. They run him on the top.
Man, I'm looking at both of these drafts. They both got their own sort of gimmicks to them, but I really don't know who's going to take the series. I think off the top of my head, I would probably put my money on... Oh, man. If I had $10, I would probably put 60 on Adroit, 40 on Boom. If I had money. But I don't have money on me now, so... There.
So you bet on both. That's a smart way to get something in return. There's no,
I mean,
there's no wrong answer.
I guess that's like my ratio. No, I guess that's my ratio of who I think would probably win, because both teams have their own gimmicks. And if they can get the lanes that they're looking for, then they could both snowball. Because you're looking at a team that snowballs with OD, but then you're also looking at a team that snowballs with Terrorblade. And both of these heroes can be very explosive.
Rolling out.
I like at least the decrypt save coming out from Pugna should shy away from the heroes from Boom Esports. They are very physical, so...
I'm not sure though, because decrypt could work horribly for someone if OD just drops the hammer.
I mean, if that were to happen, but I don't think he can actually drop an arcane orb on you if you're under decrypt, and so he can't get that intel.
But he could still just drop the hammer. Because if you look at all the heroes on the Jaya, they're not... I'm talking about the heroes, not the players, okay? They're not that smart. They don't have much int to work with, so they take quite a bit of damage from an OD just because of the int difference.
See how it goes. Top lane, tri-lane running it again onto Natsume. They really want to shut his lane down as per usual. He's always had the bad lane, but immediately comes in with the tag team, right-clicking him away. Oh, we'll purge it off. But unfortunately, the damage is too immense at these early stages of the game. We'll take down first blood onto Natsume.
Yep, beautiful 3-man gank coming in. And unfortunately, level 1 Oracle can't really do anything. So... Is this gonna be a tri lane? It looks like it's a tri lane. They're gonna leave FBZ solo in that bottom lane, and I think this is the best decision that they could have hoped for, because Omni Knight shouldn't die in his lane. So as long as FBZ plays his cards correctly, he'll be fine. Tiny TP to the top lane. It looks like Terrorblade's gonna be heading down bottom instead.
Yep, they want to get the better matchup. Like I said, Natsumi
Oh, sorry,
on
it was the
Omni
Void
should
Spirit.
be, yeah, it should be relatively fine. But apparently he met with Dremocell instead, and it secured the first blood, forced the rotation. So they won so much out of that. Boom Esports showing how's it done.
I'm curious to know if maybe they TP some of these top lane heroes to chase down the Terrorblade, try to maintain that favorable lane matchup, because Terrorblade against Omni Knight, yeah, it's still maybe not the best. If he's got Metamorphosis, he's fine because he can CS, but if anything, they'd like to keep that pressure on the Terrorblade, so maybe consider bringing the Tusk down here. Just apply some pressure onto Terrorblade so that he can't just refarm.
Oh, Boomy
There's
actually
a Boomy there.
Yep. Top lane though, Bach in a lot of trouble. It's the tri lane once again. Gotta respect it. The amount of damage he has with tag team. Initial stage, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Such a deadly trio up here so far. But yeah, FBZ not dying, still CSing, and Boomy just going to do tiny things. Here we go, yeah, they brought in the Tusk as well, so they really want to make sure Natsume has a really tough time. And look, they brought the Oracle in as well. So they are trying to keep a favorable lane matchup for the Terrorblade. They have to at this rate. You don't want to be, you don't want to give Natsume a really bad lane matchup. Ooh, Boomy.
Boomy
To gank the Kodo. Oh, I spotted out now.
Surely. Yep. Very smart play. Actually, sees if the tower aggroes him, knowing that there's a ward right there. When it does. Oh, top lane once again. Bach in a lot of trouble. Dissimulate will get out, but this lane is pretty much over. Bach has to find another way to get his levels in, his farm in, because he's not walking anywhere close to the creep wave right now. Meanwhile, at bottom, Hyde with the tag team going straight for CML. He might actually just get this kill though. Oh, actually timed out. Would go for the valuable couriers instead. But the root creates enough distance.
Doesn't matter.
Can he close the gap? He's got a boot. He will.
Has been killed.
Poor courier. It did nothing to you. How dare you? Poor courier. And now back to CML. I was like, alright, we'll come back for you, bro.
This guy's just zoning CML out of the lane. He's got no game to play.
This does force a one-on-one matchup between the Terrorblade and the Omni Knight, and so far Omni Knight's still leading, but I think Terrorblade's catching up. And ideally you'd want to be occupying that lane with your Tusk, so it looks like he will try to backstab and Natsume's going to start running backwards, but creeps are still there.
Bach again in the, this time the most unfavorable matchup. Has to, well, bear with it. Here's the offlaner, toss forwards, tries to pull him in, but immediately the tricks of the trade will get him out. Dreamer Cell.
Combo not quite connecting there. If we got the connection, Dreamer Cell likely would have just died to the tower shots. But the thought was there. So maybe Boomy and Bok can try and catch the Riki, but I'll have to wait for another opening. We're gonna try and go for the Phoenix now, though.
The Remnant again does not hit the mark. Maybe that's why it's such a Mac hero and not Box.
Seems like maybe he's overcompensating, because he may have thought that the Phoenix would go for a dive.
Yep, the burst from the purifying heals there. Purification will take him down, especially with the tag team. All the right-click damage, man. Boom Esports, they're playing this so differently from game number 1. They are very, very aggressive.
Yep. All these little gimmicks from Adroit, they're just not paying off. If they can grab these little kills, it would have been nice. And look at this, a support Tusk is harassing a Pugner.
And foster rotation.
That's the power of Tusk so far. You could almost say that they've conditioned Adroit to fear this Tusk now. After the last game, they realize how big of a threat the Tusk is. Is he going to try and backstab that middle lane? He's thinking about it. Well,
now they're going to double team in the mid lane. At least maybe Mikoto feel a bit more pressured, but I don't think he cares, or I don't think he minds that much. Not much kill potential just yet onto Mikoto at the very least. Especially with Hyde in the area, there's always a snowball save.
Gonna try and keep the catapult alive too. Wants to try and get some more tower damage if he can. But yeah, Hyde looks like he's gonna have to stay middle here with Mikoto since Boomy's also occupying the middle lane with Mac.
Oh, toss backwards though onto Hyde. Immediately used the Astral, holding back. Only denying the inevitable though. Will get some harassment onto the tower, but he's got the life drain. That might be enough though. The range just enough to break the link. And now he's got to get out of there. Boomy's the one falling pretty low, has the bottle. Mikoto cannot get clean close because of that. Oh my god, look at that ward. So much damage against an intel hero. It's the anti-spellcaster.
That's one word for that. Ouch. They're trying so hard to kill the Pugna, but this Pugna is just too resistant. He's got way too much to heal himself with, and he does so much damage, especially with the water as well. What do you do if you're the OD? You can't cast spells next to that. You're just gonna lose most of your health. Oh, Natsumi.
Commitment down at bottom. Natsumi falling pretty low. I think he's actually going down. He will. With that right click in the tag team. CML just gonna force TP away right in front of their faces.
TP's all the way home as well, so this bottom lane is now fully free for the Omni Knight to continue on pushing, to keep on farming. And I feel like this Omni Knight is going to play a pretty big role for Boom ID's lineup in not only sustain, but also just being able to heal up his teammates. Oh, hang on.
Toss back down on the back, but he's got the Phoenix dive away, and now they're turning this one around with the Fire Spirit with the Sun Ray as well. Tries to heal each other up, but that just suicide for Mac. Drops the hammer in the Astral. Will he actually pop and go down? He will.
That hashtag worth right there. Hashtag worth. That was great. That was brilliant. So they thought that they could try and get a cheeky little kill on the Phoenix. Little did they know that Phoenix has the dive. Very, very elusive hero. You can't simply kill a Phoenix. And instead, they get completely punished. They protect the Tiny, but to trade the Tiny for your mid Pugna, that is not the trade-off that you're looking for. And considering that Pugna did so well in the middle lane as well, and to give that kill to the OD, that's a pretty big loss if you're Adroit, because that Pugna
is under attack.
was essentially your ticket to pushing through that mid-game. Oh.
Well, they hate Hyde. They know he's been doing a lot of these rotations, and he feels the anger, but FPC comes in with all the sustain. He will walk out despite 3 heroes, 4 actually, being on his tail. Oh, Adroit, they're losing, and all these movements, it's just not efficient. They're losing so much, wasting so much space.
They're dedicating so much time to this as well. They brought in Bok, they brought in the Pugna, they're bringing all of their core heroes to grab these kills, and because they can't grab them, it's wasted time. And those lanes are not occupied, meaning no one's getting EXP, no one's getting gold. And Adroit, if they keep playing like this and they can't find the trade, they're going to starve themselves.
Trying to get it passed backwards onto Mikoto. He's under the cover of life drain though, but he will get out with the Astral. Actually breaks the link, and Mac gets no kill. That's so much commitment for 0 results.
And the worst part about this too is that even though we may not have seen him on the screen, Terrorblade was actually coming into the fight as well. Natsume should not be participating in the team fight. He should leave his team be. They might be losing, but he needs to use that space where they're not focusing on him to farm.
Oh, Hyde nearly goes down for the count, but Snowball actually forces 3 to commit. You technically won when you forced the others to engage, you know, what should have been a one-on-one kill.
Oh, they're coming.
Yep, his meta one is a pain to play against though. Mac will get out of there after being astraled up. They had to change their attention towards the meta one. It's annoying against the OD.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and when you're bringing a Terrorblade to fight at level 6, you know you're in a lot of trouble. And even going into lane, Dreamer Cell, level 9, is going to cause Natsume problems as well. There's actually 2 heroes here. Hyde is there as well. We might have to say goodbye to Natsume again.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Goodbye,
attack.
Natsumi. They're coming in. Dreamcell under the cover. Boomy spots him out under the tower, actually. A bit questionable. They're trying to go for the tower taking. He was falling pretty low. Could not close the job. The Void Remnant finally pulls him in place. He is dusted up. But can they kill him off before the duration gets away? They will not. They will not. Dreamcell's actually make it out alive. And now Hyde also got out. They forced an entire rotation with the Metamorphosis and got absolutely nothing. This is not the play.
No, they're not getting those kills. Dreamcell with the jukes. Juked until the dust ran out. Oh my goodness. Boom ID. They are styling all over Adroit today. What is going on? This Indonesian team is on fire. You can tell that Adroit's definitely very tilted. They are very desperate for these kills. Because they're moving together, and especially when they're moving around with Natsume included. They are so desperate for these kills that they are willing to sacrifice laning time and EXP in hopes that the kills will bring them back into the game. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily the case. Yeah, that's not necessarily the case. They need to have 1 or 2 people farming elsewhere. And Natsume's the insurance plan. That's essentially what he is as that Terrorblade. He is the insurance plan so that if plan A, which is Pugna and Void Spirit, if that plan doesn't work, they have another plan to fall back to. But because Natsume is getting very involved in these fights and he's not progressing as fast as he could be, he is essentially reducing that insurance plan. And he won't be as effective at the specified time that he needs to be effective at, which he basically needs to be ready at 20 to 25 minutes to help his team. But because it's been trying to help earlier, and he's not getting that farm, he's not going to be as fat or as tanky, or if anything, he just won't have what he's supposed to have at 20 minutes. So hopefully he finds some space to farm. Hopefully his team can create space somehow, whether it be maybe just a smoke gank somebody, whether it be maybe to show their face in the middle lane. Bok in the meantime is being ganked up by a Riki and a Phoenix, and he's running. Void Spirit should be killing Rikis.
Yeah. I'm afraid of Adroit actually. They're running a Pugna lineup and they had all tier 1s coming up from Boom Esports still standing up at first. They've finally taken down the bottom ones, but they still have it up at the top lane. So in terms of objective-wise, it's Ricky. I mean, this Pugna hasn't been taking the towers.
And Natsume, he's making himself known with his team. He's trying to help his team kill. But how do you kill as a Terrorblade? You'd have to use Metamorphosis to be useful. It's not like Terrorblade has a nuke. He doesn't even have Sunder. So I'm very confused as to why Natsume is playing so close to his team when maybe he could be heading into the enemy jungle to farm, which it looks like he's finally doing it now, but I'm not sure. I think he's going to be spotted out by Hyde soon. He's got illusions farming one of the creep waves. They've got a ward at least, so they have some vision, but Natsume, this is such a tough game for him. He's very mixed.
Dreamcell farming inside their jungle. That's less creep for Natsume to actually clear up there. No neutrals for him, no gold, and now he has to play super careful. He does have Hyde in the area though.
Big gank. Big gank.
Who catches who first? Mac is there. Reflection is on. No, he doesn't have the skill into it. But it looks like they were going for an engagement here, but decided not to, realizing that everyone from Boom is probably in the area. But they went straight for Natsume though, seeing as though the retreat was there. Immediately the Phoenix egg is there. Where do we actually look forward to now? Like, he doesn't even know which attention should be given, the egg or the heroes, and at this point he's just wasting his Metamorphosis out. Natsume is being healed up by Mac, but that's only the leader with the hammer. Takes him down. All 3 gone on the side of Adroit, and Boomy seems to be the next gate on the hook. Put someone backwards. Buying some time, Avalanche is there, but surely the gap has closed up. TML is there, trying to dissuade any magical damage, but unfortunately will not. Will go down eventually. CML gave his life for Boomy.
This is not a good game. And Ags is finished on the OD. 16 minutes in. Makoto's gonna hit like a truck. Oh my gosh, they had to cancel the TP. Pugna was gonna come in, but then he just decided, nope, I'll be useless here, nope. And Natsumi! He's come back in!
Natsume is in a lot of trouble right now. The Sunray is actually burning him down. Hyde, can he actually get to him though? He has a mana. Does he have a Sunder up just yet? Did he even skill into it? No. 45 seconds on the clock. He will go down. All for a bounty rune, which he only secured one.
Oh goodness, this game for Adroit is a disaster. All their lanes went horribly. Unfortunately, their Terrorblade is just not farmed enough. He's underneath the Pugna in 5th place in terms of net worth. This Terrorblade should at least be roughly where the Riki is. But poor Natsume, wherever he goes, poor Natsume, wherever he goes, he just gets ganked, killed, suffocated, zoned out.
And they just drop like flies as they take down TML in the back line. Dreamer Cell, again, such a nuisance to play against. How do you buy sentries when you're this poor and this behind in the game? The net worth for your supports has 955 on him. That is hopeless for him. Oh, avalanche toss combo, but he has no hold there. Will surprise himself when he faces up FPC right in front of him, hitting him down with the aura, slows him down. There's no running away from that one. It's just an absolute obliteration at this point. Boom Esports running down Adroit. 17 minutes in the game and you're running a Pugna lineup.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Boom. 10 minutes. Sorry, it's 18 minutes. 9k net worth. They are well on their way to winning. And free kills. Basically free kills at this rate. They find anybody, they kill anybody. There is no one on Adroit that poses any threat to Boom at this stage of the game. They don't even have everyone. Phoenix is down bottom farming. They can push without him. They don't need Kezku. He's already used Supernova. You can go farm. We don't need you, Phoenix. We're good. Adroit in the meantime, they need everything. They need to call all their friends to this battle because as 5, there's no way they kill anybody. We've seen them. They've tried to kill heroes and they just keep getting killed.
Yep, TP's in and immediately they're dropping like flies and drops the hammer on the Pugna, takes him down. Even more, Bach in the backline, tries to finish up Hyde, but even Hyde is standing through it all with the purification. All the sustain in the world, and Bach to fall in with. Tag team is there, he will take down the glass cannon, that is the Void Spirit. 3 down on the side of Adroit, and I want to believe that PB is a better late game for sure, but if they cannot get into the late game,
is under attack.
There's no point.
With how the lanes went. Honestly, with how the lanes went, I didn't think the game would go in this direction. I was expecting maybe Adroit to have some kind of pushback, considering that they had a decent Pugna lane in the mid lane, considering that their off lane was actually really decent. It wasn't horrible. It could have gone better, but it wasn't a lost cause. Natsume.
Oh, once again, Natsume getting caught out like that. He is gone for the count. His game's just over. Whatever farm he has, it's gone. Boom Esports running down what's the best team in Southeast Asia like they were nothing. GG has been called. Adroit lost his best of 3 series 2-1 in this ESLC championship and in a fashion that they never even had a game before. It feels like they just lost the moment it started.
Well, their game this morning was definitely not a fluke. It was a legitimate win, a complete outplay, an outdraft, everything. Boom, they performed as they should. Whereas Adroit, that 3rd game, they felt very off. They didn't have that same coordination that we saw in game 1. Yeah, they were running some different heroes that compared to what they usually run, but they just kept going around as 5. They kept investing in all these kills early. They didn't get them. Natsume wasn't farming. They weren't creating any space. Essentially, they were just given the runaround by Boom, and then once Boom had their items, they just decided, okay, it's time to kill them. And that's it. they just kept dying one by one by one by one. And even then, Natsume just couldn't find any space anywhere because they didn't need 5 heroes to kill any of the Adroit heroes. 2 heroes, 3 heroes was enough. The other 2 scouting around the jungle, looking for that Terrorblade just to make sure that he wasn't farming. Yeah, Adroit, they just felt very off in that last game.
Yo, I don't know if you noticed, but my screen's like static. Look at me smiling at you. Like, it's like static there. Yeah, whatever you said, yeah, it is there. What it is. Let's just take a look at the stats of the previous matchup. Oh my god, this was an absolute obliteration on the side of Team Adroit. They had no game to play this game. I thought they were ranked the previous game. They had no game whatsoever this game. CML 0-5-2, Natsumi 0-5-1. Sure, I get it. He's always been thrown into the bad lane. Like I said, that's an Adroit special, but this is way bad. This is way off. You're totally shut down. And wow, Boom Esports here to claim the title that they might potentially be the next best team in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so Boom Esports is going to be pit up against Geek Fam tomorrow in a best of 5 series. I didn't think we'd see Boom and Geek against each other again, but look at where we are. It's not Adroit, it's not Trust, it's these 2 again. To be fair, these teams are very strong, so it's not like it's going to be a complete pushover tomorrow.
Oh, this is gonna be exciting. Yo, but Adroit, that one, I think is a shocker for a lot of people. It is for me, but I mean, Boom Esports is known to be one of the best in Indonesia, and they proved their prowess, they proved their worth. They showed it this morning in the BTS Pro League, and they did it again in the ESLC Championship. I don't think there's any more to say about this Indonesian squad. They are looking like they're ready, and they're in a new form to take over, well, the Southeast Asian scene, if not international.
Well, Boom's done it before, they can do it again. So let's take a look at our MVP of our final game for the night. Can we guess who it is? I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
this guy.
They did not respect it, yeah.
He's so good on this task.
Yep. He did a lot. Went into the lanes, harassed, zoned Natsumi out, zoned the mid lane out actually. He was all up in Mac's face. And not to mention how difficult it was for Team Adroit to actually secure a kill, because what's in Mac's arsenal? He's got Life Drain and the Nether Blast, which was both negated when you put on the Snowball, and they have the Astral Imprisonment to play around with. So that Life Drain lasted for like at least the longest I've seen, 3 seconds. That's about it. And immediately they got pretty desperate. Yeah, we saw it on the top lane where they were getting pretty desperate. They were tilted. They rotated all 5 and got no one in return for that one. I think, yeah, this was over. Boom Esports really ran through Adroit in this matchup.
So Boom, gonna be playing up against Geek Fam in a best of 5 tomorrow. Keith, I'm really excited for this because we're seeing Geek Fam play a lot better today. They seem like they're definitely in sync as a team. You can see the coordination is there, the setup is there, and they're going up against Boom Esports, who I would argue have probably a similar level, if not maybe a higher level of team cooperation in terms of how they play. Have you seen how Boom plays? They always seem to, everything's so calculated when they do it. Of course, there's some moments where it just seems like it's complete YOLO, but the team itself, they're so in sync. It's like 110%. They know what the other person is thinking. They know what to do. They know where to go. They know where everyone's going to be. They know who to save.
It always seems like the trend of the current patch, right? Like late game metas is slowly falling off, and with the recent patch change, gold is so hard to get in the map. Maybe it's time to speed things up. So yeah, let's take a look at tomorrow's bracket or whatnot to see what you're up against. Let's take a look at the results.
Look at today's results. Yep. So if anyone that's missed out on our matches for today, our first match was Motivate Trust versus Geek Fam, 2-0 going in favor of Geek Fam, whereas our second match 2-1 in favor of Boom Esports. Unfortunately for today, we're going to have to say goodbye to Motivate, Trust, and Adroit, as there is no lower brackets for these matches. It is only single elim. So once you're done, you're dusted. And we're finally left with our remaining 2 teams, Boom Esports and Geek Fam. They made a long journey, but they absolutely deserve to be where they're at.
It is a best of 3, so no one can argue that it's luck or whatnot. This is purely skill. Every team was given the same exact chance, and that is to win the fight and do it again to prove that they can move on to the next. And that is the grand finals happening tomorrow. Now let's take a look at what we have tomorrow. Yep.
I think it was pretty obvious at this rate. Geek Fam versus Boom Esports. Now, just a reminder, this is a best of 5 set. This is not best of 3. We are moving on to best of 5 for our grand finals. So we will get at least 3 games, but at most we're going to be looking at 5. Hopefully we're going to be getting the full 5, as let's be realistic. We all want to be here for all that Dota action.
Best of 5. Plenty of games to play, plenty of time to prove their worth, plenty of time to see which team is the better team in this matchup. Geek Fam, you've got Raven on their end representing the Philippines. Boom Esports, Indonesia. So it's once again another Philippines-Indonesia brawl.
So Keith, any favorites, or are we going to save this for tomorrow?
I'm going to save it for tomorrow. I am beat. Like, I didn't expect. We were expecting for a three matches on each. Well, we've only got a best of 3 right now, but man, that was a shocker. I think I'm mentally beat more so than physically.
Yeah, I didn't think the last game was gonna end the way it was. I was hoping it would be a little bit close, but sometimes I guess fatigue sort of kicks in, not just for us, but maybe the players as well. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We are done for today. We've finished our 2 best of 3s. Please come back tomorrow at, I believe that's 6 o'clock for us, right? Yeah, 6 o'clock Malaysian Standard Time, 6 o'clock Singapore Standard Time. If you don't know what time zone that is, it is GMT +8. Otherwise, you can just Google what the current time is in Singapore and Malaysia, and you guys get the drift. But anyways, thank you so much for joining in the broadcast. Any final words, Keith, before we sign off for today?
Go Dota, I guess. Go Dota. As lame as it means. I'm hungry.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Keith, for joining me today. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow. I was going to say bright and early, but it's not in the morning. Dark and late tomorrow evening. Bye, everyone.
That's about right. See you guys. Good night.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Trade-off an ES for an ES, he can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls off.